Hello. Sorry, that was a long starting soon screen. I am sorry. Welcome in, Bunny. How are you doing? Pokemon Red. I think I missed a few chapters. Yes, we restarted, unfortunately, Bunny. Because Pokemon Gold... I guess we could have beat Pokemon Gold, but we were going to have some difficulties with building a team in Silver, Crystal, Fire Red, and Leaf Green. So we restarted. And this time we won't waste any Pokemon. Like I did on the first time we played it. Because Pokemon like Lapras, for example, or Arcanine, I caught, but then ended up never using, which kind of wasted, and we could have used them in Silver, Crystal, Fire Red, and Leaf Green. So this time is the goal not to waste any Pokemon, but to use them as wisely as we can. Let me see. I feel woefully unprepared today yet again. Oh, but the ads played already. That's amazing. Have we been live that long already? Incredible. I guess they have played. Let's go. Okay. Pokemon Red. Part 2. Yeah. So strategic choice. Yeah, well... Let's just say we wanted to prevent having to get to 50 attempts in Crystal and probably 50 attempts in Leaf Green. So, yeah, we want to try and beat the games in under 10 attempts if possible. I just realized my window's still open. Yeah, also things in the background have changed because I'm moving. Sorry for how bland it looks. It's very white. But yeah, moving on Monday. And then hopefully in the new place we'll be looking great again. And you also need to get a haircut, I realized. So there is that. Yeah, Pokemon Red. Let's go. What do I usually do? I really feel woefully unprepared as of recently, but maybe we just jump into it, do we? Start with the intro. Get into it. We ended in Cerulean last time. So we have the rival battle to take on. We can also catch a Pokemon on Route 4. And then we need to avoid as many trainers as possible, because there's a few very close level caps coming up. Which reminds me, I should open that site that Voices sent in the Discord yesterday to make sure I know the level caps, or like I have quick access to them. Also something... Oh, okay. Let's see. Where is Voices link from yesterday? Your Nuzlocke tracker. New game. Pokemon Red. Okay. There we go. Pokemon Red. Create game. Right, we did the rival battle. We're on the way to Misty. Unfortunately, the site... Like, it's great. It is very good. It has all the routes and everything. Unfortunate thing is just it's missing the rival boss battles, so no Giovanni battle level caps. Also, technically the rival, shows up after Misty, even though Misty's level cap is 21. The rival's is 18, and then the rival on the SSN is 20 before Misty is 21. And what was the other issue? No, I think that's it. Maybe some of the routes are out of order as well. But I guess it's just in the order of how you would get them first. Oh, welcome in, Papa Moon. I am having... Well, my landlord was a bit annoying today. I was going to start packing, or pack this morning. I got a call. Someone wants to look at the flats, Neil, you know, for when I leave to move in. Can I come and show it to them? Oh, yeah, of course. She showed up, showed the flat to someone. And she told me, in half an hour there's someone coming that's looking to buy the house. So can we show them your flat too? And I'm like, jeez, okay. Right, I'll wait half an hour. And then she showed them the house. And then she was, there's actually another person coming in another half an hour to look at the flat. Can I show? Like, you know, you could have told me all of this a few days ago or whenever you found out about it. But other than that, so I ended up not doing any packing and just watching other people's streams all day. So yeah, I'm probably going to pay for that, aren't I, on like Friday or Saturday when I have to do more packing than I usually have to. But I hope you're doing well, Papa Moon. Great stream yesterday. I think a great restart yesterday. Thanks for everyone for joining in for that as well. I have to do some work, but enjoy stream lurking. Let's go, Bunny. Thanks very much for lurking. And welcome in as well. I hope you're doing well. I hope I asked you how you were doing. If I didn't, I'm sorry. I hope you're doing well. You know, don't necessarily have to come out of lurk to answer, but same. We online already. Early start today. Yeah, I felt it was a bit awkward yesterday after 10 p.m. for, you know, having to talk more silent and everything. So I wanted to start a bit earlier today. Also, apparently they're done work downstairs. They're only painting now. And painting, thankfully, is very quiet. So we can stream a little earlier again. Yeah, that's the main reasons. Try and not stream past 10 p.m. because of the new neighbors upstairs. Building site is now silent since they're only painting. And I guess I wasn't packing the way I should have been because of my landlord annoying me. So, right, let's jump into it. The Living Dex Hardcore Nuzlocke. This is the Pokemon challenge where I nuzlocke through the main series Pokemon games with the goal of completing the Living Dex in Pokemon Home. Actually, that sentence pretty well describes. So we were talking yesterday about the rules and if they make sense. I guess there was some consensus on potentially changing the name of certain things. Also, there's a slight issue with the in-game dupes clause, because that means we won't be able to catch all of the unknown in Legends Arceus, like Voices suggested. Maybe we have a few things to work on, still. Maybe there'll be a total change of how the rules or the explainer works for the Switch games anyway, since random encounters are kind of a thing of the past. Also, I think in Scarlet and Violet, level caps scale or like can be out of order and things, so we'll have to figure out how we do things later on. But let's try and get through the 3DS games. Those are the ones I want to beat before Pokemon Bank gets shut down. So yeah, let's focus on that. Welcome in, Manny. How are you doing today? How are you doing today? I hope I haven't missed any of your streams recently. Have you been busy working rather than being able to stream? Welcome in, James. How are you doing as well? I hope your show was good again. Let me think. What was it called again? Off the top of my head. I even saw your story on Instagram. Let me think. What was its name again? I can't remember. Jeez. I hope you had a good night. Anyway. Tired today. Oh, was it a late night in the end? Shocked. That's the word. Shocked. There was something weird. Shocked. Let's go. I hope you had a good time at the... What did you say? It was like a humorous musical. Manny said, I moved to a new house, so I haven't streamed since Arceus. Okay, at least that means I didn't miss a stream. I'm happy about that. I'm also moving, Manny. I'm moving on Monday. So everything in my background's gone. My clothes, because I took the wardrobe apart, are now sitting on the chair that Ghosty was sitting on when she was last on stream. Cubone is now laying on a mattress on the floor because the bed's gone. And yeah, there's nothing in the background. The bookshelf is sort of being moved as well. So yeah, I'm moving on Monday, and then hopefully we get back to stream soon. But as I said yesterday, my new landlord said I couldn't move in on Monday, which, you know, I love that. I love that. It was good. Late getting back. It was so good so far. Let's go. That sounds amazing. Was there any like famous people in it, or was it like a musical by actors that maybe you haven't heard before? They're maybe just in the theater musical scene. Because when you initially told me, I was expecting like maybe some famous comedians to be in it. I'm setting up my computer desktop today. Oh, let's go. So we'll have streams, Chibi Manny streams very soon again. Thanks very much. I hope everything goes well for you too, setting up your computer and everything. You bet you have a lot of stuff to set up, Manny, with how your streams are. Like, it was a lot. It was a lot. But I loved it. I loved it. Right. Yeah, let's jump into it. Pokemon Red, restarting the Living Dex Hardcore Nuzlocke. The Pokemon Home Living Form Dex Hardcore Nuzlocke. Should be the proper name. Is that the proper name? Let me see, I wrote it down yesterday. Pokemon Home Living Form Dex Hardcore Nuzlocke. Yeah. Right. Let's jump into it. Pokemon Red, Cerulean City, Rival Battle up next. Okay. Also, I realized the redemption, that's who did it yesterday? Changed stream message that Danimal did yesterday. He misspelled Typhlosion. It literally says Typhlosion, which, you know, we love when Typhlosion catches a stray. Right, King's already level 18. We need to work on some of the other Pokemon. I do genuinely believe evolving Kakuna to Beedrill yesterday was a mistake. We probably shouldn't have done that. But, you know, we're not going to be sorry that we don't have Beedrill in Pokemon Red, or Fire Red or Leaf Green. So maybe just be more aware of the other Pokemon when it comes to that. I'm thinking we'd go and take on the trainers in the gym first. Now, I'm very much hoping for no nasty surprises here. I think there might be a Shelder here. Shelder is a huge defense stat. Not quite Cloyster's defense stat, but it is pretty high nonetheless. And the issue is, I believe, other than King, we don't have any special moves, which isn't great. The level cap for the rival battle is 18. We don't have any special moves. Damn it. Also, is the list up to date? I believe we forgot to change a few things yesterday. Team 3 should be Nidorino. Pidgey hasn't evolved yet. Rattata hasn't evolved yet. The rest is right, I'm pretty sure. Let's check the squad quickly. Just to make sure we have everything up to date. Yeah, Caught 3 is now a Nidorino. Okay, I don't have a nice animation there for it to change, but otherwise I think we're good to go. Yeah, we have a Beedrill. Technically, Beedrill does get a Mega Evolution in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, so we now can't use that in that game, unfortunately. But, I mean, I don't think we're going to miss it. I don't think it is that powerful. I think it has very high speed, very high attack, so it could be kind of useful, but it's also a glass cannon. So, I think if we had to rely on Beedrill in that game, we would be in trouble. Right, let's hope no losses here. Splash. Okay, we'll take on these two trainers first. We're not going to take on Misty for a while, though. Swimmer sent out Horsey. Now, Horsey should be easy enough. Oh, it does have Bubble, which could do a lot of damage. Let's see how much it does. Oh, it lowered our speed too. Damn. Okay, it gets 2 hits in because of that. The thing is, will Shelder do 22? I think even if the tackle crits, it won't. But I think we need to put 1 Hyper Fang on it before we switch out. We're still faster than Shelder. 22 down to 14, so a crit definitely takes us out. I think we have to go into Beedrill here. Welcome in, Voices. How are you doing? Congratulations on your first shiny today, by the way, Cricketot. Voices is doing a shiny Living Form Dex challenge where he tries to catch the shiny version of every Pokemon ever released. And today he caught his first shiny. All of it on Switch 2 as well. So no old games, only, I guess, Let's Go Eevee, I think you said you were going to play, and you're going to try and not play Pikachu. Well, certain games on the Switch 2. Anyway, that's... Yeah, Voices is a madman for sure. But he got his first shiny today, which I'm glad you got one in your first week, Voices. That would have been rough to end the first week of the hunt without one. How do Mega Evos work? Can any Mon on your team Mega evolve? Or is it something like, giant? I guess that's Gigantamax Terra, where it's only once per battle. Mega Evolutions are a held item. As in, you have like a Mega Evolution Stone that the Pokemon needs to hold, and then you need to have the Mega Evolution Ring or Bracelet or something, and then they Mega Evolve. Or you can select Mega Evolution. It's basically like Terra, but your Pokemon needs to have a held item for it to work. You're a madman, says Hamas. Fair play. Congrats from Papa Moon as well. Lebozo, McMannery actually was in as well, and so was Lebozo for the shiny. I was surprised to see both of them in there too. But Bree was in yesterday. Today Lebozo and McMannery joined in, and McMannery claimed that he loves bug Pokemon, so he brought the luck for the shiny, which I love that sentence, McMahon. That is, I mean, it's not wrong, but I did point out to Voices that in 54 attempts in gold, the only shiny we ever saw was the Gyarados. But we did get Pokerus, so... And those items just get given out. They actually don't. I think you get... For certain Pokemon you do, as part of the story, you get their Mega Stones. But then other Pokemon, I think for example Alakazam, after a certain gym leader is beaten, Mega Stones or the Mega Stones like appear in random overworld places and you have to go and collect them. And I think some of them are even version exclusives, so very difficult to plan that far ahead. And I really don't think, I think Beedrill was Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire. We're going to be able to catch a lot of Pokemon in that game, I hope. So I hope we're not going to miss Beedrill, not being able to get Beedrill there. We forgot to nickname it. Oh no, Voices. Oh no. Oh no. Well, I think you need to name it Nostalgia. Because I told Voices, he caught it in Legends Arceus. So it was a Kricketot. And then I asked Voices to go and take a picture in the game with it. And he put a nostalgia filter over the thing. And I felt like you couldn't even tell it was shiny anymore with the nostalgia filter. But I thought it was hilarious. Also, love the images you posted of it, Voices. Mega Evos won't even be available for sure then. Not all of them, no. I can't remember if certain ones even need certain things to happen in-game for them to be unlocked, to be honest. So, it's a difficult one. I don't think we're going to miss Speedrun. The nickname theme is countries, damn it, you're right. I guess you already named your starter Brazil. Oh, damn. Well, I guess it was your first shiny, so we were probably too hyped for that and forgot about the nickname. But that is... And also, Legends Arceus doesn't prompt you to give a nickname, does it? You go into the menu after to change the name. So it was probably not the ideal game to get the first one in because the nickname thing fell through. But still, I hope you get there. Like week 1 was tough, but then you don't have the shiny charm yet, and yeah, you're beating the story essentially in all games still. So it's nice to pick one up along the way. Let's see, this next trainer has a Goldeen with Peck. I guess we can start with Fraser, potentially switch to Chandler. Probably the better idea is to go with Norm and then switch to Chandler. Okay. Okay, Dan, thanks very much. Welcome in, Dan. How are you doing? Willkommen in, Neil, says Dan. Also, you misspelled Typhlosion yesterday, I noticed when I was preparing stream for today. It says Typhlosion. No, it is easy to change, but we can fix... Oh yeah, that's a good idea. I only noticed it myself today, Dan. I didn't realize yesterday that it was misspelled, but I checked as well. The redemption, it was misspelled too. So... Oh, this has been tail whipping me a few times. I should switch out. Because it might have one-shot me at this point. Let's go into Chandler. I'm doing pretty well today, Dan. Not too bad. Excited to continue in Pokemon Red. I'm hoping that by the end of the final stream in this flat, I'm hoping we beat Sabrina, which will leave Blaine, Giovanni, the rival, and the Elite Four for after, which I think that'll be pretty good if we can get that far. I'm hoping we do get that far. So that we've Red almost beaten already. And then we can move on to Blue as quickly as possible. How many streams is that? Well, today's stream and intending to stream tomorrow. The thing is, I have a few appointments tomorrow. And I'm gonna do my best to stream tomorrow. I think they're a lot earlier than I thought they were gonna be, but we'll stream tomorrow. Yeah, we'll stream tomorrow, no matter what. We'll stream tomorrow. I do want to try and stream around this time again though tomorrow, because yeah, I felt it was a bit awkward after 10 PM yesterday with talking silently on stream. And also, they're finished with their building work downstairs. Only the painter is still there. So, yeah, that's pretty good. Earlier the better for me. Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't know that, Dan. Oh, because of putting the children to bed, so you have to leave at a certain point. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, and I guess, do you have one of those jobs now too, where you can watch while working? Which is pretty good. The question is, do we go in here or not? Oh, what I should do, as Voices said yesterday, sorry, this is Route 4, I believe. Route 4, find encounter. Ekans can be an encounter. Oh, wait quick. Oh, Magikarp is Route 4, the one you can buy. Okay. So it can be Ekans, Rattata, or Spearow. Is there only 3 encounters here? We don't have Spearow yet, we don't have Ekans yet. So it can only be Ekans or Spearow. When we fish, there's nothing here that can't be got on any other route, so we should probably go for it. Now, I'm a little torn. Maybe we should talk about the Spearow quickly. We already have Pidgey. It's already level 16, very close to becoming Pidgeotto. We probably don't want to use Pidgeot in Gen 1 to save it maybe for a good early game Pokemon in Fire Red, Leaf Green, potentially even keep it until Gen 6 when it gets a Mega Evolution. So catching Spearow is kind of creating a Jeopardy Pokemon for Blue just, because we're going to have to catch a Spearow there again. Another thing is it's taken another flying type away from the game, but then again, are we going to miss Spearow and Fearow down the line? In fact, I believe catching Spearow and Fearow is good for Silver, Gold, and Crystal, because a lot of the Headbutt trees have Spearow in it at a very high encounter rate. So if we can no longer catch a Spearow, we can access the more rare Pokemon, which would be Pineco, potentially Heracross and Aipom. So maybe getting Spearow, yeah, getting Pidgeotto in this game plus Spearow. Then in blue, we catch Pidgey plus Fearow. And then in yellow, we go for Farfetch'd. The issue there is, I just realized, if we catch Pidgey in blue, we need to catch Pidgey in yellow and evolve it to Pidgeot in order to ensure the Farfetch'd. So maybe we avoid Pidgey in blue. We will go into the routes. If it's a Pidgey, you know, we just knock it out. Pidgey will ruin a few encounters for us there because of that. But we really want to ensure the Farfetch'd in yellow, I think, because Farfetch is not going to add much in Silver, Gold, or Crystal. Also not in Fire Red, Leaf Green. Of course, it would be able to use Fly. Do we have any flying options left for Fire Red and Leaf Green? I guess Pidgeot, maybe Dragonite, maybe Charizard. If we don't go for Charizard in these games, it's a bit difficult, man. Okay, I'm gonna read chat. Sorry, I was talking for a long time there without reading what you were saying. Earlier the better me. Nah. IWFH Wednesday, Thursday. Oh, I work from home, so I can watch along. Oh, let's go. So Wednesday, Thursday, you work from home. That's good to know, Dan. So Wednesday, Thursday's good days to stream in that case. Maybe I should do like a poll on Discord sometime to figure out when's the best time for all of you to watch. And then see if I can make that work or not. I guess in a new place, I don't really know what I can do yet. Faint and use for another run. I'd use Spearow and Silver. Why would you use Spearow and Silver? Aren't we going for Pidgeot in Gen 1 due to badge boost? We could go for Pidgeot in Gen 1 as well. We'd have to go for it in blue or here, then. Compare ranks. Fearow to Pidgeotto. Yes, Pidgeotto, I'm pretty sure, is in F rank. I'll look at it quickly. Sorry, I also didn't create a thing. I probably should have created an overlay where we can look at it on stream together. So, Pidgeotto, not Pidgeot. Pidgeot's in B rank for Gen 1. Pidgeotto is... Where's Pidgeotto? Wow. I'm pretty sure we ranked Pidgeotto. I can't find it. It's not in F and it's not in C, which are the 2 ranks I would have expected it to be. Bars. For Gen 2, Pidgeot is in C. Pidgeotto isn't even on the list here either. Oh, did I not rank Pidgeotto? Oh, maybe I didn't rank Pidgeotto. Maybe I just ranked Pidgeot. Pidgeot's not in Hoenn. And it is in rank C for remakes as well. So it has the best rank in Gen 1 with B rank. Probably because, yeah, the badge boost glitch. Aerodactyl I think we want to save for as late as possible. It gets a mega evolution. Also, it has one of the fastest speed stats in Pokemon. So I would definitely be wasting Aerodactyl if we got it in these games. Stream when it suits you, mate, and we'll work around it. Well, yeah, that is kind of true. I probably should make sure I can do the time first and then work with yous on what exact times, maybe if there's a bit of wiggle room. Maybe skip encounter unless Pidgeline passes out. That's a good suggestion too. That's kind of what I wanted to do, skip the route. But the thing is, there's a lot of routes coming up where both Ekans and Spearow are available on top of more rare Pokemon. For example, Voltorb on Route 10, I think it is coming up pretty soon. Which would be it. You know, I think we need to kind of take Spearow off the list. Welcome in, DT. How are you doing today? Welcome in. Use now then. Pidgeotto in Gen 1. Yeah, I think we do. Is there harm in checking what the encounter would be, or do we ever want to come back here? The thing is, all the encounters that are available on this route are also available on plenty of routes later on. This is the first route that Ekans and Spearow... I guess it's the first route that Ekans is available. Spearow was technically available earlier. But the thing is, I think the route south of Cerulean has Spearow or Ekans. Also the 2 routes east of Cerulean have Spearow and Ekans. I think the route south of Saffron, where we will be heading to Vermilion, also has Spearow and maybe Ekans. Then the route where Drowsy is available has Spearow and Ekans. Shit, I just punched my mic, sorry. So, like, I think we need to just accept that Spearow needs to just be gone for the list so that we can catch a few rarer things. Maybe. I don't know. Spearow could be important in Let's Go. Oh, jeez. I hate that. Why do I have to think so far ahead? Why did I come up with this challenge? Yeah, Let's Go is... Oh, I don't even want to think that far ahead, but I have to, don't I? Damn it. I'm doing alright. Got a second shiny in Area 0. Oh, did you? Let's go. Did you post it yet? You said earlier in Voices stream that you were hunting in Area 0? So, the only reason that we go for a Spearow here is to get it and then put it in the box. We just wing Let's Go when it happens. I mean, Let's Go is going to be a mess. Also, Voices rightly pointed out there's a huge issue with Let's Go, Pikachu and Eevee, and that the Eevee and the Pikachu can't be removed from the game that you get as a starter in those games. So, technically, we're not allowed to use it. Let's Go is going to be in like 3 years. Okay. Right, thanks for the confidence, everyone. Do we go for it? Because the other argument is we don't really want to be catching too many rare things, do we? I guess there's no harm in... there is harm in creating Jeopardy Pokémon, isn't there? Jeez, I didn't think we were going to have to think about this for so long. You need to work out what's available in your Let's Go and what you're going to work with. See, that's the issue, DT. The Kanto Pokemon are available in, I bet you, every generation in at least 2 games. Probably all of them. So I don't know, I don't think there's a way of telling how many are going to be left by the time we get to Let's Go. I think what we need to do right now is probably focus on what do these encounters make available in Gen 1 by catching them, specifically in this game. What other Pokemon do we gain access to? And then also we should consider Gen 2. Are we removing a Pokemon from Gen 2 that we need? or are we making a Pokemon that we want to get easier to get in Gen 2? So I would argue getting Spearow here will make Pineco easier to get in Gen 2. It'll make Heracross easier to get. It'll make Apom easier to get. I might be wrong with the encounter list there for the headbutt trees. And I would argue it's going to make it easier to get Ekans, which I don't even know, do we want Ekans? Arbok is an A rank in Gen 1. I guess it's never going to be that high again because of the Rap Glare strat. I mean, we could just catch Arbok and run with Arbok as our thing. Okay, damn, I missed a lot of messages there. Okay. McMahon, if we're lucky. Okay, thanks very much for the confidence, Dan, too. I got to Meditite, but I'm waiting to evolve the second one first. Okay. Waiting to evolve. Oh, you want to evolve the second one. Oh, okay, that makes sense. By the time he gets to Let's Go, I might be close to retirement age, so at least I'll have more time. You don't look older than 24 in your pictures, Dan. So, oh, you're 32. Okay. Well, I guess I gave you a hidden compliment there, but okay. I talked to Neil about this in length. There's no way we can root out 30 games. So, suggestion we think about Let's Go is, I don't know if it's irrelevant. I think it's just we can't really plan that far ahead. I think that's the issue. I don't think it's necessarily irrelevant. It's just kind of impossible. There are version specifics you may have to work with. You're flipping right, DT. Here's an idea. Okay, voice is an idea. Thanks very much, hi. Sorry I missed, I guess you ended your stream already. I did intend to come in and say hello, but yeah, I was kind of caught up in other things today. But next stream, I'll be there again, hi. Were you doing DK again, I guess? Randomized races. Keep this encounter till just before the last battle. Maybe start in Let's Go. Well, that's not a bad idea, but maybe we should start in Let's Go. The only issue is with starting in Let's Go, there are genders in that game, and there are gender differences which don't exist in this game yet. It's rough. There's no way you can plan ahead. There's far too many factors to take into account when Nuzlocke, like it'll be near impossible. I agree, Dan. But I do think, like, if we catch Spearow or Ekans here, they are both available on a multitude of routes coming up. So, we restarting again? No, don't worry, Laboza. Welcome in. How are you doing today? And we're not restarting again. What if a new Gen 1 remake releases? It goes against what we're going for starting in Let's Go. Yeah, that's the other thing. Yeah, that's why also, yeah, we kind of have to assume that the only game that exists is Gen 1, which is exactly why I went and caught every single Pokemon the first time we played this, and then I paid the price in Gen 2. So this time we're going to play with the knowledge of, like, Gen 2's around the corner. Maybe we need Pokemon in later games, but I think we don't plan further than Gen 3, maybe. Maybe, like, for an odd Pokemon with a fairy type, a Mega Evolution, we do. Part of me thinks we should try to do the least amount of Pokemon possible per early run. Well, we've already caught, like, 5 Pokemon too many then, I think. Yeah, you mightn't be wrong about that, Voices, actually. Maybe we do have to go, maybe we cap it at a certain number. The thing is, so there are other routes to the south that we have to go through. Now, we're taking so long to think about this. This is incredible. No, I hope not. No, we're not going to restart. We're not going to restart, for sure not. You could probably do the game now with the 6 you have right now, to be honest. Yeah, Gen 1 is so broke, I probably could, honestly. I've tagged you in a site for version exclusive. Oh, okay, thanks very much, DT. Actually, I just saw the notification. Let's go version exclusives. Okay. Let's see. It looks like they're pretty much the same as red and blue. I think they are the same. Meowth isn't there. Arcanine Vulpix. Bellsprout, Oddish. Yeah, they're pretty much the same. Pinsir, Scyther. So on paper, you're filling the boxes with Pokemon to get over the line rather than things you need. The other argument with, I mean, we probably could beat the entire game with the 6 Pokemon we have right now. But maybe, I know this creates a lot of Jeopardy Pokemon down the line. But we could try and catch as many first stage evolutions, which will mean that we're going to be running around with a lot of Jeopardy Pokemon in the future. But to get them off the list so that we only have powerful options available to us later. Maybe that's a mistake. I don't know. We're going to leave this route for now. Only thing is, we can't level grind now anywhere. Maybe that should have been the argument. If we don't catch a Pokemon here, we can't level grind. There's a rare candy right here. Okay, that was a long discussion. That ended up probably in, if I had just said we can't level grind if we don't catch a Pokemon, we might have come to a decision earlier. Also, that sounded like it played way longer than the thing was on screen. I think Arbok should be pretty good to catch just because it's really good. And yeah, it's amazing. We ranked it A rank because of Glare Wrap. You need to run through Kanto 7 times at the moment. I think we need to run through Kanto more than that, do we not? You're right, 7 times Gen 1, Gen 3 remakes, Let's Go Eevee Pikachu. But you might as well add Gold, Silver, Crystal, because we're running through Kanto there too, kind of. And Heart Gold, Soul Silver to that list too, because we're kind of running through Kanto there too. But you're right, we are playing through Kanto 7 times. Because in our team at the moment, we can use Pidgeot in the late game right now. Yes, we can. The rest are kind of useless. Yeah, the rest we're just keeping to... Well, I mean, Nidorino might be kind of useful. I don't think we're going to evolve Ivysaur to Venusaur. I think we're going to keep it as an Ivysaur. So how do we beat our rival with the current Pokemon? Because we kind of have to now. I think we need to get the encounter. I think we need Nidorino to be level 18. Maybe Nidorino can beat Pidgeotto. Ditch the second team in Kanto for Gold, Silver, Crystal, it'll be easier. Maybe we do have to consider that, Dan. Maybe we do have to consider that. You can skip most of the encounters in Johto Kanto. That's true. Because, yeah. Unless there's a really good Pokemon that we absolutely need to beat the Elite Four, we can just skip the Kanto and Johto games. You're right about that, Voices. I'd say go for Ekans, otherwise we just knock out. Well, the thing is, let me go and check the mart. Are there repels? Also, what can we repel for? We cannot repel for anything. Everything is available at level 10 and 12 and other levels too. So we can't repel. It's either going to be a Spearow or a Ekans. Should we go in? If it's Spearow, we knock it out. If it's Ekans, we catch it. Then, Dan, you said earlier you'd keep Spearow for Gold and Silver. Like, what's Spearow going to do in Gold and Silver? We ranked Spearow in Gold and Silver as C rank because it is available early game. Is it available early game? The earliest you can get it is once you get the Headbutt TM, which is after Bugsy. So it would be available for the Whitney battle, where it's weak to Rollout. It would be available for the Sudowoodo battle, where it's weak to Rock Throw. I mean, it will be able to resist all of Morty's moves and lay damage on it with flying type moves. Actually, that might be a good call. Why to use Fearow to beat Morty? It'd be another sort of counter rather than having to use Giraffe Rig. It'll be a fly option, and I'm not sure how many you could catch. Oh, that's true. Okay, it could be a fly option. Yeah, you're right. So, okay, McMannery, that's what McMannery meant. We go in, go for Ekans, otherwise knock it out. Okay, I think we'll do that. I kinda zoned out. Oh, rip. Sorry, the bozo. How are you doing today? What's the discussion about? If we get this encounter or not on Route 4. It's either Spiro or Ekans. We have discussed it for almost 30 minutes, it looks like. I'm not entirely sure on the time there. Okay, we go in. How many Jaeger bombs you're gonna have this weekend? I said 12. Neil says 18. Okay. What's the logic behind the discussion? We shouldn't be catching everything this time around. But I guess we're not gonna miss Firo or Arbok, are we? In the later games. Because they're kind of the best in this gen. Like, they're never gonna be better. Yeah, this gen is probably the height of their... Well, who knows? Maybe they get flipping Mega Evolutions in Pokemon ZA, and then we look like Egypts. But it is what it is. Let me prep this quickly. Our Route 4 encounter is... Oh, damn. Okay. Oh, no. Okay, this is Dupe's Claws. Of course, I put that in chat as well. I should have waited. Okay, my question is, shouldn't we catch some F-tier Pokemon? So we start getting duplicates for later games. Make other mons easier to catch. That's what I think, but then on the other side of that is that by catching Pokemon, we're also not only creating duplicates and easier to get rarer Pokemon, we're also creating Jeopardy Pokemon. Right, our Route 4 encounter is... Spiro. You know what? I think we catch it. I think we catch it, but don't use it. Or at least don't evolve it. You know what? If it lives a horn attack, fair play to it, we catch it. If it doesn't, it faints. Master Ball, okay. Oh no. Oh, it lived. Okay, we're catching it. We're catching it. Whoever it was that said catch as little mons as possible, I would agree with, and I feel like Arbok is a good option so we can get through the game well. Yeah. I mean, I agree, but also Firo, we're not going to miss it, are we? Are we going to miss Firo in any game ever? Maybe early game options for Fire Red and Leaf Green. Okay, we're knocking this out. We're knocking this out. And we're going to hope that we don't get Spiro anywhere else. Damn it, I really don't know what we should do here. Okay, let me read what did I miss? Is this by any chance meant to be glitchless? You can't do glitchless Gen 1, unfortunately, because if it uses Leer, it unintentionally boosts our attack, defense, speed, and special. So we're not going to intentionally like do missing no or anything. But certain glitches are unavoidable in Gen 1 because the games are so bugged. That's such a big brain move, but honestly, I think this will overcomplicate it. Master Ball, thanks very much, boy. You can't avoid it. Getting dupes in Jeopardy based on the rules. Let's go. I think we're being too critical on the whole Pokemon catching. We made the tier to base what we should be smart catching and what we could just catch for the Living Dex progress. Well, there is a few glitches that will help you get the Pokemon you need. Oh, yeah, I don't know which one you mean exactly, but I know of certain ones where you can pretty much ensure certain Pokemon. But I think we won't abuse the game too much. I mean, we can't really not abuse certain things, like if we get leered, but... yeah. So do we catch or not? I think we don't catch. I think the reason is to give us Spiro early on in Fire Red and Leaf Green, because we might have no Pokemon to catch there if we do get it. So let me write that down. Route 4 Spiro Field. Route 4 Field Spiro. The thing is, it can show up again. We will get it as our encounter again. Yeah, good point. That was made to help with this situation. I think just using the tier list should be fine. If we have 2A and the rest F, the game is beatable. I think we can beat this game without an S or an A at all. I think we can beat this game probably with 2 or 3 Bs. They're the ones like, oh, if I decided to do a rare Pokemon. I think we'll just go with the regular repel trick. If we can't repel trick for a Pokemon, we'll probably just take whatever we get. We should base our catching based on the tier list, more specific the tier 1. The issue is just catching is that Kanto is happening so often. Yeah, we're playing through Kanto 7 times, as Voices said earlier. So go grab 2 or 3 Bs and let's go with it. Yeah, I get that, Dan. Also, we do need to catch some Pokemon, because, like, not all of them, but we need to... Maybe we should have rooted this out a little better. And speaking about ranking, we should decide which tier Pokemon we want to have in the team. Well, we can't really decide on any Pokemon Labozo, because we don't know what we're getting in each route. The argument for catching Spearow, the only argument really for catching Spearow was to get rarer Pokemon on later routes. Not really because we wanted to use it. But to remove Spearow as our encounter for later routes. But we can't really force certain encounters in Gen 1. I think very rarely can you repel for anything, because most Pokemon all appear at the same level on routes. In later games, I think that is very valid. But yeah, I think because it's the very first game, we can't really do much influencing. We can maybe decide if we want to fish or go for the tall grass. But other than that, I don't think we're able to influence much in this very first game. Maybe in Blue, we can already start thinking about certain things. The question is, which game do you prefer playing, Gen 1 or Gen 3 ones? Which one do I prefer playing? Probably Gen 1, because it's easier to beat. I understand that, but we should have an idea on what we would want in the team. Well, I mean, if we catch Arbok, I think we can win the entire game with just Arbok. I think literally we never have to switch. It's going to take a while, because the battles are going to take forever to win. But I think if we just catch Arbok, we can basically box every other Pokemon and win the game. That's the thing about this gen. It's very easy to beat. Try to grab those mons or an idea of which mons you want in this run first. The thing is, I don't know if we can decide, because we don't want to really catch too many good ones from Gen 2 or 3 or Hoenn. And we also can't really influence which ones we get very often. Like, the only thing we could have done is catch Spearow there to make sure we get Ekans on Route 10, which would have ensured that we got Voltorb on Route 11. But already, if we're using Voltorb, we might be taking a very good Pokemon away from a later game. Or Electrode, sorry. Moms. Love that typo. That is actually a very good typo. Okay. Let me just make sure I'm not missing... Let's go. Okay. I disagree. We basically picked and choose many Pokemon in 54 gold attempts. We did, yeah, but that is a different story, because gold has different encounters. We already had 3 Pokemon games played, which meant that we had like 108 Pokemon caught, which we couldn't catch again. So it's very different playing this game, because we can't... there's nothing caught so far, other than the 6 Pokemon we have down there. So we essentially have nothing to influence other than repels what we catch, or by catching something on one route so that we can ensure the catch on a different route. Other than that, we can't really influence anything in this game. This is the first instance. Our choices are endless. Yeah. Also, that cause we just caught everything in... Yeah, that's the thing. We caught everything in the first time I played through this, which was a huge mistake. We're in the first. The world is our oyster in this run. Exactly. We can select basically what we want. That is true. Now, also, because we knocked that out, we can do a quick level grind to make sure we are at level 18 with at least Nidorino, to make sure we have something to counter the Pidgeotto. Yeah, let's go and train Chandler for a bit quickly. I think you should focus on getting through the game and do a cleanup round at a later stage. I mean, we could do that. We could go and beat the game, beat the Elite Four, and then the rules state to end the challenge, we need to unlock all post-game content, which if you beat the E4, you get access to Cerulean Cave. So once that's unlocked, we just have to go and beat the Elite Four again, and then the run ends. So yeah, we could beat the Elite Four and then go back to all the routes that we skipped and just catch Pokemon that we want to catch there. Yeah, but then again, how are we going to decide on which ones to catch? Maybe to do that... Actually, you're right, Voices. Maybe we do that. We catch maybe a team to beat the game. Then we go and map out blue. Maybe not map it completely out, but see which Pokemon we want to go for. And then make sure by catching certain Pokemon in red that we can catch them in blue. I guess that doesn't quite work because there are 2-stage and 3-stage evolutions, so we can't really remove anything so that blue has the catch for sure. Then do we just go for lucky catches like we go for Ekans here? Maybe we do. Maybe that's the way to reduce the number of catches actually. Go for luck. Just go in for the randomized encounter and see what it is. If it's not what we want, we knock it out. I mean, we can catch... Spearow going to show up 100 more times in this game. There's so many routes. Route 16, Route 17, Route 18. It's going to be on Route 12, 13, 14. It's going to be everywhere. Spearow's everywhere. So is Pidgey. Like, all of these Pokemon are everywhere in these games because there's only 150 Pokemon. And most, like, I don't know, there's like 30 probably in the that are only available in the Safari Zone. If I'm being honest, I think we're thinking too hard about this on catching. Your points are super valid, but I think we are smart enough, and we made tier lists to help us. I meant more do red, blue, yellow, fire green, fire red, leaf green with smaller teams. Then you have a lot left, go through the game you like the most to catch a lot. Oh, that's what you mean with, oh, the game that I prefer most. Okay, yeah, I prefer Gen 1 just because it's easier to beat. But I guess to do that, we would have to leave it for Fire Red, Leaf Green. Because we can't really do a lot of catching in this game. Because we're then... Because it's later on. So there we could go and do a cleanup in Fire Red and Leaf Green. I think doing a cleanup here will just create another problem probably. The way I see it, the tier list should somewhat dictate which mons we use for tier 1 and what we can catch for Living Dex progress. I agree, just go with the flow. We can work it out along the way. Just don't go overboard on catching too many A's or S's. I sort of like that idea, just catch what we need. Catch what we need to beat the... Well, we already have everything we need to beat the game. Maybe... I mean, the issue why I in the end didn't want to catch Spearow there was... Because... Remember when we were looking at Fire Red and Leaf Green? We got our starter, or well, we would have got our starter there, obviously. But the next Pokemon we could have caught was Nidoran, male, in Fire Red or Leaf Green. I think we had to go for it in Leaf Green because we didn't have a cut user in Leaf Green. So we had to leave it in Fire Red so that we could get it in Leaf Green, which means in Fire Red, our first encounter after getting the starter would have been Clefairy and Mount Moon. Now, we would have been guaranteed a Clefairy because all the other Pokemon were gone. But that's the issue. That's why I wanted to leave the Spearow so that we still have a Pokemon in Fire Red and Leaf Green in the early routes to help us, you know, train for Brock and stuff like that. There's the Ekans. I think that's why in the end I didn't want to catch Spearow because we need to leave
Mr.
stuff.
Seth 56.
Welcome in, Seth. How are you doing today?
Mr. Seth 56 redeemed, say hello.
I think we have to leave certain things for later on, even if they're just like a C or an F rank, because they help in the early game so that we can sack something and swap it in if, I don't know, Bulbasaur's in trouble or So maybe we try and avoid Spearow altogether. But then the issue is not going for Spearow in this game means we can't catch Farfetch'd in yellow, which means Farfetch'd is only good in yellow. Farfetch'd will never be useful. It is only good in yellow. And we can't ensure Farfetch'd in yellow without catching Spearow in red and Fearow in blue. So that's the other issue. And we kind of want to use Farfetch'd as our flyer in yellow, because it gets agility and sword stance. It can't be got in red or blue. So we might as well use it in yellow. With sword stance and agility, it'll sweep every gym. It won't necessarily beat Brock, but Brock isn't around anymore. So maybe we do catch Spearow. I'm thinking now, for some reason. There's no way we beat the game with this team here. Only decent mon is Pidgeot. Yeah, maybe you're right. Or another thought, going on Voice's idea. We attempt to catch our team to beat the game, then go catch Pokemon whenever we have to do a level grind. Once the game is beaten, Elite 4 plus Champion, then we can decide what to catch here to help the later versions. Yeah, I think that wasn't quite Voice's idea. Voices wanted us to just catch the team to beat the game and then go and catch the Pokemon in Fire Red, Leaf Green, because that's where we'll know which ones are available still to us. I'm thinking now we have to go for Spearow, unfortunately. Doing good. How about you? Not too bad today, Seth. Yeah, the move is getting closer and closer, so a lot of packing to be done. But yeah, I want to try and get as far as I can in red before I move, and then once we're back, you know, beat red as quickly as possible and move on to blue. I said Pokemon catch during level grinds and be able to level grind in whichever grass patch or water route. Yeah, that works as well. Why is it good in yellow? Farfetch'd because we can't do in-game trades because we don't have our trainer ID, or the original trainer isn't our name, which it has to be, so that I can tell when the Pokemon are in home which game that the Pokemon came from. So the thing in question is, are we thinking about let's go or not? If not, then just catch. If you are, then only catch if necessary. Or not only let's go, also Fire Red, Leaf Green. Right, I think we need to think about Fire Red, Leaf Green, because that was part of the problem why we're restarting. I think thinking about let's go is probably as useful for the entire challenge as it is to think about what Legends ZA or ZA is going to have. Because we honestly can't tell what the future holds when it comes to Pokemon games and what will happen to, like, yeah, I mean, we're saying stuff now like save Gardevoir for after Gen 6 or after Gen 3 because it gets Fairy type. The thing is, what if Pokemon introduces the Light type or something in Gen 10? And I don't know, Gardevoir gets it there. Then we would have argued to keep Gardevoir until there. So I think just because Gen 1 to 3 are very tough with the amount of Pokemon that we can catch, because they're very limited compared to what's available after, we should plan to Gen 3. Including Gen 3, but not past Gen 3, probably. I think that's what we should do. I think we should forget about all games Gen 4 and further. Or just know that from Gen 4 onwards, we won't have an issue catching or not having Pokemon available to us. I think that's what we should. Because if we're thinking that far ahead, like to Let's Go, Scarlet, Violet, then we might as well try and predict what Gen 10 is. Well, no, it's not quite that. It's not quite comparable, but we honestly don't know. And this challenge is intended so when new games come out, that they will be part of the challenge as well. Because, yeah, there's no way we're catching all forms of alchemy by the time we're in Scarlet and Violet, so... Oh, come on. We're gonna try again. Right, I think I missed a few messages there again. Also, an ad break is starting in 20 seconds. There we go. Right. Level 17. We're going to come back here very briefly after the break. I just want to get Rattata to level 18 too. Then we'll take on the rival. Do Nugget Bridge and try and get to Vermilion then. Because the rival battle on the SS Anne has a cap of 20, which is lower than Misty's cap. I need to read a few chat messages. I'll read the chat message in a second. Ads are starting. I'll read them when I come back, actually. I'm sorry for doing that. I think that is very inappropriate to do. But yeah, I forgot to snooze the ad in time. So, yeah, it's starting now. So, we'll take a very short break. I'll read the chat messages when we get back. We'll be right back. Okay, let's go. I'm going to catch up on chat quickly. I have some background music for that. Let's see, where were we? What message did I last read? So the thing in question is, are we thinking about Let's Go or not? Okay, I think that's what I was arguing for so long, wasn't it? Or not only Let's Go, also Fire Red, Leaf Green. I think those were the messages I last read. But wouldn't Fire Red and Leaf Green have Gen 3 Pokemon in Kanto? No, they don't. That's the issue, Labozo. They don't. You can catch a few Gen 3 and a few Gen 2 Pokemon, but only after you've beaten the Elite Four for the first time. In fact, you can't even evolve Eevee into Espeon or Umbreon. So that is a big issue for those games. There's genuinely only Kanto Pokemon available. Nidoking would have been better for Fire Red. Yeah, we didn't catch Nidoking. We're not intending. We only wanted to evolve it to Nidorino and then not touch it. The difference is we most likely won't be getting remakes of games that have Kanto. Oh, who knows, McMannery? Who knows? The Pokemon Company love Kanto. They know that there's a lot of Gen 1ers around the Earth, so nothing you can do if they bring out new typing. I'd go to Gen 3 planning and no further. I agree, Dan. I think we need to stop somewhere with planning ahead. And I think the issue was why we restarted and why we did the tier list was because we had an issue with Fire Red, Leaf Green, an issue with Crystal, potentially even Silver. So we should just limit our planning to that point. Sorry, I just punched the mic again. And probably not plan further ahead. If we're worried about catching too many mons, we should set a limit 6 for the team, 6 as replacement if any mains could be lost, and then maybe 10 to 15 Pokemon for living dex progress. Yeah, I think we need to work out the exact numbers. I don't think we can just... what did you use to get to those numbers, Labozo? I think we need to... If we do it that way, and I think that was my original intention, to catch a certain amount of Pokemon in each tier, to... I think that was the intention originally of the tier list, but I think I didn't do any math of how many we should get from each one. Total would be 22 to 25. I think that's about good. I think that's around about good. Last time I played Red, or Attempt 9 in Red where we beat it, I think we got 40 Pokemon, which, you know, that was way too many. I think just catching as little Pokemon as possible surely gives a better chance in future games as it gives more options. It does, but also I think we need to catch certain specific Pokemon we should look into catching. We maybe need to route a few games. Like, if we want in Silver to catch, for example, Girafarig. Actually, ensuring Girafarig in Gold, Silver, and Crystal means we need to catch the entire Pidgey line in Gen 1 if we want to ensure Girafarig. I think also ensuring certain Pokemon means we have to catch certain Pokemon in Gen 1. Even less than 20. I think we should go for 20 at least. I have an idea. How about we for sure catch all basic mons that have 2 Evos, just because we don't commit to it in this game, or the next game we catch it. I mean, I agree, we do create Jeopardy Pokemon through that, but I think you're not wrong. 5 to 6 Pokemon are legendaries. In the tiers, I guess, is what you mean with 5 to 6 Pokemon are legendaries. If that's the case, then grab Pokemon that are very common so other Pokemon are easier to catch in blue, yellow. Of course, I doubt that considering if we lose any main Pokemon. 6 is your team. Plan 6 Pokemon to be replacement of Animons. Our list. These don't have to be caught until a main is lost. Then 10 F tier for Living Dex. Smartly caught to open other Pokemon possibilities due to dupes clause. If you don't lose any main, then you would be essentially catching 16. I think we do have to aim for around 20. I don't know. I need to figure out what the exact number is. I need to do some math. And maybe until I do the math... Oh no. Okay. I just realized we are a little unprepared for this. At the end of the day, you don't want to be back at gold in the same situation with only a handful of options. Exactly, that's the main thing. Just be smart and not go mad like I did last time. Exactly. Like, if I get the urge to, for example, catch Psyduck to evolve it. You know, don't do that. Don't go for Slowbro. Don't go for Arcanine. Don't go for Lapras. Maybe skip Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan. Maybe skip... Who else did I flip? I caught all of the legendary birds. And I think only Zapdos was used in the Elite Four, and I think it was one shot by Jinx or something. So... I think, yeah. That's easier said than done. Where do we draw the line? I guess that's where the tier list comes in. Okay, thanks for missing that. Sorry for the typos and making the chat confusing. No, you didn't make it confusing, Lebozo. I think I figured out what the typos were. But then you know me. I'm bad with context. Most people would probably see the typos and would realize what word it is. My brain just, for some reason, it reads every situation in a vacuum rather than understanding things in context. And then I have to think about what the context is. Which, I think that's on me. I honestly think that is on me. That is nobody's issue. I think that is just that my brain is slow when it comes to context. Because I was watching Voices stream, or obviously you Lebozo and McMannery were in too. And sometimes I would reply to something that Voices said, maybe like 3 or 4 minutes later. Alright, thanks very much, Manny, for the lurk. And Voices would get the context of the message. Whereas I wouldn't. Like, I was sitting there and finding it incredible that Voices understood what I was referencing with my message, which, you know, I would have definitely struggled with. Also, this issue seems to just be the case for the first 3 gens because of gender. Yeah, I'm pretty sure with the introduction of gender differences, that alone, I mean, once we get to Gen 4, we can then decide which Pokemon to leave for Let's Go, Eevee and Pikachu, if we want to. I don't even think we necessarily have to, because with the gender difference introduced, remember, I did some math before we did the tier list, and the math was that in generations 1, 2, 3 for this challenge, almost the same amount of Pokemon are introduced as in Gen 4 alone. Not quite, it's a bit short, but almost the same amount of Pokemon that are introduced from Gen 1 to 3 are introduced again, alone in Gen 4. So I think we're good. I think we're good down the line. Ultimately, here is my final thoughts on the matter if we're worried about not having mom. I am going to read that as mom, Lebozo, because that is hilarious. For Gold, Silver, Crystal, Leaf Green, Fire Red. Then red, blue, and yellow need to have at least Pokemon caught as possible. I mean, I see where you're coming from, but the thing is that isn't quite right. Technically, we want certain Pokemon to be gone. As I said, we need to catch the entire Pidgey line in Gen 1 if we want to ensure Girafarig, for example, in Gold, Silver, Crystal. We also need, for example, Magnemite to be off the list. Magnemite and Magneton if we want to get Taurus and Miltank in Gen 2, which that's the only gen where they're safe to catch. Well, I guess maybe Gen 4 as well. But there are certain Pokemon, Farfetch is also on that list actually, that need to be gone to ensure Taurus and Miltank in Gen 2. So there's certain Pokemon that are good to take off the list. It's just not good to take all of them off the list the way I did. We need to find like the middle ground, and I think what we're struggling with is what is the middle ground. because we know what the extremes are. We know what it is to catch every possible encounter, or as many as possible. And we also could just catch as little as possible, but I think both of them are wrong. We need to find the right middle, which I'm known for not knowing what a good middle ground is, because I love doing either extreme. Which, you know, I either think you go for it all, like I did first time around. Now we're arguing to go for as little as possible, but I just think it has to be in the middle somewhere of both. So catch the team and a few Pokemon to generate dupes. That's it. Flippin' typos. I love your typos, Lobozo. I hope to stay on top of things. Okay, this is an important message here. But my game is simple compared to yours. You mean your challenge with the shiny Living Form Dex? I mean, it's simpler in the concept, for sure. But I think when it comes to actually beating the challenge, yours is a lot tougher. I guess you could argue yours is also a lot of dedication and putting in the time, but you need to know where to get certain Pokemon. You need to know shiny charms, what is the best way to hunt, and everything. So, yep. Let's see. I mean, you did suggest to post about it on Discord. I realize I didn't do that, but I was a little busy today. I'm going to be a little busy tomorrow morning as well, but I will post a thread or a forum on the Discord about what we did, what certain catches will, how they will impact. Definitely blue and yellow. Maybe not Gen 2 just yet. Maybe once we get to blue, we start thinking about how certain catches, because that's when we, for the first time, can catch like Pokemon that evolved twice, where we could complete certain evolutionary lines, and if we want them completed for gold, silver, or not. I think for blue, we'll start looking at Gen 2. If that's the case, we need to plan what to catch if you want to set up encounters for future games. Yeah. You definitely. Lore drop. What was the lore drop, McMannery? Maybe just get the encounter, then make your mind up. I think that is probably the way to go. I like that idea. I've been saying that for a long time now. Yeah, I was going to say that is McMannery's idea as well. To just get the encounter, look at it, see what it is, and then make a decision. What we do. I think maybe we get Pidgey to level 18 too. Yeah, I think this isn't the worst. Unfortunately, we're a little close to the next level cap already. Chibi sends in a cat. Let's go, Manny. What are you at today, other than setting up your computer? Did you have a nice weekend, by the way? I asked everyone yesterday how their weekend was. I guess I didn't ask you yet. My goal is to chat first and shiny hunt second. My goal technically is to beat this challenge and then chat, but I feel like I enjoy the interactions too much to not put it first priority and then the challenge second priority. But yeah, I think we get Pidgey to level 18 as well. I think it evolves. Does it evolve at 17 or 18? But I think we need 2 evolved Pokemon as a Nidorino and Pidgeotto, just to make sure we have a bit of base stats to eat Pidgeotto's hits, and also Wartortle. I think our rival will have Wartortle already. But we're just going to do a short level grind. I think... Have we figured it out? I think we have figured it out, haven't we? We don't catch everything. Yeah, I think we just go for encounter, see what we get, and then decide if we knock it out. I also realized during the break that I said earlier we need to get Spearow off the encounter list for yellow to ensure Farfetch'd. We actually don't have to do that. Because as long as we catch a Spearow in yellow before we get to the Farfetch'd route, which there are routes for doing that, then we don't have to take Spearow off the list completely. We just have to catch Spearow and Farfetch'd in yellow. I guess Pidgey too. Does that mean we don't get an early route flyer in blue? I guess we could go for Spearow in blue, ignore Pidgey in yellow, in blue, and do the inverse, go for Fearow in blue, which does take Fearow off the list for gold and silver. Didn't you catch Spearow in red just now? No, we knocked it out. I said I was going to catch it, and after thinking about it for a few minutes in the item menu, we tackled it and took it down. There's a note in my file that we failed Spearow on Route 4. I also have to be very diligent this time with jotting down if we got the Pokemon or not on which routes, because scraping through the VODs the way I had to do for attempt 54 in gold, that was awful. I think what I want to do is after the stream sit down and then write everything down what happened, and I might as well post on the Discord while I'm doing that. Just so that we don't miss everything, so that everyone can be on the same page, you know, if they want to look stuff up before stream, that the stuff is there, which Pokemon, like what the catches do for how they change blue, what the goal is. Like Farfetch'd for sure we want to get in yellow. Farfetch'd will never be useful. After, it's only catchable in yellow. It did almost defeat Sabrina in our only attempt in yellow that we beat. And it was like 20 levels below Sabrina's Alakazam, so there is that. If we get Pidgeotto in this game, we're committing to Pidgeot in the next Gen 1 game we are catching it. Not necessarily. We can, for example, in blue not go for Pidgey at all and just knock it out every time we see it. And then in yellow catch the Pidgey, catch the Spearow to make sure that we get Farfetch'd later down the line. Because there's not only, to ensure an encounter, we don't only have to catch the Pokemon we don't have to catch the entire evolutionary line in theory. As long as we catch one due to the in-game dupes clause, it also takes it then takes all of the other evolutions off the list too. I have a friend who also does a lot of Pokemon. You two play and stream Pokemon very similar, alright? So I feel you'd like each other but well. I'll introduce him to... Oh yeah, let's do that, Manny. Do you want me to try and keep up with that Nuzlocke tracker? Oh, the thing is, when I opened Voices, it didn't have the thing that you tracked already. I mean, I have it open right now, so I'll track it in there myself. Let me see. Can you put down failed? Oh, you can. Missed. I guess missed is failed. Yeah, I'll put it down in the Nuzlocke tracker. We'll make a neat little wee thing to keep up to date on Discord, and I promise I'll do my best to post before we stream. Can I do it before tomorrow's stream? I do have a lot of appointments tomorrow. I'm gonna try my best to post tomorrow. If not, I'll post after Thursday's stream, and then we know where we're going. Yeah, but what I thought was the game we catch it, do we commit to Pidgeot so we can actually use it in Gen 1? I mean, we don't necessarily have to use it in Gen 1, do we? I think we can just keep Pidgeotto and maybe avoid it. I just love the artwork is actually very nice. Yeah, they have like even the trainer sprites and everything. I love it. We're almost at 18, then we're going to take on the rival. I love this, that we're, like, obviously we maybe should have discussed this before we started Red, but I love having these discussions, people throwing in their points and then trying to think about it. And, I mean, in the end, we did do one of your guys' suggestions, or multiple. Welcome in, Aki, how are you doing today? Alola. Aloha? Hey, it's Voices, and Manny too, yes. That's cool. Alola. Let's go. Voices knows someone who Manny knows too, let's go. World is small. I do too, but it's making my head spin. Yeah, maybe we should have talked about this beforehand. I bet this stream feels a lot different to when you first streamed it. First of all, I don't think I streamed that much of Red. I think back in that day, I actually just recorded it for YouTube because it was my very first game. And also, definitely, yeah, the goal then was just to catch as many Pokemon as I could. Also, my nose is very, very itchy right now. Is pronounced okay. Oh, Orca. Orca? Oh, damn. Okay. Orca. 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 Probably butchered that 1,000 times. I feel we can't come to a consensus. I feel like we did come to one, did we not? On what the appropriate route we should take. I feel like we did come to one. Another person who loves an ambitious Nuzlocke. No way. Actually? Oh yeah, have you ever heard of the Forever Lock? Yes, Voices streamed it. Voices did the type lock. But Voices told me about the Forever Lock. Yes. He very much did. He told me about it. That's the one where you have to get every Pokemon into the Hall of Fame, isn't it? This stream is a billion times better because you have Labozo in it. I mean, that is very true, but I'd also say it is also a billion times better because everyone else who's in it. You got it-ish. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Manny. Oku. Oku. Is that how? Is how people would usually write it. The O is like ouch. Oku. 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 I do the Forever Lock. I'm on playthrough 40 now. No way. So how far are you into it? Playthrough 40 of Gen 1. So like red, blue, or still in the first game. I guess you probably have to... Wait, no, you can't be. 6 Pokemon each time. 6 times 40, you're over 150 then. Oh, stop it. You're making me blush, says Labozo to Dan. I'm just the community drunk. No, you're definitely not the community drunk, Labozo. Suggestion for nicknames next time, Labozo. Drinks on the night. That's actually a good idea. We should do that. Drinks should probably be a thing. Say ouch. But without the ch. Okay, ow. Ow. Oh, so it's like basically almost German. Let me see. Auku. Auku. Auka. 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 Is that right? Where is that word from? Is it like... I don't know. I'm thinking Aboriginal for some reason. But I might be completely wrong. And then do ka like Goku's Kamehameha. Alright. I don't know. I might have overdone it there. So that'll be ouch. Auka. 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 The ka is not right from Kamehameha. Okay. Auka. 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 I don't know. You're just the only one open about it. That is very true. Exactly. There's a lot of drunks in here. But we'll get there someday. You know what? We will. I guess in Ustream. Do you? Auka? Now I'm scared to say the name. I do the generations in order and occasionally a side game between them. So with Scarlet, now I will end up my 4th loop through the generations. Wow. Good luck to you. I'll definitely have to check that out. Lol, I think you did it well just now. Okay. Auka. Auka. I've done Gen 1 4 times. Next playthrough will be first one in Pokemon Green. Wow. Wow. Good luck on that challenge. Is the Pokemon for... Oh, no way. Was it? How is it actually? Oh, let's go. I'll give him a shout out so I can follow him. Shout out. Auka 1993. Let's go. Thanks very much for following. Auka? 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 I don't know. I'm gonna watch your stream and then you can pronounce it and then I'll do my best to to do it. Or to say it. Alright, so you summoned them pretty much immediately there, Manny. Thanks very much. I do stream, yeah. At least 3 times a week, usually more. Let's go. And you're doing the Forever Lock. Incredible. So the Forever Lock is kind of what I'm doing, but a little more difficult even. I got plenty to hide. Okay, one of my mottos is Pokemon for life. I've always loved Pokemon. Let's go. Wait till the next Metronome Battle Revolution. Okay, jeez. That sounds awful, voices. Oh yeah, that'd be cool. The current one is almost done. Let's go. Idea. Oh, okay, let's go. Thanks very much, Manny. Manny did just say he wants to introduce me to you because he feels like our streams are very similar with discussing and trying to come up with strats. Right, let's take on this rival battle. I think we're going to lead Chandler. Welcome in, Hijimi. Let's go. How are you doing today? Who's this tall drink of water? What the flip? What are you talking about, Hijimi, today? When I get a bit more average viewers on Twitch, I want to do crowd control. Oh, that sounds like an experience. So a bit like Twitch plays Pokemon, or more based off of redemptions rather than chat. So you'd still be the pilot. Right, let's see. Need to put a marker here. Marker rival number 3 already. Let's do it. Finally, after how long have we streamed for today already? It feels like 2 hours almost. 1.5. We have finally reached the rival battle in Cerulean. Level cap 18. We have, I believe, 3 Pokemon at the cap, some of them below it. Now the Pidgeotto does like its sand attack, so Horn attack. We wanted to have an evolved Pokemon for this, just to eat the damage a little better. But look at that, it still does a lot. It also has quick attack, so we might have to use 2 Pokemon to beat this. Let's see. I think we need a crit. It doesn't use quick attack. We don't get the crit. Sand attack. Now this might be wrong, but we're going to switch. We're going to switch to our own Pidgeotto and quick attack it next turn. Okay, I don't know who's going to win the speed tie here. We do. Let's go. Pidgeotto down. And now this rival battle is very easy because Abra comes out now. And essentially this Abra allows us to heal back if we have Bulbasaur. So we're going to do so. We're going to Leech Seed it. And then we're never going to attack this Abra. This Abra is going to go down completely to Leech Seed. Let's switch back into Chandler. And then we're going to Leer it all the way. Abra actually heals back quite a lot, I think, from the Leech Seed. Okay, no, I was wrong. Let's just use Leer. And I'll read chat quickly, because I missed a few messages there. Come on. Thanks very much, Lebozo. Hello, how are you guys doing, says Hijimi to Manny and Lebozo. I still play, and people can redeem to EMSS with me. Some channel points, some actual oh, okay. Oh, very nice. It's rival. Please get it right. We will. I love that idea of the interactive. We have a few channel point redemptions. I have to admit, they were very short notice, so they're not fleshed out all the way yet, but I do intend of adding more and more. I think I'm going to add 1 per stream. There is a new one there. Or there's not a new redemption, but there's a new feature. I believe if anyone types, this is the one in chat, we might see something happen to them. I'm doing good. Just got home from work. Let's go, Hijimi. Were you off work yesterday, weren't you? Back to work today. Talked to Ghosty on my way home, so it was nice. Let's go. Those are the best trips. Thank you for helping Ghosty set up Repo. Yeah, that was amazing, Hijimi. Thanks very much. Oh wow, that's a smart way to heal your Pokemon without using items. Yeah, we can't use items in battle. I do remember I almost lost this battle one time to the Pidgeotto. And then I had to heal back, so I did this strat. Like, I'm overdoing it. There's no need to do this. We're going to beat the rival no matter what. But we're absolutely gonna... We're going to overdo this. We're going to completely overdo this. For regular Nuzlocke playthroughs, I usually do hardcore rules as well. For the Forever Lock, I used to do hardcore. Now I allow items in battle again. I can imagine why. I can imagine why. Because that sounds very rough. But no X items. I guess you need to do that for Gen 1, because the X items break the games completely. Foreverlock is challenging enough as it is, yeah. I agree. From what Voices told me, it is essentially what I'm doing, but a lot harder. This is not the one. Well, that didn't trigger the command, but well done, Dan. I want to figure out how to do channel point redeems for sound effects. I think Voices has that. I'm pretty sure Voices could help you with that. I mean, I did the shiny sound. What is it, 4 times on your stream today, Voices? I'm pretty sure. So I'm pretty sure Voices could help you out with that. I want to do it too, but I haven't set it up yet, unfortunately. I mean, we completely overdid it there. I forgot to switch to the Pokemon we want in, but I guess Norm's good enough against Rattata. Let's go for Gust. I don't know, actually Quick Attack might be better. I think Quick Attack is the way to go. It misses its Hyper Fang. Let's go. Rattata's down, Wartortle left to go. Oh, Charmander. First of all, why is this still a Charmander? Secondly, what is going on? Why hasn't this evolved yet? I guess I didn't look at the rival battle properly. But you know it is. Also, why did I think it was Wartortle? We literally picked Bulbasaur as our starter. Okay, I'm being an idiot. I'm being a huge idiot here. These are the 3. Okay, you have to say this is the one. Very specifically. Gotta jump out for a bit and sort tea and kids out. Let's go. Enjoy the tea alarm, Dan. And I'll see you later. Thanks for the XO. Jeez, okay. Well, right, I'll see you later, Dan. No worries. Thank you for making it such a good time. No, thank you, Hijumi, for getting out of the game. That was, of course. It was the least I could do. Yeah, I was off work yesterday. Got my passport ready for my trip. How are you doing, Neil? I'm doing pretty well. Moving on Monday. Yeah, I don't have the keys for the new place yet, and I don't know if I'm getting them before Monday, which is kind of a bit scary, so I might be moving nowhere. But we'll see, we'll see. Right, rival beaten. Next up is the rival battle on the SS An at level 20. I love the level caps in the early games. At least. You willing to test and risk going to the gulag? Neil loves Typhlosion. Interesting. I absolutely hate Typhlosion's guts. Auki. Maybe I should stop saying it so frequently. I think that makes it worse, doesn't it? Typhlosion, everyone keeps telling me, I saw this reel. Typhlosion is the best Gen 2 starter. I'm telling you, those people have, anyone who claims that, they have never played a Gen 2 game using Typhlosion with level caps. Because if you do that, you're literally going to use Typhlosion for the first time against Koga. Typhlosion will never enter the battlefield until Koga, if you're playing with level caps. So, yeah, I literally hate Typhlosion's guts, and everybody loves that I'm apparently the only one who does. So, there's a redemption to change the message at the bottom, so every time it changes there. I mean, I love Typhlosion's design. I don't hate Typhlosion in itself. I just think it's awful in Gen 2, and I hate how many people on Instagram and YouTube and everywhere claim that it is the best Gen 2 starter, when literally Feraligatr is a thing with Ice Punch, Surf, Bite. Like, Feraligatr probably beats every single gym leader by itself. Thanks very much, Hijumi, for the emote. And McMannery, you love Urshifu. Exactly, Labozo. My favorite Pokemon is Quilava. I love Quilava. Send me to the gulag. Type out, this is the sentence. Hamas? Yeah, where is Hamas? Hamas isn't in, apparently. Gulag, let's go. I'm so excited to see the new stream room. Will you be doing the VIP stream before Monday or after the move? Unfortunately, we have to do it after the move, Ijimi. I started running out of money to organize it, so we'll have to do it after I moved. How's the game going? It's going pretty well so far. No real incident. There was one incident, I think, when Beedrill lived on 3 HP, but other than that, everything went well. I agree, Feraligatr is the most useful mon in Johto, especially Gen 2. I don't know about Gen 4, maybe Typhlosion is better. We haven't looked at its movesets and stats yet. But in Gen 2, no one is ever going to tell me that Feraligatr is worse than, or that Typhlosion is better than Feraligatr. In fact, I think Meganium is better than Typhlosion in Gen 2, but I don't know. Why are we peeing in the sink? What? No, that's not peeing in the sink. That's pouring in the sink, Kijimi. It is literally pouring. I almost call it peeing in the sink myself. Gen 4, there's no Ice Punch, but Croconaw naturally learns Ice Fang. That's right. I remember that actually, because I was expecting it to learn it in Gen 2, but it doesn't. There's no Fang moves yet in Gen 2. So that's still where, yeah, Ice Fang actually uses the physical attack stat as well, rather than the special attack stat, which for Feraligatr I believe is better. Oh damn, don't go back. No. We're not going to go bankrupt. There was just, I have a lot of money tied up in the move, which I will get back once I have moved, but I need to move first. You thought that was peeing in the sink too? Well... maybe it is, you know? But the thing is, I can't really admit that on Twitch, can I? So, it's pouring in the sink. Twitch, okay? Please don't ban me. Well, they literally approved it. It was, I think it was, for quite a while, it was in the review thing, being checked if it was okay to have it or not. So, you know, it's yellow snow, exactly. You're right. So, yeah. Okay, I think Darlick is okay against this first trainer. That is melted. Yes, exactly. It's yellow melted snow going down the sink. That's actually the best way of putting it. I agree. Never eat yellow snow. Yes, never put yellow snow anywhere near your body. That's what you're doing during the ad breaks. Peeing in the sink. Yeah, exactly. Pouring lemonade. Exactly. That's what it is, Manny. It's pouring lemonade, literally. Yeah. That emote was actually added for this reattempt of the... It does say Living Dex Hardcore Nuzlocke up there, but technically we figured out yesterday together with voices that the name should be... Actually, Poison Sting would have been super effective there. Should be Pokémon Home Living Form Dex Hardcore Nuzlocke. But... yeah, I feel like that's a lot of words. So I'll have to think about it, what we do. We also need to actively avoid battles at this point, because the level cap is level 20, and we need to beat all of the S's on before we reach level 21. Do we need to beat all of the S's on before level 21? Misty's level 21 level cap. I guess we can beat the rival early, and as long as we don't pick up Cut, we can go back and beat Misty and then come back to the SS Anne to beat the rest of the trainers on there, and then get Cut and go to Lieutenant Surge's gym. But yeah, this is the point of the game where we could technically overlevel. Imagine adding the word shiny into it. The Pokemon Home Living Shiny Form Dex Hardcore Nuzlocke. Yeah, that'd be even worse for sure. Yeah. But I mean, I admire Voices for doing his living form, or his living shiny form Dex challenge. That is rough enough as it is. I think I'm gonna go and heal just to make sure. We're using Beedrill to soak some of the XP, which probably isn't the greatest idea in the long run, because it's going to mean we're going to have to level grind at the end of the challenge. But we are very, very close to the level cap here already. Thank you, McManery, for the emote lore. What do you mean, thank you, McManery, for the emote lore? Where did McManery give emote lore? Did McManery post something on Discord? You better not have. Okay, good. Why did you thank McMannery there, Hijumi? I didn't see any message from him. You could eventually put them in the Hall of Fame. Yeah, he could actually. I think that is something that I'm undecided for this challenge as of now. I want to commemorate every Pokemon's contribution to this challenge. And currently I'm considering giving every Pokemon a ribbon. I think all Pokemon that were alive at the end of the challenge get the champion ribbon of the first game that they can get it in, which I guess for these Pokemon would be Sun and Moon. And other Pokemon maybe that fainted just a random other ribbon. Some of them, yeah, but that would entail beating the Elite Four with every single Pokemon, which could be rough. Don't tell him, Hijimi. What do you mean you're not telling me? Okay. Also, I believe McMannery doesn't even... Well, he knows part of the lore for sure, because there is this amazing poem. Unfortunately, it isn't out since 100 years, so the author still has a copyright on it. Not unfortunate, you know, make your money, Mr. Author. Or poet. Oh, I should have gone Poison Sting there. But, yeah, that probably means I can't read it out on stream, so we won't do that. But there is Simic. Simic is his name. And the poem is called The Garden of Earthly Delights. And it ends with probably the best 3 lines in poetry. Let's go. Thanks very much, TV screen. Nidoran female doesn't have such a high attack, does it? Maybe we don't switch into Darlic here. But if it's 100 years old, then the author is probably dead. Yeah, the thing, I think... Is it since release? I think for music, poetry and all that there, the author or whoever wrote the song gets a copyright for 80 to 100 years or something. And then after that it enters the public domain, at which point, you know, they don't have a copyright anymore, so you can freely share it. At that point, I believe Steamboat Willie, you know, the former Mickey Mouse thing, that's what happened to it, which is why it is now in the public domain. Also, Winnie the Pooh, I think, entered the public domain this year or last year, because there is a slasher film called Winnie the Pooh out as of last year, I think. So, yes, there is a slasher film called Winnie the Pooh out now. And Steamboat Willie, one of the first versions of what eventually became Mickey Mouse, is also in the public domain. So we're starting to get to the era of public domain where like TV and movies were a thing, which, you know, hasn't really been the case so far. So you'll probably see a lot of people using that in videos in the future. It's a very cool emote, that's all I'm going to say. Let's go, Adrian. But there's a little more to it than just that poem, of course. But... you know, that's the part McMannery doesn't even know about. I think that's the part nobody knows about. Yeah. You're very cool with the references to stuff with your assets. Well, I mean, I do have to reference something, Hijimi, do you not? And I always worry about using Pokemon's own... Now, these things are from... They're the official artwork from Pokemon, which... I guess you could argue is stealing, but in the other thing, you could argue it is advertising for them. And by using their artwork rather than someone's artwork that was created by them, I feel like you're just a little safer than creating... I don't know. I just don't want to get in trouble by repurposing other people's... Holy moly. Okay, let's get Chandra in here. So yeah, I prefer to create or ask the artist or artists to create stuff that has a meaning somewhere, but isn't really a thing yet. So that's why we're doing like personal references and things like that, or like to poems that I like, because yeah, I don't like the idea of there being a potential case for copyright infringement, I guess, which is why I won't read the poem out as well. Ayo, that movie looks scary. I think I watched a YouTube video about someone who who went to watch it, and I think the people who actually made the movie saw that he was there and realized he was a YouTuber, and then asked him if he wanted to do an interview with them after, and he said sure, and then he interviewed them, and I think they said they were going to create a whole, like, you know the way there's the Marvel, what is it called? Multiverse. They said they were going to create a whole multiverse of like Winnie the Pooh together with, I think Bambi's going to enter the public domain pretty soon, so they're going to do a slasher Bambi movie or something. I don't know, but yeah, they have like a project idea, and it's going to be weird, or so. I don't know, but it sounds like they're mad. That reminds me, I need to check if I can use a line out of an anime as a sound file or either an alert. Like, I think, you know, the comedy, satire, educational purposes are all exempt from copyright. So you can always use anything for satire, for making fun of things, for education purposes. I believe you can always use everything for free. So technically, sound redeems and things like that are comedy to a certain degree. But I just feel like I'd prefer to like clip unhinged things that Ghosty said on stream, or maybe something unhinged that I said on stream as sound bites, or maybe weird sounds that were recorded during the stream that sounded like farts but weren't, and use that just to be on the safe side. I just don't want to get in trouble, because yeah, I prefer not to be in trouble for some reason. And I'm probably overly cautious. Like, I'm not advising anyone else to go the strict route that I'm going with, like, copyright stuff, but I guess I'm just anxious about certain things. Probably a little too much so. Yeah, that's understandable. Well, I don't know. The Pooniverse, exactly, voices. That's what they're going for. They're going for the Pooniverse. Well, everyone thinks it's Disney, but it isn't, isn't it? It's A.A. Milne, or what he was called, who owns the rights to Winnie the Pooh, or used to, at least. There's also other things, like I'm not sure, but Peter Pan obviously was written by someone, but I believe the author gave the copyright to Peter Pan to Great Ormond Street Hospital so that they could take the profits from the book to use for, you know, scientific research into children's illnesses and all that there. So, you know, there's some very good things that come from copyright, which is why we probably should respect it. But yeah, the Pooniverse. I saw the poem and I feel like I had a stroke. It is literally the best poem ever, but like, best text I ever saw on a piece of paper. The subtitle of it is Blood and Honey, which is hilarious. Blood and honey. Isn't it usually milk and honey? So that's like, okay, that does sound very good. Let's get Chandler in here. No, not Chandler, Darlic, for a bit of XP, switch training. Ghosty, ratata, exactly. That's one that we want to add. I think I did ask Ghosty permission for that, and she did say yes. But I will ask her for every single one that we add, just to be sure. Because I don't want her to like have sound things here that maybe she's embarrassed about or something like that. I think you are generally. I just worry too much about stuff, so yeah. I mean, you probably are good. Especially if you don't make money, you can always claim it's a fan creation, which I believe is also protected. I think it's only commercial use that isn't allowed. So I don't know, you know. I have an idea for a couple things for an anime called The Eminence in Shadow, when they use a cool sound effect with the lines. Oh. I mean, that sounds good, but the thing is, when you're talking about anime, and I was mentioning this to Voices in his stream earlier, Japanese companies are extremely protective of their copyright. Like, most Japanese gaming companies to this day, like, I think streaming is still a very iffy subject in Japan. I think it is technically still illegal to do that. Whereas with us, I think it is, I don't know if it's a grey zone or if it is completely legal, or if it's just accepted by the gaming companies that they make more money if they allow people to do so. But yeah, like they're very different. So when you're talking about anime, like I feel like I heard Studio Ghibli claim all videos with even just a still image of any of their movies on YouTube, which, you know, that doesn't sound great. Right, this guy is a Mankey. That's pretty tough. So I don't know. Like, I would worry too much, but don't take my word for it. I'm not a lawyer. I have no idea what I'm talking about, to be honest. Yeah, we still need the ghosty signboard. We definitely do. Sadly, I've seen both the Winnie Pooh's Blood and Honey and Piglet movie. Okay, is a Piglet movie like a Disney movie? Or is that like the slasher? Also, voices, you're like a movie critic, aren't you? So, yeah, I should have asked you, because you probably know your stuff more than I do. Also, okay, this Beedrill is hanging on for its dear life. Also, these is for Popeye, the Sailor Man horror movies this year. I think I saw that as well. Popeye, I think, must have also entered the public domain. Question, Neil. What are you going to do about the team then? Looking at your lineup, you have 2 C Pokemon and 4 F. Surely we don't plan on continuing the playthrough with this team. Good question. We'll think about that after we beat this Team Rocket grunt at the top. I'm going to go back and heal quickly. Also, Steamboat Willie Horror and Mickey Mouse of Horror. Oh, jeez. Eminence in Saddle is just such an interesting anime. Unfortunately, I'm going to admit, after my childhood, never really watched anime. I think Death Note I watched. I'm not even sure if I finished it. But yeah, I haven't watched a lot of anime. Pretty sure Pidgeot is B, but we're surely catching some more Mons. We're definitely catching more Mons. Yeah, I think we go for an Ekans as soon as we can. Sometimes it is the length of the clip. I had to edit out a few redeems because it was over 10. That's the thing as well. Yeah, I think it has to be a certain amount of a song, which is why I think most of the like Instagram reels or photo share things are allowed to have music in them, because I think it needs to be a certain length as well before they're allowed to claim something. I think I remember that from my law. Like, admittedly, I never went to law school, but we did talk about certain laws at one point in school. And then law is different in every country as well, isn't it? So, I don't know. Yes, they are. You cannot stream most anime stuff or visual novels without getting into trouble. That's the thing. Japanese companies, like, they will go after you. Now, I'm not saying all of them, but it does seem to be a cultural thing these days, more so than, you know, the Japanese companies just being bad or something. Like, it's not that. It's just, it seems to be that the Japanese, I don't know if it's the law maybe that they have that actually bans it, or why it's illegal there, and they go after people worldwide for it. I guess it might just be illegal with us too, but companies just prefer the free ads. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know, and that is the best truth you'll ever hear on this stream. I don't know. It's a really good one. I must check it out sometime. Eminence in the Shadow it was called, wasn't it? Damn, you have some cool new redeems. Lebozo said he's worried about them because he thinks they could make me lose the challenge. So, there is that. Let's see, what do we have here? I have had Warner Bros. Claim against me for a poster in a video review. You've got to be kidding me. Boy, actually did they do that? I'm guessing not on your YouTube or on your Twitch. I'm guessing that's for your movie reviewing that you do. But that sounds, I don't know. That sounds rough. This Beedrill wants to retire ASAP. No, this Beedrill is hanging on for dear life. You know the mechanic in the new Pokemon games where it likes you so much it hung on? This Beedrill has got that in Gen 1 already. Damn, that's so cool. What is your YouTube? I'm guessing Voices has different YouTubes for the movie. I don't know, do you even do movie reviews on YouTube? Also, do we evolve Ratata or not? Good question. We need to know in the next 2 levels, don't we? You should give anime another chance. Probably. There's so many messages. Okay, we're going to focus on reading the message because an ad break is coming up. So we're going to save right here so I can read the messages, take the break, and then we'll continue. Should give anime another chance. Maybe put some suggestions in the Discord in movies. Do I have a movies? I'm pretty sure there is a movies channel. If there's not, put it in the stream channel. And then I'll pick one and give it another chance. Okay, there's a lot of good animes out there. I'm pretty sure there is. I'm going to get a shower. Have a good rest of your... Thanks very much, Hijimi. Enjoy your shower and have a good rest of your week too. Have a good rest of your week and hopefully not too tough at work and not too many getting up earlys. Faint the Pokemon worries me. It's 12k, the redemption, Labozo. Like, I don't think it's going to happen. Most people who have 12k points want me to beat the challenge. And if anything, they're probably going to faint a Pokemon that I intend on using that they want me to stop using so that I use a different Pokemon. So I'm not too worried about it. Oh, it would be a shame if someone redeemed them. That would be horrible, Hijimi, honestly. It certainly would. A quick check says the anime companies very rarely try to copyright ban as they say it is free advertising. Are you sure? I'm pretty sure I've heard the opposite. But maybe, I don't know. I'm just saying I don't claim I've seen more of the opposite than not. Maybe I'm biased. I don't know. But in my mind, that feels wrong. It was on the older YouTube and I lost... Oh, that doesn't sound good. Worse, I was positive about the review. That sucks a lot because you'd want to change it after that, maybe. I don't know. No, probably you're too honest about your reviewing to change it based off of something like that. Have a good day, everyone, says Hijimi. Have a good day, Hijimi, you too. The Eminence in Shadow is like an isekai comedy. Oh. Okay, that's not what I thought it was when you first told me. I know what an isekai is because Manny called his Pokemon Legends Arceus stream my Pokemon Isekai adventure. So I know what that is, thankfully. Right, we're going to take a short break. We'll be back in 3. I'm not sure if that was exactly 3 minutes, but the ad slot ended right as I came back there. Let's go. I just saw DT put in chat. It's a dark Isekai comedy at some points. Now that I do like. That sounds very good. I watched Parasite recently. You know, the Korean movie that won the Oscar? Jeez, was that movie good. I loved the comedy in that movie and, the societal criticism, societal commentary as well. Checking in, son. You winning. Welcome in, Bree. How is your day going? Are you still packing up or back at work today or working from home? I saw you posted your schedule earlier. There was a lot of... I might stream on that day. I think the only day you are definitely set to stream is Friday this week. But you have a lot of days open for potentially streaming. I believe today might have all-day meeting. Oh no. Well, we didn't lose a Pokemon. Beedrill came close to fainting a few times, but it is good still. BRB, right. ET, thanks for letting me know. What do we have to do? We have to take on the rival within a few levels, which isn't ideal. Also, there are some some Geodude coming up here. So we need to use King. Beedrill said, take me out back, I'm ready. No. Beedrill is hanging on 1 HP, 3 HP, 8 HP. It is literally, the thing that they added in later Pokemon games where the Pokemon likes you so much it hung on because it didn't want you to be disappointed. That's what it's doing. It's literally got a next gen feature added already. How's it going? It's going very well, Hammers. Welcome back. So far everything went well. We didn't lose a Pokemon. Also, I think I forgot to add an evolution to the thing here. Can I press down? So we have Beedrill. It is only level 15, but all the other ones are extremely close to the cap. In Stream Discord, I created a thread under stream called Anime Suggestions. I put an extensive list in. Okay. Thanks very much, Laboza. I love that it's an extensive list. Where's my mouse? There. Team 4 is now a Pidgeotto. I hope I spelled that correctly. Looks like I did. Also, we have Chandler the Nidorino. We have Darlic the Zubat. Fraser the Rattata still. And King the Ivysaur. Wow, what a Pokemon. It is, yeah. Beedrill is honestly incredible. It is. It's literally going to save our run, I predict. Somehow. I don't know how. I don't think Beedrill is that good. It does get Twin Needle, though, which is probably the best bug-type move in Gen 1. Thanks very much, Bree. It is bright, I agree.
Sparkly Bree redeemed It's Too Bright.
We finally got Bree to spend channel points. Let's go. Did you hit 69,420? That you decided to spend some, you know, so that you could earn some back again? Let's go. Thanks very much, Bree, for spending channel points. Finally, we had something worth redeeming. Lebozo says to DT, who is currently BRB, so I don't know if you'll hear it or see it. If you are in Discord, you can add some suggestions yourself. Alright, sadly must go. Have a great day, everyone. Good luck, Bree. Take care. You know, not too rough on the meetings and everything. And hopefully you do stream a lot of those days that are currently unsure. Hi and bye, says Lebozo. Hi from McMannery. Twin Needle could be handy against Sabrina. It actually could. Because it is pretty good move against Sabrina. I don't know how much damage it does, though. Right, we're switching to King here. I don't know why that took me so long to switch. 64k now, 65k, damn. I really need to create it. You know, if you have any suggestions for redemption that Bree would love, where we can get Bree to spend her channel points, because she is going to raid herself or end my stream or something. And I know you said you wouldn't do that, Bree, but I like the joke of implying that you might. So there is an item on one of these, but I don't know where it is. There is an item here somewhere, I'm pretty sure. Manny says hi to Bree too. Depot leave. Right, goodbye Bree. I'm at 43k. Damn. Oh, by the way, I saw DT used followage in... Oh, I don't follow myself. Well, rip. But I just wanted to... That is a command here too. So if anyone is wondering when they first joined, what attempt it was, we could probably work it out somehow. I'm ready to crush you with those redeems I'm scared about. So Mac Monnery has been following for 1 year, 4 months and 26 days. I am pretty sure that was my very first stream. The Boza has been following for 2 months, 13 days and 19 hours. Also, if you had a subscriber badge, you probably would have the 2-month subscriber badge, which... That is... Uh-oh, where's Hamas? Wow, fair play. Well, McMannery is my brother, Hamas, so... you know, I don't know if you were here when that lore dropped, but that lore did drop. I think Lebozo asked us pretty directly. So, you know... there is that. We should add that caveat, so... He's basically like, you know, if you followed Mahoo. I guess, I don't know if you followed him instantly or if he told the family who was doing it, but I was talking to my brother about the idea for this challenge and everything before I started streaming. And I'm pretty sure I didn't have my alerts set up yet, so McMannery never got his follower alert, unfortunately. And I don't know if we can ever make up for that. Maybe we'll do so during the VIP stream. That was a bad mistake to attack here. You did, yeah, so, you know, there is that. We want to be open about that. And not pretend like well, he is a hero, but, you know. I want to ask because I saw McMannery and Neil in a stream together. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. We did stream a few things together. We did Unravel, what was it, Unravel 2 recently together. We want to finish that game, but unfortunately one of my Joy-Cons for the Switch broke. Or it blew its fuse. So I have to repair that or get a new one before we can complete that. And we did, like he was on the Harvest Moon speed run that I did, the 21-hour one. And I guess some other streams too. What else did we do, McMannery? You were here for something else. Oh, you were here for the Mario Kart stream as well, weren't you? We're going to lead Darlic into this and then switch to King. And they were playing something together and got me curious. Yeah, the other guy you see in the shorts, that's me. Mario Kart, Unravel, and Harvest Moon speedrun. Yeah, basically whenever there's another... I guess Ghosty has now been on my... theoretically on my webcam. Not really here in person, but she was sitting next to me on the red chair. I don't know why it's so difficult for me to point in mirror. But yeah, otherwise IRL, only ever McMannery has been on stream. I guess there was maybe a very brief appearance of someone waving their hand or something, maybe. Who knows? Okay, we're gonna take out this hiker. I think there is one, maybe two more mandatory battles here. So we should still be below the cap for the next rival battle, but I am a little worried. There is... Let me think. There is at least 2 mandatory battles to get into Vermilion that we have to beat below the level cap too. But I guess we can go and take on the rival, then leave the boat, go back and take on Misty, and then come back to the boat. As long as we don't get cut. So I think that's the order we have to do it. Okay, we can skip this battle, that's good. Also, we can skip this one. Right, this, I think I remember Darlic is extremely good in this battle. Let's hope it's Oddish in the lead and not Ratata. Basically, I was here during the Pogo days on YouTube. Oh, you're right, yeah. That was, before I did the laundry speedrun, that was actually my most viewed video. I think I gained 250 ELO in 5 sets. I basically went 4-1 or 5-0 in all of them, and then posted all of the battles. So yeah, I did do Pokemon Go for a bit. Never on stream, because I can't connect my phone to my PC. I had to screen record and then port it to the PC. Welcome back, DT. Lebozo posted something for you earlier, but you were BRB. Let me find it again quickly. You should be added somewhere in chat. It might have been a while ago. There, Lebozo, at DT. If you are in Discord, you can add some suggestions yourself to the in-stream Discord. I created a thread under stream called Anime Suggestions. I put an extensive list in there. It says Lebozo. Let's go. Pidgey, we should probably switch here. Maybe go into Ratata. Okay. Progress is a little slower than I'd hoped today, but we did have that huge discussion about catching a Pokemon or not. We are going to avoid Route 24 and 25 for encounters right now, because you can get Abra here, which maybe we shouldn't go for. You can also get Caterpie here. You can get Metapod. We could also maybe get Oddish or Bellsprout. I can't remember which one is exclusive, which one isn't. So yeah, there's a few options here that maybe we want to think about later in the game. I had an idea for titles. Let me think. Titles for... What's the gripper or slipper thing? That's just a meme for the channel. Ghosty once said during the Pokemon Gold stream, I think for Hoothoot, look at those grippers. So grippers was kind of a meme. And then I slipped while playing WarioWare Move It. And almost fell over. I just about caught myself before I landed. So, and then the slippers became a thing, and now there's 2 rival teams on the Discord, slippers versus grippers. basically pick whatever you want to. You can change your team after if you want to, so it doesn't really matter. It's just like a pointless meme thing. Also, you don't have to introduce yourself, but if you want to, you can. I think I don't mention that you don't technically have to. Lol, that again. Exactly. Manny. For something you mentioned that Ghosty pointed out. Oh, you have an idea for titles for something I mentioned that Ghosty pointed out. Ghosty, what did Ghosty point out? That I was in attempt 36? Oh boy. There was like a short, wasn't there, during the break? Which I love. That, I think Ghosty for the first time realized what rage does in that clip. Also, she learned what attract is, and the very true Pokemon lore that women can't fall in love with other women, which I don't like how the VLC randomize thing in OBS cuts off the last few seconds of the clip, because I do say I know, that's just Pokemon. Unfortunately, that isn't part of the ad breaks. Ripper Gang, says Lebozo. Yeah, attempt 36 on this game. Yeah, that is quite a tough one. So you were thinking about titles for something you mentioned that Ghosty pointed out. Right, hit us with the titles, voices. I think my brain is struggling with context again, but I'm unsure. Okay, we have the SS Ann ticket. We do have to take on this Team Rocket Grunt. I think I remember is actually quite tough. I think Drowsy and Machop. Drowsy, I'm not sure if it has Confusion yet, but if it does, we are weak against it with 3 Pokemon, 4 Pokemon. That's not great. Punch in the gut.
1989 redeemed change stream message.
Uh-oh. Was I being a little too much there, Lebozo? Which was the anime suggestion channel? It was in Discord under streams. Where did you put it? It's under streams. Yeah, if you go in streams, there is a forum there. Anime suggestion 13 minutes ago. And there are so many in there already. And people are actually typing at it right now. Oh, so is DT. I can see Bree still typing too. You could call each run 1 and then use red attempt. That's actually a great idea, because I was thinking of how we're going to distinguish this second living dex, run. So in-game, the attempt, it is an attempt counter, and overall for the challenge, it is a run counter. Now I'm hoping we never get to run 3. We are in run 2, but that is a great suggestion. So use run to refer to the challenge as a whole, and attempts to the games. Punch in the gut to keep you humble. Thanks very much, Lebozo. I don't know, was I being unhumble there? I hope not. Okay, thanks. So when you get to blue, it would be, run 2, because it's the oh, okay, no, I misunderstood then. Okay, so the run is the game we're on. I guess we don't need a second counter for the living dex in itself, because we're not going to restart again after this, is my prediction. But yeah, that makes sense. So it's run 2, because we're in blue. I mean, could we call it game 2? But it makes sense to distinguish between the different things. I just wanted to remind everyone. Thanks very much, Lebozo. That is very kind of you. I meant more run being each time you restart a game being a running total. Oh, so if we beat red on attempt 1, then attempt 1 in blue would be run 2. But say if we took 3 attempts in red, which we're not gonna, and then we got to blue, it would be run 4. It would be overall the attempt counter across all games. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Because yeah, Ghosty asked... That makes a lot of sense. Let me write that down quickly. Where's my notepad? Run as overall attempt counter? Because I think that is an interesting fact to know. Because Wilco asked yesterday, didn't he, how many attempts it took us in each game to get to where we were. So actually, that is a good point. We should have that. And use the attempts to focus on the times I retry a game. Yeah, or try the game. That makes... Actually, that is a very good point. We will add that. Thanks very much, Voices. Does anyone remember what Pokemon this grunt has first? If it's the Drowsy or if it's the Machop? I have a feeling it is the Machop. But the thing is, if it isn't, we need to switch into the Drowsy. And we have 4 Pokemon that are weak to confusion, if it has confusion. Drowsy, I think. Okay, we're gonna go with Fraser in the lead. Machop first. I have a feeling it's a Drowsy, a Drowned. Okay, that was autocorrect for sure. Also, Aki. I know I mispronounced it there. I was wondering, is it just the German pronunciation? Is it Auke? Is it just German? Since we disagree, it's obviously going to be a Caterpie. Well, I have a feeling... How many times did you go through Gen 1? If you know German, go with that. Auke. Is that what it is? Because I feel like that's pretty close to what everyone was saying that it was. As Dutch and German know the same sounds. Oh, is it Dutch? Oh! Okay, for some reason I was like in Australia and... Oh, you're Dutch? Oh, okay. So basically try and pronounce Auke as English. So that'd be... Auke. 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 Something like that. Is it Auke? I don't know. I don't know Dutch, but... I remember I was in holidays in Austria once, and apparently a lot of Dutch people went to that resort where I was. Well, resort, it was like a mountain town. And because everything was in German, and then it was in Dutch as well. And I'll never forget, beside the newspapers, there was a sign, and it said, Och en het Nederlands verkrijgbaar. And I never forgot that sentence again. And I guess that just means also available in Dutch. Och in het Nederlands verkrijgbaar, or auch in het Nederlands verkrijgbaar. Maybe I'm mispronouncing it. Maybe I'm misremembering it, but I feel like that's a thing. So I have a feeling, what is worse, switching into Machop or switching into Drowsy? I think switching into Machop is better. So we're going to prepare for Drowsy lead. If it isn't, we can switch to King, I guess. Ook in Nederlands verkrijgbaar. That's what it sounds like. Right, you're gonna have to say it in your stream again. Or verkrijgbaar. Ook in Nederlands verkrijgbaar. Also available in Dutch. Yes. I'm pretty sure it said that. I don't know what the additional thing was that I had misremembered, but yeah. Right, we're going to go in with Fraser the Rattata in the lead. I hope it goes well. Let's go. I feel like I've been saying it wrong for ages. Well, I don't know. If you remember how to write it, I can help translate. I don't remember that, in fact. German grammar seems very similar to Dutch also, so it's kinda easy to understand. I feel like if you understand German and English, you can understand quite a bit of Dutch. Now, no way you can understand it all, but I feel like you can pick up bits and pieces and maybe even figure out an entire sentence. That was a mistake attacking there. We need to switch here. I said we were gonna switch if Machop was in, which we ended up not doing. I think you'd be saying his name right. Well, now that I know that it should be Dutch, it has to be Au. Now I know why. I don't know why I was going for Au. But Auke. Auke. Like, Auke would be German. So it has to be like Auke. Or something, I don't know. Most people say my name wrong, as English speakers don't know that Au. Exactly, yeah, they don't. That's why Ouch was like the best suggestion everyone had. Makes the same sound as Au, yeah. It's a standard pronunciation, yeah. When you read that as an English speaker, you think of like aw. for some reason. Oh, so I've been saying it wrong for years. Oh no. Oh no, everyone's... Oh no. Okay, well, we're glad we figured it out. So, Auke is Dutch. Welcome in. Yeah. I guess, did I explain the challenge to you, what we're doing? Oh, I guess we didn't. Should we need to explain it to Auke what we're doing and how it's different from a forever lock. Let's get Norm in here. Hopefully we don't get put to sleep here immediately. Not fully. So what we're doing is we're nuzlocking through with hardcore rules, so level caps, no items in battle and stuff, through every main series Pokemon game with the goal of completing the Living Form Dex in Pokémon Home. So I think that's the basics. There are some specific rules, but basically any Pokemon we catch in this game, we can never catch again throughout the challenge. That does make it sound a little easier than it is. There's a whole concept that currently is named Jeopardy Pokémon. We might rename them, or we have to rename them. But for example, if we catch Rattata here and don't evolve it, obviously we're still missing Raticate for the Living Dex, so we're allowed to catch Rattata again in an upcoming game. But as long as it is a Rattata in the upcoming game rather than Eradicate, which is the only missing Pokedex entry or Living Dex entry for it, if it faints at any point before it is turned into Eradicate, or if we can't evolve it into Eradicate, we have to restart immediately. So there's actually, like, you know the way if you white out in a battle, you lose the challenge? There's an additional rule where if we lose a Pokemon that hasn't evolved to the missing entry that we've already caught in a previous game, we also have to restart. I feel like I explained that a lot more complicated than it had to be, but I think we got there pretty simply in the end. Maybe it wasn't as simple as I thought it was. I have a decent idea by its name. So there's some long-term planning to it. Yes, we have to figure out the issue. This is the second attempt of the entire challenge. We beat red first time around in 9 attempts, blue in 3, yellow on 1, and then gold we got to attempt 54. But then I realized that we didn't have enough Pokemon to beat Crystal, probably, and we also didn't have enough Pokemon to beat Leaf Green anymore, because I just went and caught everything in Gen 1 the first time around. So we decided to restart the challenge in Pokemon Red, and this time not catch literally everything that I see. We try to do as little as possible of it. Of the long-term planning. Yeah, I guess we shouldn't, but yes, we do try to do as little as possible. Do you have to commit to what Evo slot it'll be the moment you catch something like Rattata? No, we leave that open. Obviously, if we catch a Rattata here and then don't evolve it, when we do blue, it has to become Eradicate. We don't have to commit to what slot. Like, I think some people in billiards or pool decide where you have to call where you're going to place the black. We don't have to do that. As long as we put the black in the hole, we're good. I don't know why I went for that analogy. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but yeah, we can decide later. We don't have to decide right now if we want, like, Nidoking. I guess we've decided we're not going to go for Nidoking. We're going to keep Nidorino, because Nidoking's very good in Gen 2 and Gen 3 as well. Okay, Rocket Grunt defeated. Invoking a quick meeting to decide the team. As it stands, we have 2 C tier, 1 F that would become a B on evolution. Oh, we did a tier list as well, Auke, which is why everyone's talking about tiers before we started the challenge. Also, there's a random item here somewhere, but I never remember where it is. There it is. Any questions? Rules. I think that has to be at the start of your message, unfortunately, Laboza, which is why it didn't pop up. Attempts to explain the challenge. It's WIP. We optimizing the redacting. Okay, I don't know why I walked through the tall grass there. I shouldn't have. To be frank, I didn't quite get it, but I'm understanding it a little like a loosely done speedrun with Nuzlocke rules, no items. There shouldn't be a speedrun element to this. It's essentially trying to complete a Living Dex, but because I always struggle to decide which game to pick a Pokemon from for the Living Dex, I decided to Nuzlocke through every game and let the Nuzlocke essentially decide which Pokemon comes from which game. If you evolve a Pokemon and win with it, are its pre-evolutions a part of the living dex as well then? No, we have to go and catch a living dex. We're doing a living form dex, in fact, which means we're allowed a male Rattata, a female Rattata eventually. But we have a rule to keep the challenge open for future games. We have a rule where when we play a game, we only know about the lore of Pokemon up until the end of that generation. So male and female variants aren't a thing yet until we get to Generation 4. Just the form as it's at. Yeah. Also, Pokemon that faint during the challenge still count towards the living dex. And that is for 3 reasons. Actually, not 2. As I said yesterday, we read it out. One of them is it makes the challenge more difficult. Because if we catch a Rattata, it faints as a Rattata. We're probably going to catch a Rattata in a future game, which means it is going to be a Jeopardy Pokemon. If it faints before it evolves to Eradicate, we have to restart, so it makes the challenge more difficult. Also, it prevents cheating, which means I can't knock out, say, if I get Salamence and Ruby, I can't intentionally faint it in the final battle, so that I could use it again in Sapphire. So that also to prevent sort of reusing certain Pokemon. And the last one was I want every Pokemon's contribution to the challenge to be commemorated. And so even fainted Pokemon, I mean, a lot of times fainted Pokemon, you know, contributed more to the challenge than other Pokemon do. Because, you know, taking a sack hit can be very powerful, for example. Oh, work in progress. Let me see. Let me read your sentence again with the WIP. Attempts to explain the challenge. It's a work in progress. We're optimizing the redacting. Well, I feel like we have the basic rules. We're just going to have to adapt certain rules for upcoming games. Like, the rules aren't set in stone completely because, yeah, you never know what a game's going to throw towards us. Good news, you don't have to worry about not being able to catch a Spinda in a later gen to pass there. Okay, let me specify the rule, Manny. The forms need to be named. So they need to be like male-female form. They need to be like the unknown forms, which are all named after a letter in the alphabet. Unnamed forms don't count towards the thing. And Spinda's forms, the 2.8 billion or whatever amount of forms it has, do not count. I did add that. Spinda is not part. Once we catch a Spinda, it is off the list. It's not an any past that one. Yeah. I'll be heading out. The Forever Lock is waiting for me. Let's go. Good luck, Auke, with your Forever Lock. I'll definitely be joining in sometime in the future, very soon. Thanks very much, Auke, for joining in and lending us your wisdom too. Why they gotta hate Spinda? We're not hating Spinda. It's just Spinda has too many forms, and basically it would mean it is catchable on every route we ever encounter it on, which we don't want to. Right, have a nice one, DT. See you later. Okay, let's take on these 2 trainers. Now this first one I think isn't too difficult. I think there's a Spearow, there might be a Pikachu. But the trainer at the bottom has a Eradicate, as far as I remember, and Eradicate is tough. I did just say they have a Spearow, but I want to see if they do or not. I'm pretty sure they do. But it might have been the Eradicate trainer who has a Spearow first and then a Eradicate. I can't remember, unfortunately. This run includes every region. It includes every game ever. So once we've beat red, we move on to blue. Once we've beat blue, we move on to yellow. Once we've beat yellow, we move on to gold, then silver, crystal, ruby, sapphire, fire red, leaf green, emerald. Every single game we're going to play. And yes, every time we catch a Pokemon, we can never use it again. I guess the rule, it actually should be we can never end the game with a Pokemon we already ended a previous game with. That should be how the rule is. Aura Region, unfortunately, is not a main series game, according to the Pokemon Company. We use their definition of what main series games are. So Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee are in for some reason, but Colosseum, XD, unfortunately aren't. And that's a big rip. I'm kind of glad because I don't have a GameCube with the games. But every main series game, I'm sorry, Manny, I'm sorry. Pokemon literally tell us if it's a main series game or not before a game comes out. Legends Arceus will be part of it as well. But unfortunately, XD and Colosseum aren't part of it. Okay, we need to watch out. Also, I missed McMannery's message. Do we actually have to maximize trainer XP since we aren't catching as many mons? We're avoiding, actually, trainer XP. We're only getting the trainer XP that we can get, but later on in the game, when we get to, like, Erica, we'll be struggling to get to the level cap again. So we want to save as much XP as we can, so only do the trainer battles that we have to, or that would be lost otherwise, and work from there. But we want to optimize just because we're going to be struggling to keep up to the level cap later. It is currently that we're struggling to stay under, but we will eventually struggle to keep up with it again. Also, did we decide on if we are evolving Rattata? We did not yet. What do we think? Should we evolve Rattata or not? But those games has Spinda. No love for... I'm sorry. I do love Spinda. I honestly do love Spinda. I think it doesn't get enough love from the Pokemon Company. They should literally give it an evolution or something. With maybe 8 forms. Then I have to go and catch 8 Spinda evolutions. Imagine that. That'd be amazing. I'd love to do that. What do we do? Should we do a poll for if we evolve Rattata or not? Also, since we started stream a little earlier today, we can go a little longer, so we might actually get to, I think, I did say I wanted to get to Celadon today, which, that's quite far away still. Do we ever want to keep Raticate for a later game? Fire Red Leaf, I don't see why. I honestly don't see why we would want to keep it. I want to Spinda Build-A-Bear plushie. You know, that sounds amazing, Manny. I would love to see that. Unfortunately, we don't have Build-A-Bear over here, but I know what it is from various memes. So there is a Spearow first. Spearow has a super effective move against a few Pokemon. We should also train Darlick a little bit. We also haven't discussed the team. Yeah, let's get into Vermilion and then we'll discuss the team. We have got a few minutes to discuss after this battle. So we have encounters early. Okay, context. Let me try and work out the context. We have encounters early. So you're talking about Rattata, I'm guessing, in another game, to get early encounters in an upcoming game, so that the question is, do we ever need Raticate in an upcoming game? I guess, I mean, if we wanted to save a Pokemon in case we did ever need one, it would be safer to keep Raticate an option rather than Rattata. I know that means we create a Jeopardy Pokemon in Rattata in a future game, but if we want to keep a stronger option on the table for a future game, we should keep Raticate on the table and then not evolve it in this game. Did I get the context? I'm pretty sure I did, and I'm pretty proud of myself that I did. Right, we'll discuss them once we beat this Raticate. I guess with that... Oh no, this is going to do a lot. Oh, that... Of course it... Why can Hyperfang flinch on top of everything else? Oh, rip. We might be in trouble. Yeah, that was your thought. Okay, I think I agree with that. Maybe we don't evolve a Rattata here. This thing is just laying the damage on. Do we go for Leech Seed? I think it's too late to go for Leech Seed. I think we need to just Vine Whip stuff. Hopefully do half. Do half. We need 3 Vine Whips. Okay, don't go for Hyperfang. Actually, we want a Hyperfang crit. I think a Hyperfang crit might do less damage. Tail Whip, even better. Okay. Let's go. We beat... Still haven't lost the Pokemon. Which I think is quite good for Gen 1. Right, let's discuss everything that we talked about. Up for discussion is, do we evolve a Rattata or not? Do we want to do a poll? Or do we want to just say no? Maybe we do a poll. Let's do a poll for that one, and then we'll talk about our encounters. New poll. Do We evolve Rattata. Responses, yes. Let's go Raticate. No, save Raticate. For later. Okay, I can't put in that much. No, Raticate. No, okay. There we go. We'll allow additional votes for 1 channel point or 1 static for whatever reason. Right, poll is up. You can vote at the top. The other thing Lebozo wanted to discuss was we also haven't discussed the team. Right, let's discuss the team. So we have, what did you say, 4 F ranks, 2 C ranks, and a Pokemon that could become a B rank. Let me find the message again. There. Okay, Rocket Grunt defeated. Invoking a quick meeting to decide the team. As it stands, we have 2 C tier, 1 F that will become a B on evolution, and 3 Fs. So, what do we want to discuss about the team? There are a few routes available to us to get encounters. Namely, Route 24, I believe it is, which is north of Cerulean. We also have Route 25, which is north of Route 24. We also have the route south of Cerulean. I can't remember what it is exactly. I believe it's 6. I'm going to look it up quickly. Cerulean City, south is 5, okay? And then south of Saffron is 6. So that's the route we were just on. And then we can also go for 11. We can go for Diglett Tunnel. We should definitely avoid Diglett Tunnel right now, because you can encounter Doug Trio. We can't run from battle. Doug Trio has Dig and will one-shot all of our Pokemon except for the Flyers, but it does have Scratch as well. So Route 11 is an option. Let's see. Route 11. These are just the ones we can access right now. I'm not going to go into Diglett's Cave right now, because we will lose the run if we do that. So, this is where not catching Spearow is going to either haunt us or not. Okay, I love that it's 1-1. Who did that? Who did that? Let me see. Did someone vote yes and then pay for a no vote? Or did actually just 2 people vote the different ways? These are hilarious. Let me report that poll to Twitch, please. View results. Can I see who voted? I can't, which is good. I don't want to see who voted. Okay, well, we're undecided on the Rattata, which I love. Yeah, that was my thought. We have a Discord. I suggested we go to the routes. We can catch something right now to see what the team could possibly be before we talk about anything. I mean, it's literally north of here. My questions, are we going for any S-tier mon on red? Probably not. How is everyone? Everyone's doing fine, or well, in the team. I don't know how Lebozo and McManary are doing. We're talking the team in terms of ranking. How many A's S-tier Pokemon we want to bring? Probably none. Has Neil played any Pokemon today? No, we've just stood in a Pokemon Center all day and done nothing, Dan. How many encounters before next boss battle? We can get so many before the next boss battle. At least 4. We could go for a risky 5. We could... Oh, risky 5. 4, a risky 5th. The risky 5th is Diglett or Doug Trio, and Doug Trio will end the run. Welcome in, Ghosty. We're not so much, well, we are winning, but we're also discussing quite a lot today. How are you doing today, Ghosty? Hey, I come here for the chat as well, so I don't mind that. Let's go, Dan. I love that you should come here for the chat too. That's actually what I always hoped this would be. The only S tier we want to go for in Gen 1 are Starmie and Dragonite, probably. I agree. Maybe not even Dragonite. But Starmie is probably the only S tier I think we should go for. Hey, Ghosty. Hi, Ghosty. Everyone's saying hello to Ghosty. Hi, Dan and Manny. Let's go. Ignore Diglett, so let's see what is there. So, Route 6. just north of here, there is, I clicked on Gen 2, there is Pidgey, which we already have. So there is Oddish and Mankey there that we could add. Route 5, further north, there is Oddish and Mankey. So we're guaranteed an Oddish and we're guaranteed a Mankey. Then there's Route 25. There we could get Caterpie, Metapod, Oddish, or Abra. Route 24, we could get Oddish or Abra. Route 11, we could get Spearow, Ekans, or Drowsy. The question is Hypno? Oh, Hypno is pretty high, isn't it? On I think Gen 2 because of Ice Punch. Oh yeah, Hypno's A tier in Gen 2, so we don't want Hypno, which is good. Ignore Diglett. Those are the 4 routes. Oh, there's actually 5 routes. There's 5 routes and a risky 6th one with the Diglett. I'm good. Slept so much today. It's so warm. It is very hot with us as well. It's incredible how warm it is. I'm doing pretty well. Moving soon. Trying to get a few more streams in before I leave. We'll have to see how it goes. Also, very nice placement of that high emote. Meant to ask if we can have a nickname for my favorite rerun show of all time, Top Gear. Having a Pokemon called James May would be... You know what? I'll have a Pokemon named after Captain Slow. We'll do that. You want him named May? James? Captain Slow? I don't mind. All of them work. Hello, love, says Labozo. Hi, Labozo. It's weird seeing all these new Pokemon in your team. Oh, with the names, I guess. Because I feel like all these Pokemon we've caught already. And yeah, I think most of these we did catch. McManor is saying hi. I would ignore Route 5. Route 5 is Oddish Mankey. The thing about Oddish is it is in Stone Evolution, which means we should not attempt to go for it in Gen 2. Gen 3 is okay. But we should skip it in Gen 2. I guess that doesn't add any knowledge, does it? We also already have a grass-type Pokemon. Vileplume, I think, wasn't that highly ranked in the tiers, ever. What's its rank in the remakes? E tier. So, I mean, it'll be like, so is Victory Bell. So, do we attempt to go for a Primeape? Primeape's probably no use after Gen 1, is it? It learns Dig here, which is essentially Earthquake, but it doesn't really have any fighting type moves. I don't know, we could try and go for Mankey and skip the Oddish. Hello, if you catch a Slowpoke, Captain Slow would be fantastic. The thing is, I think we're going to try and keep Slowpoke for Gen 2, because Slowbro is pretty good in Gen 2. If he does Slowbro, we skip Starmie. No, we can't skip Starmie. Starmie is a Stone Evolution, which is not obtainable safely in Gen 2. Good sleep is always the best thing to get. That is true. Very true. I woke up, drank a smoothie, passed out again. That sounds like the ideal day to me, Ghosty. Mankey and Oddish only add another weakness for rival battle. You're flipping right. We have already got 4 Pokemon weak to Psychic type, the most busted type in Gen 1, and we're considering adding another. You're absolutely right. Voices, you're very flipping right. We should not add any of them. You want Mankey for yellow. Actually, we do, because it helps with the Brock battle early, doesn't it? It's encounterable very early. The thing is, I don't think we can guarantee the encounter. That is the one risk that we're running. So we can't actually make sure that we get the Mankey in yellow, which that is bad. Not fussed which Pokemon the name goes to be fair. Anyway, so no, you're not. No. I love the Captain Slow talk. We like a good cheese meme. So we'll definitely, I mean, Slowpoke is the obvious one. Maybe we can find, you know, when we encounter a Pokemon and it looks slow, we could call it Captain Slow as well. Or James May. Or me. Maybe try for Abra up north, just because Abra is terrible. I mean, I get the point. The thing is, Abra is going to be very unlikely. I think it's a 5% chance. Which, you know, oh, it's 15. That's 15. Let's see. Is it 15? 15, yeah, on both routes up north. If we get Caterpie... Oh, I just opened something. If we get Caterpie, do we skip it? I mean, okay, so we did a stop to talk about the team. I think the consensus is there's no one. I think there's no one we really want to add. Oddish and Mankey add another weakness to Psychic. Diglett is too risky to go for. Drowsy would be great to protect against the Psychic types. Unfortunately, we want to keep Hypno for Gen 2. So we could go for Drowsy and not evolve it. But the thing is, in order to ensure Drowsy, we would have had to catch a Spearow earlier on, which we knocked out. We also would need to go and catch an Ekans first on Route 10, I believe. Or 9. So we can't really go for that right now if we want to ensure it. Maybe we just do what McMannery said, is we go to every route, walk into the tall grass, and just see what we get, and then decide on the spot what we do, rather than thinking about it too much. I don't know. Abra is terrible, and I mean, we could get it here. I suggest Gen 1, we definitely go for Arbok, Poliwhirl, and Starmie for sure. Gen 1, those 3 Pokemon sound amazing, because they're not going to be any good in any other game. Welcome in, Ashlyn. How are you doing? I almost got up in time for your stream this morning, Ashlyn. I actually woke up really early. And I almost caught you this time on stream live, but I'll get there. And I'll be checking into your stream very soon. Oddish has 3 stages, so we can add it without thinking about it too much. You're actually right about that. The thing is, we can't really use it right now, because we have so many weaknesses to Psychic already. Hi Storm, hi Ghosty. Yeah, then we discuss the options in battle. Let's go. Hey Ashlyn, oh dang, was almost caught. Yes, I almost caught you this morning. I would argue to keep Poliwhirl and Starmie separate. Definitely. Don't use them in the same game, but we want to use Poliwhirl and use Starmie in both of these games. So do we just walk in here blindly, get our encounter? It's either going to be Bellsprout, or it's going to be... Actually, what are the odds that we encounter like 20 Pidgeys? Because we've got level 19 on so many Pokemon. You know, just worried slightly about potentially over-leveling. There's no game we will ever be using Oddish, so it doesn't really matter. The thing is, in Pokemon Gold, Oddish was going to save the run because of Bellsprout, which is a very weird interconnected thing. Oddish is actually the Pokemon that we need to show Brill's grandfather for a Leaf Stone. Now I know we're trying to avoid the Stone evolutions in Gen 2, but just in case we can't do so, Oddish would be a smart Pokemon to keep safe and not catch, because it allows us, if we can catch a Lickitung, which we're not even sure if we can do that in Gen 2 yet, so we should just forget about Stone evolutions, but Oddish will be the one Pokemon to get the Leaf Stone. I'm just saying that. I guess we don't necessarily need Oddish for that, do we? We can encounter Oddish another 3 times after it. Yeah, you're right. Let's keep Oddish in the bank for... I think we don't look at I think we just skip the whole team thing. We do these routes often. I honestly don't know. Like, there's no Pokemon we truly want to add here. I just don't know. None of these Pokemon are like, oh yeah, we want to add that. So our Route 6 encounter, is this Route 6? Is Oddish. It is Route 6. Okay. Do we knock it out? Do we catch it? I think we... Do we catch it? We already have Ivysaur that is poison. And... Grass? Catch? Okay. If we're just gonna blindly... Just go. Okay. And what's the point of ranking was for? It was probably so we don't catch Pokemon that are good in Gen 2 and Gen 3. For the Dex, not for the game. Okay. We will, however, use... Oh, actually, does Ivysaur learn Sleep Powder? If it doesn't, we could use Oddish as our catcher. If that makes sense. I'm going to use one more Poison Sting, and then we're going to catch it. Right, let's go. First nickname of this stream. What do we nickname Oddish. The theme is reruns. Reruns because we're rerunning this challenge. There's a suggestion by Hamas. Let's go. Oddish caught. So we're not using it for the stone then. We can still use it for the stone. Like Mannery made a great point, and we can just evolve it here or evolve it in a later game. But then there was no point in making 3 rankings in 3 different gens then. There was, because we needed to see what is good in Gen 1, what is good in Gen 2, and in Gen 3, and then make sure that in Gen 1 we don't catch the good things in the other 2 gens, but we still need to see which ones are high here in Gen 1, but aren't high in the later ones. Essentially, which ones are good because Gen 1 is bugged, which ones are good actually. So it did make sense. The thing is, there's just no Pokemon yet that's like, there is no Poliwhirl, there is no Staryu, there is no... What else that was on the list of Pokemon we should be using? There's none of the good ones yet. Essentially, there's all Pokemon that are kind of mid. We can catch Oddish another 3 times, yes. Gonna have evolve it then. We don't necessarily have to, because the only thing is, I think we should evolve it to Gloom. Because if we do have to use Oddish, we want to make sure that if we catch Gloom, we either have to go to Vileplume, or that we can... No, actually. The thing is, if we catch Oddish, which we did now, we're not necessarily guaranteed to catch an Oddish in a future game. If there's a route where you can catch both Oddish and Gloom, the Gloom is also an encounter. So we could potentially catch Gloom, which will then... Yeah, I think we should keep it an Oddish, actually. Because if we catch a Gloom now, we force, if we catch a Gloom, to force it, to evolve it to Vileplume in a future game. So we should keep it an Oddish in this game. But let's think about nicknames. What do we name Oddish? Reruns. Is there like a rerun of some dopey show? You know, dopey as in 420 dopey. Because it is literally weeds. What do we nickname this? Shaggy. Let's go. That is great. Scooby-Dooby-Doo. How many G's does Shaggy have in his name? Is it double G? Is it like Snoop Dogg? Double G. I'd name it my favorite strain. Headband. Well, we're doing reruns, so I don't know if Scooby-Doo... It did rerun, didn't it? The Scooby-Doo I watched as a child were definitely reruns, weren't they? I'm gonna look up Shaggy just very quickly. Shaggy, says Hamas as well. Let's go. Shaggy, Scooby-Doo. Okay, Shaggy Rogers. I didn't know his last name was Rogers, which probably reflects badly on me. Welcome to the team, Shaggy. Up next, rival battle on the SSR. Okay, our first Pokemon that is in the box. I'm gonna have to add that. Shaggy is a great nickname. I think now that everyone's mentioning it, I realize, yeah, that Shaggy and Scooby-Doo have this sort of association, don't they? They also refer to Mary Jane quite a lot or something, don't they, in the movies? I can't remember, but they are like seen as stoners. Shaggy loves his Mary Jane. That's the word. Oddish is the weed. Exactly. That is exactly what we wanted. Indeed. Let's go. We have to take a short break again, unfortunately. Ad break. Right. We're going to skip Route 5 because that is a Mankey guaranteed. Mankey will probably be better in a different game. We could try for Abra. We're likely to get a Caterpie in doing so. Also, no, wait quick. We're guaranteed in Abra now on Route 24, aren't we? Route 24. We've already got Weedle, Kakuna, we have Pidgey, we have Oddish. We're guaranteed Abra on Route 24 as our encounter. We could go for that, but the thing is it's going to teleport away, so we need a Great Ball. It's very complicated. We're going to take a break. I'll think about it during the break. But yeah, we'll be right back. 3 minutes. Yes, we restarted because we ran from a Sunkern. Which, that was... Welcome back, Ghosty. Welcome back to you too. Okay, so let me think. Well, we were talking about Shaggy. That was an amazing nickname. I'm wondering, do we go for Caterpie in this game? on the one hand, it'll be good to get Caterpie's evolutionary line off the encounter thing. On the other hand, it is a pretty decent early game Pokemon, especially if we're picking... We are never picking Charmander in Gen 3 as our starter. So we don't really need Butterfree to help us beat Brock early on. Now it is very good later on because it gets a G-Max form. Also it gets gender sexual dimorphism, doesn't it? It gets different gender versions, so we can catch a Butterfree after Gen 4 again. We can freely catch any stage 3 Mon. Because it would be good to remove the encounter, I'm thinking, so we can't catch it in the bug catching contest in Gold and Silver, so that we can essentially try and go for Pinsir and Scyther in the bug catching contest in Gen 2, which would add a pretty powerful Pokemon. It would also make Pinsir and Scyther a lot easier to catch than they are in Gen 1 and even Gen 3 because they're only in the Safari Zone. So, you know, there is certain Pokemon that are good to get off the list, the entire evolutionary line, I think. But yeah, I mean, there's so many ifs, buts, and could be's, shoulda, coulda, woulda, coulda, shoulda, woulda, couldas. I don't know what the right order there is. Do we want to go to Route 11 and try for an Ekans? It could potentially be Spearow, it could potentially be Drowsy. We want to keep Hypno for Gen 2, pretty sure. So if it is a Drowsy, we probably knock it out. Ekans would be very good. We also get another chance at Ekans on the route that is east of Cerulean, but we need Cut to get there, so we can only do that after Misty. I guess the only downside of trying for an Ekans here already is that we can no longer get Drowsy. But the thing is, we don't want Hypno in Gen 1, because I think Hypno is A rank for Gen 2, or Tier A. So there's no real downside to not getting Drowsy in this specific game. Obviously, Psychic types are busted. I really think, yeah. This is a rough one. I mean, we're getting a lot of shoulda, woulda, couldas. Just gonna have a wee think here very quickly. I'll try and talk you through my thoughts. Do we go here? So Spearow is a 35% chance, Ekans is a 40, Drowsy is a 25. All three of them can be caught. I'm gonna look up the routes east of Cerulean quickly. I have to look up Cerulean because I can't remember if it's 9, 10 or something. I feel like it might be Route 9. Cerulean east is Route 9. So Route 9, our encounters would be after we get Cut. We already have Rattata, so Spearow and Ekans only. Ekans is a lower chance there than Spearow. And then there is another route to the east of that, Route 10, where we could either fish for Slowpoke, which we don't want to do. We can also fish for a Poliwhirl. I guess it's 50-50 to get Slowpoke or Poliwhirl with a Super Rod. Or we can go for Spearow, Ekans, Voltorb. I don't think Electrode is ranked very highly later on, but Electrode is pretty decent in this game with Thunderbolt. Unfortunately, that's its only attacking move we can use. So there's a lot of, you know, ifs, buts, and things. So I'm just going to look for Electrode. Gen 1, we put it in B rank. Gen 2, we put it in F. Oh, because no Thunderbolt. In Hoenn, we put it in B rank because Thunderbolt is a thing again. And then in the remakes, we put it in B rank as well. So maybe we don't go for Electrode. I think we try for an Ekans. If we get a Drowsy, maybe we catch it. If we get a Spearow, we knock it out again, I think. Is that, do we have consensus on that? Or... Oh boy, I really don't know. I mean, it is red, we can't really influence much, so we get what we get. I mean, we could essentially guarantee the Drowsy here, but there's no need to guarantee the Drowsy, I don't think. So we'll just go for it. You're still trying to... Okay, Lebosa, talk me through what you're trying to understand. And maybe we can figure it out. Why are we keeping Spearow alive? Because for an early route encounter, it's pretty good. It's with Peck. It has a huge attack stat for early route encounters. Peck, I know, doesn't have the highest base damage. But, like, the trainer in Faulkner's gym, Abe, I think is his name, that Spearow ended our run a few times. Because we already have a flying type, or a flyer already as well, don't we? Spearow, I'm pretty sure, can learn fly too, so we don't want to get all of the flying Pokemon in this game. We can also still catch it in blue, we can also still go after it in yellow. Let me see. Learn set Gen 1. It's just, it is available early on. We're very likely to get it early on. So, yeah, it can learn fly as well without even evolving. We also have Pidgeotto that can do that already. It's only a 2-stage evolution. Because we do need Pokemon that are available early. Let me remind you, Fire Red and Leaf Green, the only available Pokemon until Cerulean City were Nidoran male and Clefairy. Those were the only 2 Pokemon we could still catch. And the only Pokemon that are available there in Fire Red and Leaf Green are Rattata, Pidgey, Spearow, Nidoran. I don't know if Mankey is available that early in those games, I suspect it is. And the bugs. So we need to keep some early route mons, because they're going to be very scarce by the time we get to Gen 3, which is probably why we should... Like, we don't even have to keep Fearow available. As long as we have the Spearow, because Spearow will carry us all the way to Cerulean, by which point we can ditch it, or use it just as a HM for fly. Because we need to keep some Pokemon left. If we just catch all of the early route Pokemon, especially the ones before Brock, the only ones we'll be able to catch by the time we get to Gen 3 will again be Nidoran. And only Nidoran. Because with Route 1, you only get Pidgey or Rattata. Then Route 2, you get Pidgey, Rattata, or one of the bugs. Then you go and get the other bug in Viridian Forest, unless we get lucky for a Pikachu. But if we get a Pikachu, remember, we need to evolve it to Raichu. First of all, because no stone evolutions in Gen 2, and also we're getting a Pikachu in Pokemon Yellow. So Pikachu is a Jeopardy Pokemon if we get it. So, and that leaves then only Spearow, and Nidoran, and Mankey. But we want to try and keep Mankey as well, so we're going to knock out all of the Mankeys we see too. That's why we're keeping Spearow off the list. Our Route 11 encounter is Spearow. Okay, we're gonna knock this out again. It's a pity that we got it, but it is what it is. Which is why I don't want to evolve Rattata also. You know what? Yeah, you're right. There's no point in evolving Rattata, so we should stop using it. In fact, you know what? I want to add Oddish to the team. I don't want to use it. I don't want to evolve it. I just want to add Oddish and drop Rattata, because Oddish is further away from evolving right now. It might give us some help. The thing is, no, we're adding another psychic weakness for a non-psychic weakness. Damn it. Well, we've messed up our Route 11 encounter anyway there. There's no need to go after our Route 5 encounter. Let me jot that down as well, that we messed it up. Well, intentionally so. Route 11 failed Spearow. Okay, have it down. As we see here, Eradicate is available super early before Gym 2, and it's actually a strong one. Eradicate, yeah, for an early game Pokemon, it hits very hard. It actually gets some moves like Hyper Fang that hits very hard as well. Maybe we can keep using Rattata, but just, you know, stop the evolution whenever. I don't know. I do want to use every Pokemon in at least one battle, because otherwise all our Pokemon when they're moved to home will be hardy nature, which is kind of it's not a bug, but it's the way they designed moving the Pokemon over, that they get the nature based off of their entire XP, and if it's divisible by 25 exactly, it's hardy nature, and I think most levels have a number divisible by 25, unfortunately. But I feel like I'm super pushing my agenda. Maybe I'm just wrong. No, I think we do, because we beat the early game now, and this, like, well, we didn't beat the early game. We're also at a point now, I do have to point out, we lost Blue twice because Rattata was Jeopardy and it fainted early. Since we already encountered and fainted a Spearow, it still counts as an encounter for this route. Yes, it only comes off the list if we catch it, that is kind of annoying. But then again, I mean, we're gonna get another chance at Ekans. The thing is, if we don't get Ekans here, we're never gonna get Ekans in Gen 1. I just realized. Because it's not available in yellow, and I think it's not available in blue. So essentially, if we don't catch Ekans, how many routes is Ekans still available on? Let's check that quickly, because essentially, what were the 3 Pokemon you listed, McManery, earlier on? Starmie, Poliwhirl, and Arbok should be the 3 busted mons that we use in this run. So we've tried for an Ekans on Route 4, failed it. We tried for an Ekans on Route 11, failed it. We can still try for it on 8, 9, 10, and 23. Now 23 is the very last route before we go into the Elite Four. Now, we can go there, I think as soon as we have Sabrina's gym badge, we can go for an Ekans there, but that's too late. Probably. So we can still go for 10, 9. Those are the 2 routes east of Cerulean. Where is Route 8? Oh, Route 8 is the route east of Lavender, where also Growlithe is available and other Pokemon. So we're starting to run low on Ekans options. But this is the only game to get Ekans for Gen 1, and I think we wanted to use it in Gen 1, didn't we? No, we can't. We can't go for Ekans because it's not available in any games. Ekans is version exclusive between blue and red, and also not available in yellow because all the Team Rocket Pokemon aren't available in yellow. Back, we'll stay for longer now. Welcome back, Seth. Also, yeah, not evolving Rattata here means it will be Jeopardy, and Rattata's defenses aren't great, so we are likely to restart in blue a few times because Rattata faints. Yes, we who redeemed it again? I think it was Bree. Bree redeemed it before she had a meeting. Just try for it as often as possible. If it doesn't happen, so be it. Okay, you're AFK. Let's go. What do we do at this point? I mean, we could go for Abra, but Abra is a risky catch since it uses teleport. The safest way to try and catch Abra would be to use Ekans with Wrap. Even that's not 100% guaranteed, but at least we might be able to weaken it. We do need a faster Ekans than Abra is, though. What other options do we have? We could go try and catch Caterpie, but we could accidentally encounter the Abra. Not much point in that. We could go for a Mankey, which we decided on not to do. And then we don't have Route 10 yet, so I think that's all Pokemon that are available up to this point. Banning Pokemon bans for a certain battle. Banned up to the next boss battle, which for us is the rival battle on the SSN right now. Fainted sends it immediately to Pokémon Home. Yes, we deposit it in the PC and can't use it anymore for the rest of this game. On a side note, I sent you a link in Discord for the GP. Oh, Thanks very much, Voices. I think I saw before that I had a thing, 2 notifications. Oh, they're both from KBD's server, actually. Oh, in chat. Yeah, I see it. I see it. Thanks very much, Voices. That is actually a good idea, because setting up the 3DS for streaming, and as you rightly pointed out, double screens and everything that's going to be bad. Last run you had Venusaur left. This time I can make that happen again. I mean, you could if you wanted to, yeah. Honestly, we didn't intend on using Venusaur, so I wouldn't be too unhappy about it. Oh, that's, yeah, Game Boy Color, and GBA only. That's right. I forgot about that. I mean, I'm also not happy with my DS options, or not DS, with my Game Boy Advance options of recording the game. But yeah, it's gonna be rough. Okay, I think we prep for the rival battle at this point. Do we want to keep Rattata as a future Jeopardy Pokemon or no, is the question. We're gonna deposit it quickly. We're gonna withdraw Shaggy, just to use it in a few battles, or maybe one battle. We're gonna go to the SSN now, I think. Because there's not much we can do. I mean, we could fish for a Magikarp. I forgot about that. That'd be one option too. Oh, this is the wrong house. I meant to get the ticket. Also, if the run restarts, Seth, Ivysaur isn't in the Living Dex for sure. If it restarts, if we lose this attempt, then everything resets. I love how many words, how many adjectives this man finds to describe his Rapidash. Oh no, am I supposed to say something here? Damn, I've been listening to this man too many times. Oh no, I made a mistake here, didn't I? Oops, look at the time. I kept you too long. Oh, I don't have room for it. Oh, okay, we listened to the guys flip an entire text box twice, and I didn't realize our bag was full. Jeez. Okay. Let's go and drop some of the stuff. I guess we can sell some of it. I'm pretty sure we have a few X items that we're not allowed to use because they're battle items. Okay, quick bit of admin. Potion, we'll keep those. We'll keep these. 34 is bide. 12 is water gun. Rare candies. Escape rope. HP up. Oh, we have a great ball. There's a nugget. Let's sell that. Moonstone. Okay, there's a lot of stuff we need to drop off. Why were there... Oh, I didn't even have room for the X special before, did I? And also, I did have room for the full restore. Okay. Arbok is an A-tier Pokemon. Wow, I never used it. Where do you even counter it? Well, we would want to go for Ekans. And it's basically an A-tier Pokemon because it has Glare and Wrap, which in Gen 1 prevents your opponent from ever attacking combined. This is the wrong PC. Okay, what are we dropping off? Full restores for the Elite Four. TM28 is Dig. I guess we'll drop all the TM. Do we ever need Bide? Probably not. We might teach it to some random Pokemon at the end, just so everyone has 4 moves. TM12, that's Water Gun, I think, or it is Water Gun. Rare Candy, we'll keep them for later in the game too. They would be wasted if we use them now. HP up, I guess we'll keep that too. TM01, is that Mega Punch? Ether for the E4 as well. I don't know why I keep trying to drop off the potions. We have 2 Moonstones already, that's incredible. Unfortunately, we're not really going to have any Pokemon to evolve with it. Dome Fossil we can drop off too. There we are again with the potion. Great Ball TM04. Feel like it's Whirlwind or something weird like... This is Thunder Wave, pretty sure. There's Dig. We'll drop it off for now. Dig is a very broken move in Gen 1. I think it is the base power of Earthquake. It is a 2-turn move, which is not great. But, oh, wrong house again. You would think I learn. You would think I learn. Okay, let's talk to this old guy. Yet again, we're going to listen to what he thinks of his Rapidash. So we can get the bike when we go back to take on Misty. There's no Nidoking in the Gen 1 tier list. Did we not rank it at all? I mean, why would we use Nidoking in Gen 1 when it's so good in the other games and there's enough good Pokemon in Gen 1 already? I think we put it in irrelevant because we didn't want to catch it, because we think it's too good in the other games. Oh shit, I forgot about this. In Gen 1, Pokemon don't heal when they go to the PC. So I have to go and heal manually. Yeah, we're going to use Nidorino only. Well, we might use it until all the way to the Elite Four. Depending on what moves it can learn. We don't need to get the fishing rod. Let's see. I think we just head into the boat and get our Pokemon to level 20 at this point. Maybe do a quick check on if we have got the team up to date here. So we did drop off Rattata. Nidorino could be a HM friend. You're very right about that. It learns Cut. What else does it get? Is it only Cut? Oh, Surf as well, doesn't it? Are Moonstones easy to come by in Gen 2? I think if you tell your mother to save money, you're guaranteed a Moonstone within the first 4 calls. I think a certain amount, once a certain amount is saved with her, you do get a Moonstone for sure. Oh, Strength, that's right. I know Nidoking can learn Surf, can't it? Probably Nidorino can't, is my guess. So we replaced Rattata with Oddish, with Nidorino, Pidgeotto. We have... Do we also go for Golbat here, or do we keep Zubat, is another question. Let's take a look at our squad quickly. In Mount Moon, you can get 2 Moon... Well, we have in Gen 2. The unfortunate thing is that is a bit late. We're talking about Gen 2, Libozo, because we don't want to use Nidoking in Gen 1. Or maybe even Gen 3 would be the right place to use it. Hot, 7, Oddish. And then we have Pidgeotto. I think that's up to date. Right. Back to stream. Okay, into the SSN we go. This is turning out to be a lot more... I guess I didn't do the necessary prep work for Red. Now, there wasn't a lot of rooting we could have done, and that's not what I mean. What I mean is I should have probably looked at what we were going to do with certain Pokemon. I guess we didn't necessarily know which ones we were going to get. I mean, it wasn't even guaranteed that we would have Pidgey and Rattata at this point. So these sailors, one of them might have a Machop that is quite tough to beat. I think we want to swap train Darlick for a bit, until it learns Bite at least. The question is though, do we use Golbat in this one or not? I mean, we already have Pidgeotto, who will probably learn Wing Attack eventually. Do we win? Maybe we don't win this. Oh, it has wrap. Actually, we need a bit of luck to win this. Okay. We're going to swap out here. Of course, it gets a crit. The thing in Gen 1 is if the first wrap crits, all of them crit. So we have to switch regardless of what happens here. I think we go into Chandler. Mid-arena. Nah, it doesn't crit. Confused no more. Right. We're faster than it. But that's wrap for you. If you're faster... Oh, come on. Supersonic. Please don't hurt yourself, Chandler. Damn it. That actually did a lot of damage. And a crit again. I accidentally hit A twice. So we need to switch out because now all of them crit. We'll go into Norm because it has quick attack. This is actually a lot rougher than I thought. This Tentacool. We might have to go and heal after this first battle on the SSN. You have got to be kidding me. This Tentacool is ripping us to shreds. Please take it out. Let's go. I think there might be... Is there a Shelter still to come? Staryu, okay. Staryu has Water Gun, which will do quite some damage. Maybe we go into Shaggy here. Not sure if it has Tackle. It probably does. I think every Pokemon has... not every, but almost all of them have Tackle here. So as long as we heal back enough, we will beat this with Shaggy. Tackle misses. I think we might win this battle at full health because of that miss. Maybe not, maybe not. But it's going to be very close to full health. Okay, with that crit, actually we're not going to win at full health. Because max we can heal back here is 1 HP. Oh, Norm is... Who's Norm? Is it Pidgeotto? I'm looking at the team and Norm's not ringing a bell. I think it is Pidgeotto, isn't it? No ice type move yet. Also very high defense, so using a special move is the way to go. It is okay, Pidgeotto, let's go. Okay, it's alright to reach level 20. I was a bit worried that we still had Rattata in the team accidentally. Welcome back, McMannery. Right, we're using Shaggy not to evolve it, just to give it some experience. Oh, I think I explained that while you were still here, why, didn't I? So we have our first Pokemon at level 20. I wonder, should we use Beedrill in this run? I know we didn't, we ranked Beedrill F for Gen 1. What do we say? Do we use Beedrill? I mean, we evolved it already. Might as well. We could use Twin Needle. Maybe that will, you know, beat Sabrina. We do need to outspeed her Pokemon in order to beat her with it. Because we're probably going to get one shot by any of their moves. But I feel like Gen 1, we can take a risk on a few bad Pokemon. No, okay. A stage 3 can most certainly help out for a while until other ones catch up. Yeah, it's probably got our highest base stats at this point. Beedrill is poison. It's also bug. Sabrina will chomp it, not if we outspeed it. Does Beedrill get any like agility moves? Like any status buffing moves? Because if it does, we can set up. For that, get Paras. Literally, the only way we can get Paras if we get lucky in the Safari Zone. But actually, I consider Paras a wasted encounter in the Safari Zone. I'd much prefer to get like a Rhyhorn which is only available in the Safari. Oh, I guess it might be available in Cerulean Cave too. But if I get a Paris as our encounter in Safari Zone, I will be disappointed. I want something special. Oh, let's go. You got some. What did you have for lunch, Ashlyn? Did you eat out? Did you cook yourself? I guess you were working today, or you are working today, so you probably got something. Oh, Mickey D's. Okay, let's go. Oh, no work today. Let's go. What are you doing today? What's the plan? Are you streaming? I guess is kind of a question. I'm pretty sure this guy has a Machop. We do want to switch train Zubat a little. Should we evolve Zubat or not? Maybe we don't. Since we already have a good flying type. Do we go king here? I think we do. Hang out on FF14 and make some clips to... Oh, let's go. That sounds great. What time are you starting the hangout in 14 or Final Fantasy? Okay. We are switching into Chandler, I think. I mean, even... You have got to be kidding me. Jeez, this Machop is putting down the damage. I think we need to go into... Do we go into Soprano? Maybe. Soonish. Oh, no way. Gotta run dungeons and things. Oh, okay. So you'll be streaming, or is it just hanging out offline, I guess? I was hoping I maybe could catch your stream after I end mine. I shouldn't have attacked here, because if it crits, Soprano goes down, I think. That'll finally be the end of Beedrill. Okay. Well, we lost our first Pokemon. We lost our first Pokemon. Beedrill. This Machop is... It is a nightmare. But I don't normally... Oh, okay. Well, you know, maybe it wouldn't be bad to see what it's like. Totally it's trying to retire early, and retire early it did, didn't it? Okay. Sleeping with the fishes. That's exactly what it's doing with voices. Yeah. Okay. I guess we lost our first Pokemon. I'm kind of disappointed. I really wanted it to learn Twin Needles and use it. I only realized after I hit the move that it didn't crit on the Karate Chop the turn before. So welcome back to the team, Ratata. Yeah, Soprano. We're gonna give it a short funeral, or a retirement party, as we call it, because Pokemon don't die, they faint. Well, it is what it is. Okay, I need to make sure that I remember how this thing works. So first of all, Bill's PC, change box to box 12. Deposit Soprano, or we'll get it ready. So I think the command is rip. Okay, I already misspelled it. First thing I need to look at where it is. It is number 5. Okay. Rip 5 Beedrill, and then rip Soprano. Let's hope that this is all right. Thanks very much for your contribution, Soprano, to the challenge. There we go. It worked. Can't believe it. Rip Soprano. Thanks. Does it switch back again automatically? It does, okay. I couldn't remember if it switched back automatically or not. Okay, Soprano. Enjoy box 12. Dude, no. Yeah, we lost our first Pokemon. Also, the counter up there is working, which I'm kind of amazed that it is. What happened? There was a Machop level 20, and it was karate chopping everything. And unfortunately, karate chop is a normal type move in Gen 1, and not fighting. Because if it was fighting, we would have ate those moves. Did we heal? Fair point. We did not heal. Very fair point. Oh yeah, I tried not to heal, so it was fainted in the box, which I guess doesn't matter for Pokemon Home. But yeah. Thanks very much, Streminaments. We healed. Okay, do we... Oh, we can't go for Ekans until we get cut, unfortunately. Or we can't attempt to go for it again. We have 3 more routes where we can try and get it. I'm pretty sure Arbok also learns Dig, doesn't it? I mean, Dig? Then we would even have a move against the rock types who resist Rap. Just trying to think of how can we bust the Rap Glare strat even more? Can it learn Agility or something? That'd be very strong if it could. Oh, also I need to change this thing up here, don't I? Beedrill is gone. Team 5 is now Ratata again. There we go. So it is a lot to keep on top of, but the good thing is it is forcing me to actually do stuff and not forget about doing half the things. So we took on those 2 now. This guy, I'm pretty sure, probably more Tentacruels. This is our rival of a Kadabra already. If our rival does have a Kadabra, we actually need Rattata in this battle. Because we have 4 Pokemon weak to Kadabra. Let me see. The next Pokemon we're going to attempt to catch could be Abra, our own Abra. But we definitely don't want to evolve it, because I guess Kadabra is pretty decent, isn't it, in later games? We might never have ranked it. Okay, we ranked it A in Gen 1. We ranked it B in Gen 2. We're not going to do this mistake again. Let's switch immediately into Chandler. What do we rank Kadabra in the other games? F in Hoenn. And then F in the remakes. So Kadabra, actually? Why do we rank it so lowly? Hyper Beam TM for Arbok. That does sound busted. Hyper Beam for Arbok. Can it not learn Dig? I'm pretty sure Ekans can learn Dig, can it not? And then what we need, Glare, Rap, Dig, and maybe some moves that buffs its own stats somehow. Because that's essentially Earthquake in Gen 1. Dig. Let's go for Shaggy. Glare, Rap, Dig, and Hyper Beam would help with finishing Mons. Oh, it would help with finishing. I was just thinking if we could get a move that boosts its own stats, we could set up on a Mon and to definitely outspeed everything even without the Glare, improve our attack a bit more so that Rap does more damage and don't have to sit through the animation 1,000 times. Does it learn another one other than Double Team? I think every Pokemon can learn Double Team in Gen 1. If it was something like Agility, Sword Stance, no, damn. That would have been very nice if it had one of those moves. Okay. TM44. I'm pretty sure we can just keep using Shaggy here. Are we going to run out of absorbs? Let me check that quickly. No, we have 16 left. Okay, so we should really try and go for Arbok. I think Arbok is going to be our A tier for red. I think we don't need an S tier then. Probably not even another A tier. Oh, TM44 is rest. Oh, okay. That could actually be very good for us. Surely it uses water gun or bubble here. Let's go bubble. Absorb. Do we still think we don't evolve Tada? All S tiers in Gen 1 are also good in other gens other than Dragonite. I don't know, how did we not rank Dragonite like at least A tier for Gen 2? Because in Crystal you can get a Dragonite with extreme speed. Which I guess maybe down the line has been added as a normal move for Dragonite, but I remember you can get a Dratini with extreme speed in Crystal. I don't think we made a mistake necessarily. It must have lacked other moves.
56 randomized Darluck.
Thanks very much, Seth.
Mr. Seth 56 redeemed random.
Black Clover. We love a good Black Clover. It is now guaranteed to randomize to a color that it wasn't before, so I'm not scamming any points anymore off of people. Let's go. Big heal there. Randomized Garlic. Did it say our luck? I think is what it said. Our luck. OURLUCK. Randomized Garlic. Randomized our luck. I don't know. That's probably what it was, wasn't it? Our luck, I think, is what they said. The Dragonite with Wrap, Hyper Beam, Agility, some other good move is pretty insane. Yeah, definitely. It is, for sure. Okay, so is it just... Because I can't believe we rated it's so bad that... Let me check quickly. So it's S tier Gen 1. Then it fell off completely for Gen 2, did it? Where even is it on Gen 2? I can't even see it in B tier. We didn't even rank it for Gen 2 for some reason. What was the reason behind that? Gen 5, Dratini with extreme speed is by hatching. So you need a, is it a egg exclusive move, which we can't go for. Here we go, let's go Shaggy. Yes, Shaggy is putting in the work. It's B tier for Gen 2. Oh, it is. Oh yeah, it is. I don't know how I didn't see it. And then for Hoenn, I guess it's not available in Hoenn, is it? And then the remakes, we put it in A tier. What was our thinking behind that? Maybe we should have added a footnote to all of our things as well. I hope this doesn't have an ice type move. Don't have an ice type move. Good lad. Made it to the boat. Yes, we did. We're on the boat. We're going to take on the rival here pretty soon. Let's hope that 5 absorbs are enough to take out Shelder. Remember to go out the front door. Yes, I will. I will for sure. Also, is Hamez in still? Remember to go out the front door. What was that the exact sentence that McMannery said yesterday? Do we need to even strategize for Let's Go games? The Pokemon will tough it out so we don't feel sad. I mean, that you're not wrong about that, Seth. The whole mechanic there, like a lot of Pokemon probably will hang on 1 HP when they would have fainted in these games. So, I mean, that is a fair point. But the thing is, they don't hang on every time. I think it's a certain odd or a certain chance that it does. But what makes Dragonite good is Wrap Hyper Beam because of the glitches. I don't think that is necessarily the glitches. That's just Wrap in Gen 1 that doesn't allow your opponent to attack. The glitches is the status moves that buff your own stats, because they buff every stat rather than just the stat that you want it to. Well, they don't buff every stat in the classical sense. They just apply the badge boost to every stat again. Dragonite is pretty terrible in other games because it doesn't use its good stat. Oh, does it have a high attack stat and dragon moves are special? That's probably why we ranked it so lowly. But yeah, Wrap and Hyper Beam glitch. Oh, glitch because Hyper Beam, you don't have to recharge if you knock your opponent out. Plus badge boost with agility. Yeah, okay, so there are multiple. Okay, yeah, that's true. It gets no good flying or dragon moves. Oh, so does it have a high special? And it's a, oh, I guess. Okay, I'm confused. I don't know what I'm talking. Right. Let's take on a few more trainers in here. I guess we would love to have Ekans here, which we can't get, unfortunately. But there are so many trainers that are weak to dig, and I think we are on the same page, aren't we? We're going to teach dig to Ekans. That's, other than Earthquake, the best move in Gen 1, probably. Yeah, Wrap on Dragonite is ridiculous in Gen 1. Do we want to use Dragonite? Well, the thing is, Dratini, I guess, is difficult to catch, kind of. We can pretty much guarantee the encounter by catching 1 or 2 Pokemon before. I think we just need to catch maybe Psyduck and Magikarp. And then we're guaranteed a Dratini encounter in the Safari Zone. That is the unfortunate thing. So if it decides to run, it runs, and then we can't use it. If it doesn't, you know, we get it. It's high attack stat, and wants to use normal type moves. Oh, that makes sense. Thunderbolt on my Jolteon is just clearing everything and crits so much because it's so fast. Yeah, the crit being dependent on the speed stat in Gen 1 is also a busted thing. The only good flying move Dragonite has in Gen 3 is Hidden Power. Okay, that sounds awful. I thought Drill Peck and Horn Drill were the best moves in the game. Well, Horn Drill only if you're allowed in-game battle items. And Drill Peck, I mean, how are you going to beat a rock type with Drill Peck? I guess you could argue the same thing for Wrap, but at least the rock type is never going to attack you. So you will eventually beat it. Not never, because a Wrap isn't 100% accurate. But you will probably beat a Pokemon more safely, a rock type, with Wrap than Drill Peck. And Horn Drill is... I don't know how the accuracy of that move is determined in this game. But I'm not exactly sure if it's good or not. Was Dragonite held back because of levels? Maybe that was another reason that we did it. Yeah, we did hold back certain Pokemon because of being too late in the game and having to level grind it for a while, didn't we? In order to level it up. That is very possible. Right, we're going to go into King here. Horn Drill on my Nidoqueen lands a lot in yellow without X accuracy. I mean, certain games it is dependent on the level difference between the two Pokemon. In this game it might be the speed difference. Is it the speed difference? I feel like someone told me while I was battling Giovanni that Horn Drill can't land unless it is faster than you. So as long as I had a faster Pokemon than Rhydon in, I think that's what it was, it can never land the Horn Drill. So if your speed is a lot faster than your opponent's, I think that's what determines the Horn Drill accuracy, isn't it? Yo, you're back for a bit. Let's go, DT. Welcome back. Dan, Thunderbolt, Quick Attack, Thunder Wave, Toxic. My Jolteon had these moves. And that sounds... The thing is, yeah. Hello, ground types. Also, Jolteon doesn't learn agility. Because if it has agility, why are you running Toxic? Setup Pokemon. Well, I mean, setup in Gen 1, if you want to beat a Gen 1 game, is always to use moves like Agility, Sword Stance, because you buff every stat every time because of the badge boost being replied every time. I don't know why you would set up with Toxic. Well, I guess badly poisoned, so it will do more and more damage, but I don't think Jolteon has the HP or the defense stats to hang on to thousands of moves. We could teach Dragonite Ice Beam, also by TM or Blizzard. Yeah. If we have no other Pokemon that wants to learn Ice Beam, because we only have one Ice Beam TM in the entire game. Yeah, without X accuracy, not sure I think it's the speed stat, if I remember correctly. Maybe we put it lower, as it was a Pokemon would be only add if we needed it, rather than build a team around it. Oh, actually, yeah, that is pretty sure that is the reason. Voices. Also, McMannery is saying didn't have access to its best stats with the move pool, which in Gen 2 is a huge issue for a lot of Pokemon. Okay, we've got 3 Pokemon on level 20 still. 2 of them are grass types, so we shouldn't go in there because that guy is a Growlithe. I'm gonna go to the kitchen here quickly and pick up the Great Ball. Can't you pair Toxic with Rap and you're basically unbeatable? I mean, that is a very nasty strat, but you're definitely right, Dan. Yeah, that sounds like a very nasty strat. So on top of the Rap damage, you would do Toxic damage. I guess you're probably... The thing is, if you don't outspeed it, you're always going to take a hit first. So you kind of want to outspeed it, and that's why I guess Glare was the move that we decided on, but actually Toxic might be the better move to pick there. Just for added damage on top of the Raps. There's also no Steel type yet, so nothing that completely resists poison. For the E4, Jolteon with Toxic setup. Also Thunder Wave. I think with Jolteon, the best thing is Agility, and then you just Thunderbolt everything. Other than the ground types, which you need a different Pokemon for. We'll go for King here. Or Sword Dancing Tangela with Bind. That's a guaranteed win. Blizzard's also very good since it's 90% accuracy. Oh, is it? I didn't know that. It's 70 after, isn't it, or something? No, but the setup Pokemon does its setup, and we switch to a tank or wall depending on... I mean, you can win Gen 1 a lot easier than setting up walls and tanks. Because... yeah, I feel like going for setups on a Pokemon and then switching to another one, Gen 1 can be beaten a lot easier, I think, than doing that. Because you can set up on every Pokemon by just using Double Team. And then, basically, you could probably beat the Elite Four with a Growlithe. Maybe not, maybe not. Maybe that was hyperbole. Also, that lowered our defense, didn't it? Welcome in, Shots! How are you doing? Is it your week? Oh no, oh no, okay. Shaggy? Okay, we hung on. We landed the sleep powder, let's go. I think this is going to be weird, but we're going to do this. In Gen 3 singles, Dragonite best attacking moves are Hidden Power and Earthquake. I think that that answers every question, for sure. 5 PP. 5 PP on what? Welcome in, Shots. How are you doing? Also, we have to snooze the odds here quickly, because they're going to start playing. Where are we? Hey up, Shots, my guy, says Dan. Just finished work. I'm exhausted. But this is your weekend, isn't it? That was like, what did you say, 42 hours? But you finally completed it, and now you're off for 4 days. Let's go. Glad to hear you made it through. Okay, I'm locked in now. Free and here to watch for the eve. Let's go, James. Unfortunate thing is we need to take an ad break. I hate that. It feels like the ad breaks are always when people like come back and join it again. That is kind of a rip. Yeah, goddamn for sure. Maybe everyone go and take a pee break so that we're all locked in once we come back. We're going to go back and heal quickly. I think we have every Pokemon at the level cap. Maybe not Rattata, but we don't want it to evolve. 52 hours done and dusted. That sounds like a rough week, Shots. Thankfully you're off for 4 days now. Blizzard. Oh, Blizzard is 5 PP. I mean, there are PP ups. There is Ethers lying everywhere in Kanto. And also, I mean, you're not going to enter the Elite Four with just Blizzard. Time for a brew, lad. That sounds very good. That's what I'm going to do during the break, actually. Oh, Cuppa sounds good. Very good. Not at 4:42 AM. Is that the time you are at right now? It is. Damn. Okay, you're 8 hours ahead of us. I remember that. No, that sounds like a bad idea. You're heading to bed now, aren't you? You ended your shift, so you're not up after you did your final shift. You're going to sleepy time now. Damn. That's rough, Shots. But thankfully, you know, you're done for the week. You can have a break. I think a coffee sounds good. Let's go. Everyone, tea alarm. Maybe that's what we should add. Our first sound redemption should maybe be the tea alarm. Shot of whiskey for Shots then. I second that. Yes, 3. I 3 that. We'll be right back. You started at midnight for me, but I was working. Oh, rip. Well, welcome in. I hope you're enjoying your evening, I guess morning. That's a rough job, Shots, that you work. That sounds like a very rough job. Do you get any like medical coverage to go and get a checkup every now and again for working through the nights and stuff like that? Maybe later tonight. I want to sleep, not stay awake. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I have to go and pee quickly, Shots. I'll be right back. I love that one. No. What's safety? Jeez. I guess, do you have national health in Shreya? Lol, in Europe we have this thing called health and safety. Not sure if you guys have it over there. Basically some dude comes around and stops you from doing your job because Sandra got a splinter. Right, that's going straight in the Discord, Dan. That's going straight in the Discord under memes. We'll give the credit as well for Dan. I'm gonna be posting that like at random points. Also, it's not all of
Hello,
Europe.
Sile Nutenia.
Welcome in, Nodi. How are you doing today? How was your
Sal
weekend?
no tenure redeemed, say hello.
What was I gonna say about the health and safety? Also, not all countries in Europe have that. I'm pretty sure the US has a travel warning for Switzerland. And I think the reason for the travel warning is that Switzerland doesn't mark all of the dangers or health risks when it comes to, for example, hiking along mountain trails. So essentially they're worried that their citizens would, you know, fall off the edge of a cliff in Switzerland or something. Which, I don't know, I think in England they might have to put up rails everywhere along the hiking trail. Back and coffee made. Let's go, meds. Let's go, DT. Welcome back. I forgot my coffee, gotta get mine, says McManery. The thing is, it's not actually a meme. It's actually how, yeah. The thing is, yeah, but it's something that is, you know, it is kind of a meme. I know it happens, but it's a meme that it happens. We're lucky to have management to check up on us. Yeah, they have to have one person run night shift. No way, that sounds awful. I'm in my 3rd department now. No way. GI. What does GI stand for? Let me think. General incidents. What does the I stand for in a hospital setting, medical setting? Have to drop for a long meeting. All right, Papa Moon. Thanks very much for joining in. Good luck with your meeting. Best of luck. Thank you very much. Hope you're still going strong by the time I get back. Well, so am I. So do I, Papa Moon. Who knows? After losing that Beedrill, I guess Beedrill was kind of asking for it, wasn't it? I know I was asking for it on the Beedrill, not the Beedrill was asking for it. But thanks very much, Papa Moon. Good luck with your meeting, and hopefully I see you later, and if not, tomorrow for the final stream before I move. And, you know, if you don't make it to that one, I guess I'll see you when I have moved. Put it this way, they closed my office this week because they needed to paint the fire escape. Must have took the guys 10 minutes. Damn, that sounds awful. Gastrointestinal. Oh wow, that is quite the department to be working in, Nodi. Mainly the digestive system, yeah. So you're probably working... Now, this might come across wrong. This is not how I mean it, but I don't know how to phrase it differently. With a lot of diarrhea and sort of issues in that department. Not that you're work, you know, but you need to care for people who are suffering from salmonella and things like that, I think. The Beedrill slander is crazy. Yeah, it definitely wasn't fair of me to slander it as much. I also love the mic, the Wazowski, the Wazowski emote. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it sounds like a rough one, to be honest. Like, because people are genuinely suffering there, I think. That job sounds pretty well. Okay, Dan. That's a good way of putting it. Let's see, we have 2 more Pokemon that can gain 1 more level. The question is, do we evolve Rattata or not? Do we go for Rattata instead of Arbok in case we miss out on it? I guess we can decide that later. But the thing is, we kind of need to use Rattata in the rival battle because we only have 2 Pokemon in Pidgey and Rattata that actually resist, not resist, but aren't weak to confusion by the Kadabra, which is kind of tough. I'm looking at a lot of... Oh no, are you actually like... Damn, are you like handling samples and giving it to the laboratory for testing and stuff like that? That sounds like rough. I know somebody who worked as an aide in a doctor's thing, and yeah. They said sometimes people didn't even get the test sample into the thing. Like sometimes they delivered it in a separate thing, and then they had to move it into the, you know, I don't even know the words for it. Does that make you a politician? I'm looking at a lot of poop. Does that make, is that the reference there, voices? Beedrill does shout danger, but its own danger. That's a first. Yeah. Okay. Let's go into this battle. The goal is to level up Shaggy to 20 and then go into the rival battle. Yeah, okay, I'm glad I got it. The first time I learned cholangiopancreatography is a word. Okay, that sounds like a German word. You know, where they just add everything that they can. And we see... Can we see the team stats? Actually, I should have showed that. I'll show you in a sec. I want to try and put this to sleep. Let's go. I'll show you the team stats in a second here. After this battle, I guess. Medical English do be like that. I didn't know that. That is quite a word. Do you know how to pronounce it already? Or can you, like, say it swiftly? Cholangiopancreatography. 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 Okay, why am I stumbling? Don't forget the Latin too. Yeah, that's true. How many points does that get you in Scrabble? That's a good question, actually. Yeah, I'm getting it. I'm getting there. I'm not quite saying it fluently enough yet, but we were getting close, I think. Right, Darlic is level 16. Shaggy hasn't leveled up, but it probably will against Shelder here. And then we will head into the rival battle. Because I'm undecided for the Rattata. We might have to evolve it here, but then the question is, who do we use in blue to not be weak to Kadabra's confusion? I think the Kadabra is going to be rough here against the rival battle. That depends. Is it on a double or triple? Double or triple? Oh, wait, context. Let me get the context. Double or is it on a double or triple? I think they'll probably land on both. I got this. Okay. Is it Scrabble? Are we talking about Scrabble? Are we talking about confusion? We're talking about Scrabble. Let's go, let's go. Double or triple word score Scrabble. Okay, I didn't know that that was a rule in Scrabble. I only know that there's like a wee number at the bottom that tells you how many points you get. I didn't know that you get double or triple word scores. Cholangio is the tube of the gallbladder. Pancreas is the pancreas, I was thinking. Pancreato. And graphy is to image something. Ding ding, let's go. Yes. My brain isn't completely ruined from... I never realized that I struggled with context this much. I mean, I do remember talking to a mate at work one time, and he was talking, and then I was supposed to reply something, and I remember in my brain all he said was something along the lines of, like, the words were there, but they weren't making sense when they arrived at my brain. So, man, every day is a school day. Thanks, Dan. It sounds like someone you never want to see. The colon, or context. Context is someone I never want to see. Neil's brain working. Unbelievable. It's mainly Latin and Greek prefix, suffix, and word roots chucked together. Yeah, I can see where that's coming from. Welcome back, Steely Speckle. How are you doing? We are. I currently have the file opened. We were working on the explainer. I don't think it is actually much clearer yet, but I looked into the hate lock that you were talking about last time, and I'm not quite sure how that differentiated so much from another Nuzlocke, to be honest. Yeah, you mentioned the hate lock last time, and I looked into it, I remember. I looked at the rules, but I felt like the rules weren't that different from a regular Nuzlocke. So let's see, Rival starts with the Pidgeotto, doesn't it? I think Chandler is our best answer to Pidgeotto, and then we'll take it from there, I think. So we need to do the rival battle now, because... yeah, we're very close to the cap. It's just that you can't... you can't die for 30... okay, that's too rough, no. That sounds very rough. As in a Pokemon can't faint, or you can't white out. It took me 2 days to read a light novel, when it takes most people just a few hours a day. Yeah, I feel like my reading isn't the greatest either. Neil, what's the highest number of people you've had in stream at once? Well, we did get a raid one time that was quite big. I think it was like 40 something. But like right now we're probably very high. We're very close to anything other. If we don't count raids, we're probably very close to the highest ever. That's why I call. That's why it's called. Oh, because you hate yourself. That makes sense. Now I get where the name comes from, because it was kind of a puzzle to me working with 69. Okay, thanks very much, Shots. That is the quality input we love that you add to our stream every time. You can't white out. Oh, well, we're not allowed to white out either. I guess we don't have to restart from the start when we do, which is probably what the hate log is about, having to start from the very beginning. The problem isn't my reading, it's getting the context. Oh, okay. Well, with me, it's usually my mind drifts off and the words are coming, but they're not making sense. Non-raid, it was around 20-ish. Yeah, I think maybe around 20-ish is about right. I have to read over something 3 or 4. Yeah, I get that. But mainly because my mind has gone AWOL. Is why I have to read it like 2 or 3 times. Okay, this is already rival battle number 4, is it? Is it 4 or did we just do 4? Like first in Palatine, then Route 22, then in Cerulean. So this is number 4. Okay, let's go. Let's hope the run doesn't end here. You sit there and read the same sentence 10 times over and you still don't get it. No, reading sentences here is a bit different than reading a book, I think. Rival battle time. Let's go. I love how you misspelled rival like I usually do, Dan. I've got the concentration span of a gold. Okay, very good. Let's go. Rival battle. 4th rival battle on the SS Anne. And yes, we are doing this battle before we're taking on Misty because level caps and early generations are weird. Let's go. Thanks very much, everyone. Easy dub, says Seth. Good luck. Thanks very much, Seth. Sorry. Okay, Pidgeotto. Level 19. I think Chandler is our safest option here. Now, it could obviously get beaten by too many sand attacks, but it didn't go for it. Let's go. Thanks very much, Dan. Riavel says shots. Good luck, thank you. Hopefully it is easy. Let's see. Hi YouTube, says McMannery. Well done, McMannery. This will eventually be on the VOD channel and the main channel, this battle. So, very appropriate. Alright, Raticate comes out. Now I think we can we live a crit Hyperfang? Maybe not, but we'll take a chance on it. Quick attack. Hey mom, I'm on YouTube. Okay. That was literally what McMannery said on the call-in stream that we did. Mom, what were the exact words again? Who do we go for here? I mean, King and Shaggy both can't be used against the Ace and against Kadabra, so we might as well bring in King now. Okay, thanks very much, Dan, for disabling help.
1L redeemed disable help.
So, emote only mode is on. You can only put emotes in chat right now. Potentially McMannery could do more because he's a mod. I'm not sure. But, you know, don't spoil it. Right, we're getting emotes all over the screen, which is amazing. Okay, who do we go for here? I think we have to swap into Pidgeotto. Okay. The screen is absolutely flooded with emotes. I think it's 8 emotes per user per second that can spawn on screen. And yous are certainly doing the best yous could for it. Let's go. Kadabra's down. Didn't take out a Pokemon. That is very good. Very happy to see that. Thanks for the emotes, everyone. Also love, I've seen a few emotes I've never saw before. Let's go for a quick attack here. I can barely see the game anymore. Jeez. Okay, this is crazy. I don't think we've ever had, like, we've had a few emote only chats, and they were very full, but I think this is the fullest I've ever seen an emote only mode. Let's go. Thanks very much, everyone. Right, we beat the rival. Let's go. Norm levels up to level 21, which incidentally is also the next level cap. New level cap is level 21 for Misty. We will be heading there next. Right, let's go. Rival defeated. Time to move on. Right, we can't go and pick up Cut. If we go and pick up Cut, we lose a lot of trainer XP. Thanks very much, everyone, for all of the emotes. What is that emote, Dan? What is that emote? MV game. Is that a Twitch emote? I never saw that one before. It was just someone's head. We've got the rainbow kappa. Let's go. Oh, let's go. Yup. Who are you subbed to, McMannery? Who was that emote? Who was that Pikachu's? DT, Cafe Cool. I love all of these. We can see like other people's emotes. Pokadu. Raid. Let's go. I don't know if we are being raided right now. I don't think we are. Also, shots, voices. You have some lovely. Oh, these aren't yours. Oh, I thought they were yours. Dorcas. Let's go. Dorcas has some nice emotes too. Oh, where did you get the Lugia emote from, McMannery? Okay. Jeez, okay. Right, emote only mode is over. You can now send normal messages again. I love how nobody accidentally sent one after. Okay, there we go, shots. That's the Australian lag right there. That's the Aussie lag. That was very successful, actually. I think that was probably one of the best jobs ever of obscuring as much of the screen as we could with that. You got gifted a sub to some channel I never watched. You know why that happens? I was reading a thing the other day. Someone asked that on Reddit. Now, I don't usually browse Reddit, but sometimes like I'll just look at what the top things are. And somebody asked, why am I getting gifted a sub to a channel I never watched? And the reason is apparently Twitch will gift subs to streams that a streamer that you watches for some reason as well. That is one of the criteria that they use in determining gift subs going to someone. Right, this trainer has a Butterfree. I think we want to try and take it on. It does have Confusion. Maybe we don't take on. I mean, we got our encounter here already, didn't we? Change stream message.
Voice lock redeem change stream message.
Thanks very much, Voices. That's a very good stream message. The reason I put that as a 2,000 point redemption was because I was worried that, you know, if it was too low, people could come in and put like hateful messages in there. But I'm feeling kind of silly that I was worried about that now, because all of the stream messages have been very wholesome or like antagonizing the stream so far. So I might lower the cost so we can like have a change more often. Or more people can express themselves. You should make it so it reads the message out. That's a great point, actually. I think actually I could do that mid-stream probably. Because I think it's just one box I need to tick. Let's see. Channel point redemptions. Oh, I need to add something quickly. I can't do it on stream today, but I'll do that for tomorrow's stream. Alert, read out stream message. Let's do. I'll add that for tomorrow's stream. That's a good point, Shots. Thanks very much. Do it. We're gonna add it for tomorrow, and then we'll add ratata again to see how Gerant, the Welsh TTS person, says it. I think it is about right, because new followers could get 500 odd points straight away. Oh, can they get that many straight? I thought it was like 300 for a follow. 2000s means they have to spend a little time. Yeah. I guess 2000... I think if you watch 2 streams, you're very likely to have 2,000
Bozo 1989 increased the difficulty.
Okay,
Bozo
now
1908.
It says in the description, it lowers the next level cap, not this one. So it is -1 for Lieutenant Surge's level cap, not this current one, because otherwise we would be overleveled already. So will this end the challenge? No. It says in the description, it's the next level cap. Yeah, scammed by not reading. Exactly. It's the next level cap, because I knew that this would happen and people would try this. So it lowers the upcoming level cap. And I've got a cooldown on it, which should make it impossible that the level cap gets lowered below the last level cap. I think. 2000 means probably 2 to 3 hours. Well, if you follow, I think you can get it with the follow 300 bonus in like 8 hours maybe. If you sub, obviously even quicker than that. Yeah, we're not even going to take on our level grind here. I think we just go in here because this battle's going to be pretty easy. Let's go for King in the lead. Right. Let's see. Voice has put in a very good message.
SHVTZ wants to see the squad.
Show the squad. Oh yeah, I forgot. You wanted to see the squad.
SHVTZ redeemed show.
This is the show the squad thing, what it actually means, but I think you want to see the stats, do you? I'm just going to keep saving as many points as possible to make sure Urshifu never wins a vote in this chat for chat's favorite Pokemon. That's a big brain idea, McMannery, because I will, you know, democracy literally can be bought too, so I will make democracy buyable too in our polls for chat's favorite Pokemon. Because he has questionable rewards. Oh wait, quick, I missed a few messages there. 2,000 probably means 2 to 3 hours. I think it has to be a bit more than that. I've only got 4.7k, but I've put off what I watch before I go to bed to actually have time to see the challenge. You've only got 4.7k. What? Oh, I thought that was Voice's message. Okay, DT. But you've put off what do you normally watch before you go to bed? Thanks very much, DT. You know, I hope you're not missing out. What do you usually do? Brother got outsmarted. Is that a reference to Lebozo? I explained that on yesterday's stream. So literally, you know, there is a -1 here. So I remember to lower it by 1 when we set the next one. So if it was redeemed again, that would -1 would turn into a 2. There is a 1 in 56 chance that it actually increases the level cap by 3. You know, just so that so there is a wee chance of payback. I'm checking his rewards don't screw him. They won't, Lebozo. I guess in the first 30 minutes of a run, it could, because if you faint my starter, I lose the run immediately. I thought the random subs can come from the ones that scroll along the top of the desktop clash as you watching. That can also be Voices. They like have certain things. If you do something with interact in some way with the channel, they add points, and then there's reasons to deduct points, and then depending on how many points you have, it's like a hidden mechanic apparently, how they decide gifted subs. For example, if you ban someone or you don't ever want to see them, then they get -1,000 points, which is essentially impossible to achieve in any other way. So anyone who's banned will never get a gift sub. But there's like certain things that give you like 2 or 3 points, and certain things that will deduct 1 or 2 points. I think if you've ever subbed to a channel, you actually get -1 for getting a gift sub, because you're already likely to sub. They then don't give you the gift subs because they hope that you will sub again, which is like, apparently that's a thing. I don't know if it's true, but I was reading that on Reddit. I'm just going to keep save to prevent Urshifu. 69k is my goal. Shots, I'm looking forward to the day you reach 69. How many are you at right now, Shots? Just out of curiosity. Time to save points now, McMannery. How much you got? I think McMannery must have quite a few. The thing is, channel points aren't that old yet. We don't have them for that long. So McMannery might not be the top channel point haver. I think it should be around 200. I think it is 220 an hour, yeah. Only person I'm afraid of is Bree. Oh yeah, Bree does have a lot of points and could skew any vote towards Urshifu. Watch this, you put everything on no and the rest go on yes. Well, that would be a possibility. Unfortunately, I can't bet. Damn, I see I'm not a threat. Yeah, but I watch your streams at work. I might have missed the explanation. Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right, Lebozo. Sorry. I did mention it yesterday. I thought you were in. But maybe you weren't. Actually, I forgot about that, yeah. Because somebody asked about that. I can't remember who it was. I thought it was you, actually, that asked. But apparently it wasn't. I've been going through Digimon. Oh! Actually, I did as well, DT. I think I've got 3 episodes left on the original Digimon Adventures. That's where the Gulag comes into play. Very good. Very big brain, McMannery. I might have to mod Bree in time. This mod needs a mod check when it comes to Urshifu. We'll probably add a second mod for when we do that. If everyone in the stream is subbed and you gift a sub, it goes to a random person on Twitch. It's how it used to be anyways. That is weird. Like, just a random person. 12k so I could faint a Pokemon. I mean, I think Seth was considering it earlier, and I don't think he found one that was worth fainting right now. Which Pokemon you want to faint? Oh, actually, okay. Seth is offering to do it for you. You're on you're on Fusion already. Oh, wow. I never made it that far, unfortunately, DT. No one was just saying... Actually, by the way, I just wanted to mention, I think the Digimon anime is superior to the Pokemon anime. I've said it. I'm sorry. No one was just saying I could. That's a good idea. Nidorino would be good. No King. Well, we're not going to go for King. Well, maybe I shouldn't reveal that. Maybe we should need to keep the strategy talk to ourselves so that we don't accidentally reveal who to faint. Nothing touches Monster. I love Monster Rancher. Actually, Kenzo, Tom, came in the other day when we were playing Repo and he asked for a game recommendation and I told him Monster Rancher 1 and 2 XD. Don't say that. Yeah, big L Neil for sure. Common L Neil, in fact, I would say. Data Squad was good, but after that it seems... I guess I was just talking about the Adventure, because that's the only one I've seen. I think I watched Adventure 2 as well. Oddish then. Right, let's take on Misty, the second gym leader of Pokemon Red. In the second stream, we are not progressing quite as fast as I'd hoped, but hopefully we'll get there. I would get them if they were ever on offer. They literally are, but I'm pretty sure I bought it when they were on offer. Monster Rancher 1 and 2 XD. The only pity is you can't actually use actual CDs again. We got a Gen 1 miss. Let's flip and go. We got our first Gen 1 miss that I realized anyway. Yu-Gi-Oh is much better, says the shots. I like the manga of Yu-Gi-Oh actually. I believe the first 10 volumes, they don't even play the card game. They just play it. He's the king of games in general. McMannery says, go, go, go. Huge play, Ivysaur. Yeah, Ivysaur's gonna win us this battle. Easy. X-Defend. I don't know why you're X-Defending. We're literally using our special to attack. Now, Starmie could technically win this battle if it crits twice. Maybe that was a bit of a push. Oh, there's the crit. That did do a lot, but we beat Misty. Let's go. Lebozo did redeem, lower the level cap. It is the next level cap that is lowered, so now instead of level 24, the next level cap will be 23 for Lieutenant Surge. Let's go. So that's gone again. So if it gets redeemed again, it's the next level cap after. Let's go. I mean, I had to make sure you couldn't just beat my run immediately. So, there we go. Misty defeated. Lieutenant Surge next. Okay, there's a lot of messages. I think we touched some subject there again that was a bit too much or as controversial. Tamers through to Fusion were the best. The voice acting when I rewatched the first two was extremely subpar. Let me see. Oh, the thing is, yeah, the English voice acting is terrible. I think I watched not the dub, but the sub. So I watched the Japanese with English subtitles. But also the Germans actually did a very good job with dubbing Digimon. They actually took it seriously compared to the English dub. Did you also get the 4Kids in UK? I think you also had the 4Kids dub, didn't you? Which, yeah, a lot of people hate that one. The anime is so good. Of Yu-Gi-Oh! I agree. I quite liked it too. Well, I don't know about the later ones. The ones where Yugi was still around, I quite liked. And I always liked Egypt, ancient Egypt. So there is that. Let's go to the SS Anne and continue training there. And hopefully we can beat all the trainers. It's time to duel. I love Yu-Gi-Oh! Games. I love Forbidden Memories, but unfortunately my PS CD broke, so I no longer have it. The game has never been re-released on any console, so unless I want to break a few laws, I can never play the game again. Aoki, who was in earlier, did a full stream series on the Digimon games Cyber Sleuth. Oh, I actually own that game as well for the Switch. I think I started it, but I prefer the Digimon World games. That's another game that I used to own, but the CD broke when I was a child, and I wanted to replay it recently, and unfortunately, it has never been re-released, so I cannot touch it. Listen, Pharaoh. Oh, does Yugi say that? I never realized. For some reason, that is not ringing a bell, but it makes sense that he says that. So nostalgic. First try, says Seth. New level cap 21. Unfortunately, that doesn't work. Seth, that command is for me and my mods only. I've never played the games, but maybe in the future I'll try them out. Yeah, the Cyber Sleuth games apparently are very good. Like, they've very well received, I think. There's some game is coming out soon. I'm not sure. I think next year there's a new one, but I'm not sure if it's Cyber Sleuth or not. W, I can go to bed now. Good night. Thanks very much for joining in, Shots. I really appreciate you. Like, every time you seem to come in and say hello, at least, you know, even though you're in from rough shifts and everything. Good luck with your shiny hunt that no doubt you will pick up tomorrow again. And take care. Enjoy your 4 days off work. Right, where are we? Good night, Shots. Good night. Good night. Everyone's saying good night. What is Yu-Gi-Oh? Asked Seth. Lebozo, he directed that question at you, so I guess it's your turn to explain. In the English dub, there was never any emotion like in other anime. Yeah, I remember seeing someone say that they didn't take it very seriously. I think there's a scene where some monster attacks them, and then the frame sort of freezes in Japan, so that, or for the Japanese version, so that they could talk about what they're thinking in that moment. But in the English, they apparently just go something along the lines of, "Oh my god, this place is so cursed, the frame is now frozen," or something like that, which doesn't make a lot of sense at all, unless you're trying to break the fourth wall, which kind of doesn't work. Didn't really understand them, but they were very cheap on sale. Oh, the Cyber Sleuth games. I played the OG Digimon World and Real Disc Checker Monster Rancher. I unfortunately didn't have Monster Rancher, but I had the Real Digimon World. I loved that game. Even though I think my version of the game was not 100%able, because, yeah, it was released with a bug where I think Ogremon, I couldn't do certain interactions with Ogremon. They were all under £10 for a while. Oh my god. I better not buy the Monster Rancher games. I've just bought a Switch 2. Actually, I can let you know, Voices, I went through the list of games that have issues on the Switch 2 currently. Monster Rancher is one of them, on top of WarioWare Move It and the Pikmin games. So actually, I'm not sure if that's for cartridge only, but it is amongst the list of Pokemon that have issues on the Switch 2. I love the memes where Joey doesn't realize that Yugi just turns into a full-grown man when he turns into the Pharaoh. That is, but how did they not realize? Isn't Digimon just a copied version of Pokemon? No, Digimon is based off of Tamagotchi. And I would say they both sort of bounced ideas off each other. Who are we training? We have no team. I just realized again, we don't really have a team. We don't really know what we are working towards, do we? But we can't go and catch anything since we don't have cut. If we go and get cut, we're going to lose all of this trainer XP, so we might as well train these Pokemon. We're kind of in a very weird situation where none of the Pokemon, I think, are really that good. And we're also still got Rattata in our team for some reason. That was Yami Marek yelling that to the... Oh, listen... Oh, okay. Oh, I thought it was Tiny Yugi saying it to the Pharaoh. Oh, I didn't realize that. But it makes sense. Yes and no. Pokemon tended to copy Digimon with Megas. I think that is... Yeah, that is something that certainly... Also, Digimon had eggs because of the Tamagotchi concept, which Pokemon theoretically only had from Gen 2. Not saying it is copied, but I think Digimon... Like, I don't really see it as a Pokemon clone. Obviously the monster sort of genre, monster training thing was quite big at the time. But I don't really think Digimon was a copy of Pokemon. I think it was a Tamagotchi. It was a way to try and sell Tamagotchis to boys, I think. Because Tamagotchis apparently were more popular with girls. The English sounds like kids were doing the VA. Yeah, I think that's a good way. And instead of understanding it, they just read words. Which is very sad, because I feel like Digimon anime touches on a lot more grown-up subjects. Or maybe not grown-up, but more adolescent subjects than the Pokemon anime does. So they kind of squandered a lot of opportunity by doing that for the anime, I think. In fairness, I only have Pokemon Mario Kart and Dragon Quest on the Switch. Well, you know, I think that's good enough for a start, isn't it? That's a lot of games to get through. Who goes in for Lieutenant Surge? I mean, if we can catch any ground-type Pokemon, Surge's Raichu can't touch us, so we could go in with a level 15 Diglett, or whatever levels that they come at. Does Nidorino learn Dig? That is a great question. We were considering keeping Dig for Arbok. And I guess once we get cut, we can go and get Arbok. So maybe we wait and see if we get the Arbok encounter or not, and then make the decision who we teach Dig to. Because if we don't get the Arbok, we might as well teach it to Nidorino. Let's actually check it out quickly, if Nidorino learns it or not. I'm pretty sure it does. I could see a world where it doesn't, because I think Nidoking maybe can't learn it. Learn set, Gen 1. It can't. Oh wow. Okay, it can't. That's awful. Are you allowed to leave a Pokemon in the daycare? I think there's no rule against that. So I guess we could do that. If only chat answered the question. No, it doesn't learn Dig. Damn, I was too slow. Damn. That's what I love you guys for. You can ask a question and you usually get a reply quicker than if by the time I get to your message and reply to it. BT says, Neil doesn't check chat after the chat. He is at... What the flip does that message mean, McMannery? Neil doesn't check chat after the chat. Oh, I don't read on and then do the checking. That's because I would forget that I had to check something. I mean, I forgot that Shots wanted to see the stats of the Pokemon, and technically he still hasn't seen it. DT said, I did find out that one of the Digimon Fusion's VAs did some VA work on Bleach too. Oh. Which, if it wasn't for so many fillers, would be one of the best anime out there. I feel like I've heard a lot of people say that about Bleach. But it is another one of those endless ones, is it not? That just kept on going. So we learned Poison Powder. Let's go. I feel like even when I read Discord, I don't read all the messages. Sometimes I reply to something and then the answer pops up further down by someone else. That is something I should probably change. I should probably read the entire chat, at least in Discord, and then only reply to stuff. Radicate Dig it is. I mean, I think if we fail to get... Why is that sound playing for so long when things only up so short? Onyx can learn Dig. I mean, the chance of catching Onyx is not zero. It is unlikely, because I think Geodude and Machop are a lot more likely. But we will be going to Rock Tunnel before we take on Lieutenant Surge. We won't be going through it, but we will be going to see it. Boy, we're almost at 5-hour stream already, and we haven't even taken on Lieutenant Surge yet. This is terrible. Okay. Right, we'll try and do the entire ship by the time for the next ad break. Then we go to routes 10, 9, and Rock Tunnel to get those encounters. Then we come back, take on Surge. Once we have beaten Surge, we start heading through Oh, actually, maybe we could get almost to Celadon, which was kind of my goal for today. I know I didn't... Did I mention it? I can't remember. What is your favorite Pokemon? Like Smallant has Wooper. I have this guy. Let's get that Ekans. Yeah, but we need Cut first. And to get Cut, we could just go and get Cut. But I feel like we don't want to waste the trainer XP on here. So we'll take out all the trainers on the boat quickly. Okay, these aren't trainers. Also, DT's Bleach message. Bleach main series is 366 episodes, and at least 100 of those are filler. Jeez, why would you put so much filler in a show? But they have their final series getting episodes here and there, and that series is called 1000 Year Blood War. Okay. I think they even did a real life Netflix thing, didn't they? I'm pretty sure I saw some real life Netflix Bleach recently, or maybe it was a while ago even. Yeah, Cubone, absolute favorite Pokemon of all time. Last time I did, you know when we do chat's favorite Pokemon, that's how I found out that it was Cubone. Cubone actually won that when I did it privately, but this has been like, how long ago did I do it? Probably about 8 years ago. No, longer than 8 years. Probably 10 years ago I did it now. So it's probably time for me to do it as well sometime again. Sounds like an animated EastEnders on every day. It does, doesn't it? I mean, One Piece is worse than that even, I think. But it does sound like EastEnders. They did a live action, but it's only okay. Nothing to write home. Oh, okay. Oh, also they did a One Piece live action. That's the word I was looking for earlier. As well, didn't they? Pretty sure I saw like Monkey D. Luffy. IRL. Or live action. I think we're gonna kind of stop using Fraser and Shaggy at this point, just because we should focus on certain Pokemon and then train Ekans with the other ones. I think One Piece is over 1k. Holy moly. Has anyone ever like put all of the episodes end to end and saw, like not watched them all end to end, but seen how long it would take you to get through if you just sat down and started watching? How many days that would be? Not even including sleep breaks, just end to end. Eyes forced opened, sitting there watching. The One Piece live action series was good, but only seen once season 1. Oh, okay. Are there multiple seasons of it already? No way. But like, how many of the 1001 are filler? Well, you could argue that all of them are filler until they found the One Piece. I think that's probably a very bad take. Don't take it seriously. Manny, yeah, I agree. Definitely a lot of them are. I would imagine they would be 20 minutes. So 3 an hour, 300 hours, roughly 200 minutes, 20 minutes, and times that by 1,100. 300 hours divided by 24 hours for days. So let's just do 30 hours, which I know is off. But I can't do 24. I can't do 300 divided by 24 in my head. 15 days. Wow. That's half a month without sleep. They created a half a month's content. Jeez. That sounds rough. Did you ever write a review for anime voices? Like, you've been talking about your film, not in your recent 2 streams, but I remember you mentioned that that your Twitch channel used to be a movie review channel. So was it only live action movies or only movies? I guess there are anime movies, are there not? Like the Pokemon movies. Did you ever write a review for one of the Pokemon movies? I guess that's a good question. I think I tried to watch all of those one time. Not back to back, but like one after another. I don't think I got very far. Let's say you watch 4 hours a day. then it will take you 91 days, 3 months. So if you, instead of watching my stream, and I only stream 4 times a week, in a good week, sometimes I only do 3, like this week. If you did that every day, wow, you would get nowhere. What about adult? Okay, that's Dan. I really should read the message in my head first, shouldn't I, before I start reading it out loud? I think I did choose. Oh, I choose you. Was that the 20-year or the 20th movie or something? I remember that was like a special episode. I never got to that movie, unfortunately. What did you review it as? Like, did you give it a certain score, or did you call it decent, watchable? What was the conclusion? Not the conclusion. I guess kind of the conclusion. The Pokemon films are good. I think they're not bad. I don't want to argue that they're all good, for sure. But like they're not like so bad that you'd have to turn it off. Did we take on all the trainers out on this deck? Hey yo, Dan, exactly. Don't think that'd work out on YouTube. Yeah, I don't think so either. I think YouTube would... Yeah, they definitely wouldn't like it. But then, do you have to show scenes from the movie? Well, okay, I'm getting into a whole... No, we're not even going to discuss that. We're not even going to discuss that. Let's move on. I was planning on doing all the Pokemon movies at once. I was thinking that. Like, it seems kind of a thing that would be natural to do. Well, if you're only reviewing them, you don't need to show... Yeah, but the thing is, you need to talk about the content. And what content are you going to talk about? The great acting in between the scenes that explained how all the straw ended on the floor and why they ended up on top of the straw. I mean, there's literally nothing to review. You can't even speak of the things you're reviewing, Dan. That's the issue. There's one nostalgic song from the first Pokemon film, which I kind of know from the first 3. Oh! I wonder which song that would be. Is it the song when Pikachu RIPs? Who are we training here? Guess we'll go for Chandler. We need to kind of train Darlic a little bit. I can't really remember says voices. Oh, what your conclusion was of I Choose You. How was Detective Pikachu? I quite liked that movie. My favorite scene was when Pikachu and his trainer, the guy he's detective he's helping out, get in a fight, and then Pikachu wanders off by itself. And then I think it is like obviously Pokemon children's game, but I think it, like to me it was kind of implied that Pikachu was hungover or drunk in that scene. Let's get Chandler in here quickly. Considering the site has over 8k articles up and been over 50... Oh wow, that is a lot. Did you write so many reviews, voices? 8,000. Well, I guess articles aren't necessarily reviews, but probably most of them were. In 15 years, wow. That is a lot. Storylines, obviously. Yeah, well, that's the only thing. Fair point, says Seth. Straw. What movies are you watching? Oh, there's a meme in Germany about the best, adult movie storylines, and one of them is that an electrician shows up to a woman's house, and then he goes to the fuse box or whatever, and then there's straw on the floor beside the fuse box, and then he asks her, why is so much straw here? And she says, I don't know, and then they just start doing it, So that's like a legendary scene in German adult movie thing. There's another one with fire brigades. There's a few of them. There's just like there's those There's just scenes that everybody knows in the German-speaking world. I love that you went to straw. I mean, that is literally one of the scenes that everyone knows. Like, I remember when I was studying at University of Zurich, I had a German neighbor. Like, I was in a study, what do you call it? Like a dorm thing. And my neighbor was German. And one night we were just Jaeger bombing in our room, getting full, and he was showing me like the best of German adult movie storylines, and that was one of them. It's called Brother, My Brother, by Blessed Union of Souls. Oh, that's the name of the song. Unfortunately, it's not ringing a bell, but I'll put it in my notes to listen to it later on. Maybe I'll recognize it too. Because I'm pretty sure I saw that movie multiple times. Dan, that's a German meme. It is a German meme. Yeah. Okay, I should have read chat again. Yeah, it was fun. Doing the 8K articles. I mean, you're still doing it, aren't you, Voices? You haven't stopped. I assume you went to the cinema the other day to write a review about the movie in the end, as well as obviously going to enjoy it. Detective partner. Thank God, because I relate straw with animals, you know. Oh yeah. Yeah, I get why you do that. And I see your point. Don't ask me why the Germans do that. Why they came up with that idea. Average brother relating a straw with animals. That's literally what animals eat or hang out on, is it not? In their stables. Most reviews, some release new. Oh, yeah, I was thinking like you'd have to have news as well. Maybe an odd. This is what we're doing on the site update thing every now and again too. I guess that counts as release news. Straw in a stable. Don't think I've seen this electrician one. Well, I mean, I'll send it to you if you want to. I'm not going to send you the actual adult movie. I'll send you a cut version of the storyline, obviously. The meme, I mean. I heard about Dinner for One in Germany. Yeah, they love that movie. Over here, like, on New Year's Day, or not, no, New Year's Eve, that short movie, or whatever you want to call it, will be on probably, I think, if you channel hop correctly, you can probably watch it back to back 50 times. Because it's on different times on different channels, and they just love that movie here for some reason. Don't ask me why. I never thought it was funny. Dinner for Two maybe is popular. No, Dinner for One is the only one I know. I never heard of Dinner for Two. Maybe I did hear of it and saw it, but I didn't realize that was the name. Shots? What are the shots, Lebozo? It's the song that plays when Ash gets turned... Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I would definitely recognize that song too, I think. Usually review 1 or 2 movies before stream. No way. You get up in the morning, you review 2 movies, and then you go... Jeez. Voices, you're a hardworking man. I think Seth meant like a drinking straw. Oh... That makes sense. Sure. When? McMannery's up for drinking? Oh, my bad, Dan. Yeah, okay. Yeah. At the end of this month, my liver likes me again. Lebozo. It's literally your birthday at the end of the month, Lebozo. So, I mean, I'd be disappointed if I heard nothing happened. No, I'm only joking, Lebozo. If you need a break, take a break. You never seen an animal drink a milkshake through a straw. Okay. That's a good one. Yeah, my friend in Munich always goes on about, yeah, I don't know why. Like that movie, it's not even that good. Did you ever see Dinner for One, Voices? What's your top 3 favorite movie? That's a great question, Dan. Probably Goodwill. I love that movie. Inception, I like that one too. And OG Evil Dead. I don't think I've seen that one. But I like the Goodwill Hunting one. Especially, I heard that the scene when Robin Williams and Matt Damon do the therapy sessions, and he talks about his wife farting or something and waking herself up in the middle of her sleep. Robin Williams does. And apparently I heard that scene was improvised by Robin Williams, and apparently the cameraman laughed so hard that you can see the camera shaking. I think I watched some movie review for it one time. Nearly made us watch it for one of his Skype quizzes. Who did? Evil Dead. Just IMDb it to check. We'll have to check it out. I'll have to check it too. Oh, Dinner for One. Oh, sorry. He nearly... Okay, well, you should watch it once, maybe. But I can promise you'll never watch it again. Because once you've seen it once, you never have to see it again. But yeah, Dinner for One is a huge thing over here. Well, over here in Germany. I'm not in Germany. Right, we have to take another break, unfortunately. But yeah, we'll be back. Hopefully, there's 2 more trainers, I think, or maybe 1 on the boat. So we'll pick up Cut, go and get Ekans, hopefully. See what our rock tunnel encounter is. Come back, take on Lieutenant Surge, and then try and get through rock tunnel, I guess. That'll be the goal for today. It's been an hour again. Yes, time is flying by, unfortunately. Yeah, we'll take another break. Okay, back again. Let's make sure that we got all the trainers on the boat. Also, I saw Voices sent a message right as I went to break. It's more the story behind Evil Dead, which is so interesting. Now I'm very... Isn't that a horror movie? Slasher movie? It kind of sounds like it would be a zombie movie, but I'm not sure. That's not been an hour, sure. It has. The odds, like... With the way I've set up the ads, because I don't want pre-rolls. I don't want anyone to see ads when they come into stream. So I went with the Twitch mandated 3 minutes an hour. And then I'm forced to, I guess I have 3 snoozes where I can snooze it by 5 minutes. But I have 3 snoozes. I can snooze 3 times, but the thing is, the next ad break, I can only snooze once then. I regain a snooze for running the ad break correctly then, again. So, yeah, every hour they tell me to do a thing, which is kind of good, because I used to take a 3-minute break, maybe 4 or 5 minute break, once an hour anyway. Oh, look at, we forgot about this item. Thankfully we came back here. So it kind of works out perfectly. With me getting up, walking around quickly, getting something to drink, maybe go for a toilet break or something. So it's very good. But yeah, it was an hour again. I'm a bit worried. I would think we're going to switch here, which isn't necessarily the best thing to do. Oh, did we beat this trainer already? Okay, I thought we still had to take them on. It is Demon... Oh! And like movie in the cabin and... Oh, okay, okay. Directed by Sam Raimi, who did the OG Spider-Man. Oh, okay. That actually sounds very interesting. Okay, I can't remember what Pokemon this guy has. I feel like Nidorans. I feel like there is male, female Nidoran here. Gentleman wants to fight. Male Nidoran. I mean, Darlik's Leech Life is super effective in Gen 1 for some reason. We'll try a Bite. We're actually faster, that's nice. We don't flinch it. Horn Attack is going to do a lot of damage. We do faint to a crit, so we should probably switch. Let's go into Norm. I think we're going to go Pidgeotto. Let's run. I'm a bit worried. Ekans is going to be a bit low level, probably. We're going to have to spend some time. But there are a lot of trainers still we can go and take on. It would be nice though if we caught something else that we want to use long term, or long term-ish, not necessarily for the rest of the game. I guess Rock Tunnel. Rock Tunnel we could get Geodude, Machop, Onyx. Onyx is the rare encounter there. Let me check the Nuzlocke link that Voices provided for us. Rock Tunnel. Where is it? Here. Find encounter. Geodude, Machop, Onyx, and we already have Zubat, so that's Dupe's Claws. So we could get any of those, which I think all of them. The thing is, would we catch Onyx? I'm pretty sure we would. It's not really a good mon, is it? I'm pretty sure it's F rank in most games. In fact, it is in the remakes. So Fire Red, Leaf Green we can do without an Onyx. I don't think it's in Hoenn. Obviously, we would love Steelix. Steelix would have helped us a lot in Pokemon Gold, but we can't get it. Right now, this one also doesn't have a thing. Seth's trying all of my commands. Certain commands, Seth, obviously I don't allow for chat to use because I don't. Last thing I want is you deciding when we go to break. That'd be literally like allowing you to end stream, which I am allowing you to do, but you need to watch for a long time before you can. Yeah, no, that's good. It's good. I like when people test my stuff. Like Voices did yesterday with the ban of Pokemon. So we saw if it worked or not. And actually we had quite a few issues yesterday. Like the glitch, the TV glitch kept muting my mic. End stream. Imagine if that worked. Seth. How do you deal with the trade evolutions? We will allow them from Gen 4 onwards. The rule currently is that the item, if they require an item, needs to come from the game that is attempting to evolve it. So we are limited to only being allowed to evolve a certain amount of them in case you need multiple of the same item in a game. And I think we won't allow it for the first Gen 4 game. I think it has to trade with a game that has completed the challenge already. And we're allowed to do it basically whenever we want to. But it has to be with a game that's already beat as part of the challenge. So that we don't... Also, I'm not allowed to trade items into the game doing that or anything. Like, I'm not allowed to gain an advantage through it. Or like an additional advantage to whatever you get from trading a Pokemon in. So the Pokemon I'll trade over I'll try and trade something that has been seen in the Pokedex already, as to not gain an advantage through that either. So Gengar and Co are out of the question, yes. On the Discord, I think I posted all of the Pokemon in when we did the tier list. We had one of the tier list ranks was unobtainable. And there's quite a few Pokemon in that until the end of Gen 3. There's also like Kingdra is in it, Steelix, Politoed, Slowking. There's so many Pokemon that we can't use, unfortunately, until Gen 4. I guess not only until Gen 4, until we get to Pearl. Oh, by the way, Neil, I remember you talking to me about how you have to play some games on the Game Boy SP. I am hoping that something is coming that I mentioned to Voices today on stream. I might have a solution for that, but would have to check. I have a GameCube that can potentially play Game Boy games. I literally mentioned that to Voices today on his stream. That I think I remember there was like a black thing you could attach to the bottom of the GameCube, wasn't there? And you could put games into that to play them. So if we could get that, I have a converter. I have the red, yellow, and white, the 3-prong thing that you used to have. I have a converter for that to HDMI, so I could use my current capture card. Like, even if it's a little low quality, at least I wouldn't have to flip and use the DS, not the DS, the Game Boy Advance SP, because the Game Boy Advance SP has no audio output. So we would have had no sound either, or I would have had to play it on the DS, your old one, the DS Lite that the thing is broke on. So it would have been very weird. If we could get that organized, McMannery, that would be amazing. Because we'd actually get a nice sort of quality for the games. The unfortunate thing is they're going to be in German. So, because, yeah, back when those games came out, we bought them where we lived. That'd be amazing if we could get that. Also, Seth, I haven't... the progress file still has the old Pokemon data in it. I haven't got around to updating yet, but I will update it. I don't know if I can do it tonight, but I'll certainly update it by Thursday. Or, not Thursday, Friday morning sometime. Release 2001. Oh boy. Well, I think I remember McMannery actually had it. Right, we have cut. We took on all the trainers for sure. We can let the boat sail off. Does Twitch allow to link your YouTube or any social links? Yes, on the About page, you can find all of my links. I think I have all of them on there. Maybe not the VOD channel. Maybe I don't have the VOD channel on there. But you can find the VOD channel on the bottom of my YouTube channel. Oh no, 2003 feels like yesterday. Does it? 2003 is like a year after the World Cup was in Japan and South Korea. I feel like that was the last time Ireland was halfway decent at the World Cup, and that feels ages ago, Dan. We found a thunderstone whilst mining. Let's go, DT. Thunderstone. Mining in Sword and Shield, isn't it? Haven't used the GameCube in so long. Last time I checked, it was when I moved out from living with me. Oh wow, that was ages ago. So mightn't work anymore, but you know what? Could we check that sometime? I mean, I am moving very close-ish to you. Maybe we could, when I move, check it out sometime to see if we can get it to work. That'd be amazing if we could do that. You can look at this device. Oh yeah, you did send it on the Discord, that's right. I'll look into that too. Oh, I forgot about this trainer. Damn it. Uh-oh, this guy's got a Butterfree level 20 with Confusion. And we've got 4 Pokemon weak to Confusion. Super Smash Bros. On a GameCube. Oh, actually, maybe... Well, I'm very bad at Super Smash Brothers. Okay, Confusion's probably going to one-shot Zubat here. Let's go into Norm. Pidgeotto. I have a personal question. How many languages do I speak? Okay, we're asleep. This is awful. How many languages? English? German? I had to take French in school, so... I wouldn't call it good French. I understand quite a bit, but I was watching a French streamer the other day. He was actually in earlier to say hello. And yeah, I didn't understand as much as I thought I would. I think we go into Shaggy here and try and put it to sleep. I learned some Japanese at university, but I wouldn't say I speak that either. Please live this. Let's go. Okay. Do we evolve Fraser here? I don't know. What else do I speak? I think those are the main languages. Okay, that did a lot more damage than I thought it would. Yeah, I think that's the main ones I speak. Neil the bilingual. Oh, I'm trying to learn Irish as well, but I am very far away from being fluent in that, so that's going to be a while. Neil the bilingual. You also need a disc to play the Game Boy. Oh, that's right, which I should also have, but you know how CDs go. Yeah, I do know how they go, especially in our household. But I did take pretty good care of all those things. Let's go. We'll definitely check that out, Mannery. 2003, I was 13. So was I. Well, I guess at the very end of 2003, I was 14. But, yeah. Yeah, I remember being in secondary school. Oh, you're mining in BDSP. That makes sense, yeah. Moving is a tiring job, always. It is. It really, really is. Yeah, they're gone because I started moving. Also, all my clothes, because I took apart the wardrobe, are here now. Because I need to obviously wear something until I move. But, yeah. It is annoying. And especially, like, some things went horribly wrong that normally shouldn't go wrong. Like, the new landlord said, once I've paid the next month's rent and the, what's it called again? The deposit, I can get the keys, so I paid both of them. In fact, the deposit was paid a few weeks ago already, but the rent I paid last week. And then all of a sudden he tells me, you can't move in because we haven't done the cleaning yet. So now I don't know if I'm actually moving Monday or not, which, like, I hate when things like that come up. Just stick to what you told me. It'd be nice. Why would someone buy the GameCube, GBC, DS, 3DS, the Switch, when you can play the same games on PC, which contains all of the emulator GBC? I guess, firstly, because Nintendo doesn't like seeing people using emulators. And I guess emulators are illegal if you don't you own the original games. According, that's I think what is the law in my country anyway. You need to own the original game, which I guess you don't really need the console for that. But yeah, I think there's also a certain charm to owning the consoles and having all of that stuff and running the things rather than just having an emulator where you can play everything. I guess that's the main argument. Because they are emulators and are illegal technically. I think I did read somewhere recently that emulators are technically always illegal because a part of the software that is required to run the ROM is technically copied off of the console and therefore technically infringes on the copyright of the console itself, which, don't ask me, I don't know. I'm not a law expert. It would be nice if there was like a court case that you could refer to. But then again, the law is different in every country. Or maybe not in every country, but certainly in a lot of different regions they're different. So it's difficult to jump to conclusions. Fraser, hyperfang it. Let's go. Sorry, Leboso, I got to that message very late. It's not the emulators that are illegal, it's the ROMs that are. I think they're ROMs, or maybe it's in the ROM, is it? The part of the software that is required to run it. I don't know, honestly. So maybe I just shouldn't say it. That's what I meant. Also, you can't do trades, and I don't think in those emulator you can transfer Pokemon to like bank. I think, well, certainly if Pokemon gets wind of you moving those to Pokemon Bank, you definitely would be banned and probably would lose access to Pokemon Bank. So that is another argument for why not to do it that way. Yeah, they are illegal, but like no one is taking any action. I wouldn't be too sure about that. I'm pretty sure the Nintendo has taken, like I'm pretty sure Point Crow got all of his Zelda videos claimed because he was running randomizers and things on them. So, I mean, they are active. Also, sometimes they aren't playing the original games. I think a lot of them are playing ROM hacks, which means that that is another difficult thing to deal with because that is copyright infringement, or I don't know. Yeah, maybe I should not mention things like that, but yeah, there's a lot of reasons why not to do it. The emulators are legal, but the ROMs, oh, since they're pirated, are illegal. I feel like in my country, the law is you can have ROMs as long as you own the original game. Or you're allowed to back up your original game so that you can use it on different hardware. Something like that is the law in my country. It's kind of weird, where if you own the game, technically you can also create copies of it. You're not allowed to distribute it on the internet or anything. But yeah, right, let's go and get our encounter here. We do have to take on 2 or 3 trainers before we can get it. This trainer... Oh, I think this is great for Darlick. Darlick should be very good against this trainer, as long as we're not slow. When you coming over? McMannery asks Lebozo. Ask for your deposit back. Yeah, I probably should. Until he gives you a date. I mean, it's just like, why didn't they get that clean? They knew I was moving in sometime this month. Why didn't they just flip and clean it at the end of last month or at the start of this month? Also, people tend to get their wages all on the same date, and surely they knew I had to wait until that money came in so I could afford the rent, but you know, I don't know. I'll bring the drinking games. Let's go. Maybe we'll have to do something like that sometime. Who is checking if you have an illegal ROM or not? If you just want to play through or something like that, you can play it comfortably. Well, first of all, if you're streaming it, you're literally broadcasting to the world that you don't own it, which is why I keep putting my finger on screen to show that I am playing on a 3DS over Paralyzed. This is not great. To show that I'm actually playing this on a 3DS. Not that anyone gets the false impression that I am playing this on a PC or something. And I think, like, maybe certain... Like, you can get away with everything as long as the company affected doesn't find out about it. But once they do find out about it, I think you could be, you know, done for a lot of things. And I'm pretty sure there are people that are paying like $2,000 a month to Nintendo because they were illegally seeding certain games or ROMs for games for the rest of their life. So, you know, I don't want to end up in that position. It's not like nobody's checking it. It's just that being caught is a little difficult to prove. But once they have evidence, you are pretty much... Yeah, you're probably going to be in trouble for the rest of your life. I think emulators is country-based, but the ROMs are always considered illegal. I can't remember. I thought you were allowed to, like, even music CDs, you're allowed to, like, load the songs onto your, like, rip the CD and have your, a digital copy of it. I thought it was technically the emulators that were infringing on the copyright, because you have to use... I'm pretty sure I looked it up. I think my country, it is actually the emulators that are an issue and not the ROMs. I can't remember, but there's a wee part of the software that they have to infringe on the copyright or copy certain code so that they can run the ROM on the emulator, and that's the part that is illegal because they literally copied it rather than having their own. But I can't remember. After my birthday and flights are cheap, I'll go. Let's go. Don't tempt me. That sounds very good, Lobozo. Bet. Now you can trade. There's an additional multiplayer window. Well, I want to see you try and get them into Home, which is the whole thing. This is about playing the Pokemon games as they came out, trying to catch every single Pokemon along the way, doing it with difficult rules. I mean, that's part of the charm of the whole thing. Citra was literally given a cease... Oh, okay. Yeah, I honestly don't know. I'd have to look it up, but I'm pretty sure I looked it up recently because I was very interested to see if I somehow could do Digimon World. And I think I looked up the law in my country for that. And there was one thing where emulators are kind of legal, ROMs are too, but there's just one part of either of the two is the illegal part in my country. That was pretty much what Citra was, a way to back up your real copy of the games. ROM hacks are more based on one simple rule: you can't make money off the game. Yeah, I think as long as you don't make money off it, it technically isn't a... what was the word we used earlier? It isn't a infringement by a company, but by a private person, and fan-made stuff is, I think, always kind of allowed. So as long as they can prove that they're not making money off it, then I guess it counts as fan-made or something, which is what they're hiding behind, I think. But not the people who are streaming, just play alone at home by themselves. Well, yeah, you're going to be difficult to catch you that way, but I mean, you're going to have to download the ROM from somewhere, and I guess that is technically stealing. So you could get caught when you're downloading it. Now, obviously, I don't think they can monitor the traffic of the internet to catch you doing it, but if they do, you know, you'll be in trouble. Also, I'm pretty sure that University of Zurich and the ETH, which is the big technical university in Switzerland, have been criticized multiple times by Hollywood movie studios for seeding films illegally on the internet. But apparently they're allowed to do so according to our law, for some reason. Don't ask me how or why, but I know that Switzerland has a bit of a reputation for doing like pirated stuff, because I think its laws are maybe a little more liberal than other countries. Well, liberal. Don't know if that's the right word, but I think certain things are allowed here that maybe aren't in other countries. We really need a lawyer in stream. We certainly do, Dan. Back in the early 2000s, I'm surprised I didn't get caught. Well, yeah. There was that one guy who was caught ripping or downloading a Metallica CD, wasn't he? And then he was taken to court and everything. And I think it turned out he wasn't even 18 years old. And I think Metallica has hated ever since. On paper, there's an emulator you can legally download in the Apple... Is there? Oh. Oh, I didn't know that. I was using, yeah, LimeWire, yeah, back in the day. You cannot transfer it to Pokémon Home, which is the whole point of why we're doing this challenge. So, yeah, emulator for me, not an option. Lol, how my laptop ran after downloading the discography of every artist through LimeWire, I will never know. I don't know why I'm laughing so hard at that, but yeah. Getting an international one will be difficult. Yeah, okay. So this is route. What route are we on here? Jeez, I'm still trying to catch up with chat. Sorry, everyone. This is route 9. Okay. Let's get our route 9 encounter. Let's make sure we lead someone that's halfway decent. Maybe Shaggy. Now Shaggy's going to struggle with Spearow. Okay, our route 9 encounter is... Okay, this is Dupe's Claws. Let's knock it out and get our next one. I use a clip. Okay, maybe I shouldn't read out names. For what games is that? Mine too, dude. The amount of I put on my PC, then again, I wipe my PC every month back, every 3 months back in the day. It's so rough. I've seen a few over the years. It's an emerald. Oh, that's nice. So it's on GBA. Right, I get off. I need to get ready to get to bed. Let's go, DT. Thanks very much for joining in. Sorry for putting aside your regular schedule of watching Digimon. I hope you enjoyed hanging out as much as you would have watching Digimon. And I'm sure I'll see you tomorrow in Voice's stream. Yeah. Have a good night. And see you tomorrow, probably. There's like an ML on Android which can run games from Gen 1. Oh, I think I did hear about that. See, I think the Apple one was around DS era. Alright. Okay, I finally caught up on chat. Let's go. Thanks very much, everyone. Thanks for sticking with me through that. Our Route 9 encounter is still not showing up. Okay. Let's try and put it to sleep this time so we actually come out of this battle healed. Geez, we're not going to make it through Rock Tunnel today, are we? I think we might make it to the start of Rock Tunnel. Read fast, bro. Yeah, I try and, like, not just read every message. I want to, like, give a little bit of commentary on them as well. Otherwise, I feel like there's no point in reading all of them. Otherwise, you could just skip to the bottom and pretend that it didn't happen. Okay, let's try one more time. We might have to go to the Pokemon Center if we don't get it this time. Our Route 9 encounter is... Jeez, okay. The rats are everywhere. I mean, we did talk... What was it on the last... Not the last horror stream, but when we were playing Project Zero, I think we did mention that maybe sometime soon we're reaching the point where reading every message might just not be possible anymore. Well, maybe. I'll do my best still. But sometimes chat does go incredibly fast, and then I'm catching up forever. We'll have to see. You're heading out too. Thanks very much for joining in, Seth, for all of the testing you did. Also, again, thanks very much for the emoji on Discord. Thanks very much. I'll see you soon again, Seth. Take care, have a good rest, and maybe see you tomorrow. I want to try and get out of these battles at full health. We only have 10 absorbs, so if the next one isn't Ekans or Spearow, we should probably go back to heal at the Pokemon Center. Take it easy, champ, says Labozo. Let's go. Okay. Also, I feel like it's getting really hot on the flat. I'm sweating all of a sudden. Oh, I guess, yeah, no open windows. Our Route 9 encounter is Spearow. Damn it. Okay. We knocked this out again, huh? This is rough. It looks like we're not going to get Ekans. We have 2 more routes we can get it on. only one more route we can get it on before Lieutenant Surge. Actually, should we catch this? Just to make sure we get Ekans on the next route. Spearow will be good for Surge. I'm sure it will, for sure. Welcome in, JP. How are you doing today? I'm getting more and more of your TikToks and Instagrams suggested to me on my feed, which I quite enjoy watching. Because I seem to have missed a few streams since I last was in, but I'm sure I'll be in sometime soon again. Let's go, doing pretty well. Very nice. The leaving Spearow alive is going to prevent us from grabbing Pokemon at all in red. Yeah, because there's a few more routes coming up where, for example, what are the bike path routes? 16, 17, and 18. There's another Pokemon there that we can only guarantee if Spearow is off the list. So the question is, do we go for Spearow here to ensure the Ekans? I really don't know. I still haven't tried Poke on the Switch too. I think you were in for that stream when I battled against Bree, didn't I? And you saw the difference between the windmill spinning on my Switch 1 and then on her Switch 2. Like, the difference is huge. The difference is incredible. But how are you doing? What were you at today, JP? Do we just... I mean, we have to lose a few encounters compared to last time. But... I think we knock it out and try again. A friend of mine that plays a lot of Violet said it was great. Yeah, I dislike it too, McMannery. So I think we knock it out, yeah. And then attempt on route 10. This was 9, so we're going to go to 10 and try there again. A friend of mine that plays Violet a lot said it was great. I've heard a lot as well. Also, Voices, who's in chat, played Violet a few times now. Was it once or twice? Oh, I forgot that this was a battle already. And... it looks very clean. But I think you did say, Voices, that you can tell how, not barren, what was the word you used? That the world actually is. I think when you were running after Orthoworm. Who do we switch into here? Also, I should be leading Darlix though, shouldn't I? Well, we're going to go for luck. Now, we're going to miss out on Voltorb. I don't really mind so much missing out on Voltorb. Yeah, I think we just try again. It's going to be luck, but I don't know. The walls look very boring, but Pokemon spawns are... the Pokemon spawn... Also, more Pokemon spawn now, don't they? In the overworld, I think. Maybe I've heard. Also, Focus Energy, literally the worst move in Gen 1. Because it does the opposite of what it says it does. It actually halves the chance of you getting a crit in Gen 1 because the math was wrong, or whatever they did in the game. Also, this would have been a chance to get... yeah, let's switch into Zubat here so that it gains some XP. Also, we're getting dangerously close. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I forgot, the level cap has been reduced by 1, hasn't it? And we have a Pokemon here at level 24. And I'm pretty sure we used it. I thought we were good. I forgot that we had the level cap reduced by 1. Well, I guess stream number 2 is ending in disappointment. Why didn't it reset? Oh, it doesn't know what the level cap has to be. Oh, rip. That is a big rip. That is a big rip. I need to be more aware of what I'm doing. Even Sword Shield and PLA looks better. I wasn't able to, because I didn't have the side-by-side comparison, but I mean, I take your word for it. VAR? I mean, what do you mean VAR? We leveled it up. I'm pretty sure we used it. What did I tell you about this reward? Technically, also with the new rule, it is we're not allowed to have a Pokemon on the team that is overleveled until we take on the boss battle. What did I tell you about this reward? What did I freaking tell you? You're the one who redeemed it. I crushed this run. Leveling doesn't mean we used it at that level. Well, it's in the team. We can't have it on the team. Well, the thing is, you have to be able to have it on the team because you have to be able to remove it. Do we want to check VAR? We'll check VAR. We'll check VAR. Okay, how do I get my thing? I need a link to my Twitch with /videos. Twitch.tv. Oh, wait, I can open it in the other browser and we can watch it together. Neil Surreal /videos. And I think there I should be able to rewind my stream. I think. Where is my current stream? Here. So, can we watch this together? We can. I don't think I'm doxing myself or anything. Right, we're going to check if I used it or not. I've got Violet digitally. Kind of wanted to get Scarlet physical, so I don't have to use storage. That makes sense. The Pokemon games I try and always get in physical, because I just like the idea of switching the carts around and not using too much save space. Probably they don't use that much compared to certain other games. I think it wasn't used by sheer luck. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna try and pull it up on stream. I'm gonna do chat's favorite Pokemon. If we pull this up, how does it look? Just have to check a few things. Pokemon Red Part 2. We're also gonna turn this off. Let's see how this looks. Okay, I mean, it is kind of awkward. It's not exactly the center of the screen. Also, we should maybe turn off the game sound here. We're not going to listen to stream. Oh, I muted my mic instead of the game. I'm sorry. Right, that's the game muted. Okay, so here we were battling the youngster on the SS Anne. The level cap is 23 at this point already. Let's see. I'm pretty sure we switched to Pidgeotto here. Let's see what level it's at this point. It leveled right as we beat the trainer. Then we switched to a different mon. Oh, we switched to... Oh, it's asleep here already. Okay. It leveled against the trainer. The thing is also the wild. We need to check the wild encounters. So it's 22 here. Let's keep going. It's weird to have my stream in my stream, but yeah, we're checking to see if we broke a rule or not. We're sending this to VAR. Also, don't mind all the chat down there in the corner about... okay, you can barely see it. I'm glad. Okay, where did it level up here is the question. Okay, it's 22 against this Growlithe. Oh, so it leveled up against the Beedrill trainer, did it? Okay, we went into Norm here. Fury attack. Gust, we knock it out. It levels to 24. I think because I saw it reach the level cap, which I thought was the level cap. I mean, do we allow this to over-level a Pokemon? I feel like you can have a Pokemon that you catch above the level cap and then you just consider it boxed until the level cap is good for it to be used. But I feel like this is kind of against the rules to over-level, is it not? I feel like this is I feel like this is against the rules. Maybe we look at the exact wording. Right, we did like a miracle switch. Thankfully I didn't restart the 3DS already. I feel like this is against the rules. It leveled up right at the end of the battle, yes. I'll read chat in a second here quickly. I just want to make sure. Right, so we went on. Okay, there's a bug catcher here. Or is this where I realized that we were over leveled? Look at that, I almost switched into Pidgeotto there. I was considering it and didn't do it. Oh, there we go. Okay, that's where he's noticed. So it technically never entered the battle. It never entered a battle. I think it wasn't used by sheer luck. I don't like digital. I don't remember why I got Violet digital. That's a good question. Like there's certain games that I just like to own physical for some reason. And Pokemon is always one of those. I don't mind digital games in general, but Pokemon I always like getting physical. We never used it. It leveled right as we beat the trainer, then we switched to a different mon. Oh man, I already don't like the reward at all. It leveled at the bug trainer. Overleveled mons just need to go to the box. We technically didn't put it straight into the box. Yes, at the last mon. It wasn't used over the level in a boss battle either. Yeah, you're right. Here's why I thought if the Pokemon was level 23 and in the battle it level and then Pokemon battle ended. It wasn't used after that. It should be fine. We're going to read the exact wording quickly. We're going to read the wording. Why did... Oh, because it caught up to where we were, I guess. I'm going to remove this again. We're back in the game. I'll turn on the game sound again. Okay, the wording for over-leveling. Let's find it quickly. Battle rules. No over-leveling. And then exclamation mark CA. What the flip happened? Is someone... Why does it say exclamation mark CA after over-leveling? Why does it say exclamation mark CA? Level caps are added to increase the difficulty of the challenge. I may not enter battle with a Pokemon leveled above the next boss battle's highest trained Pokemon in my team until I have initiated battle against the level cap setting boss. I think that we broke the rule. I may not enter battle with a Pokemon leveled above the next boss battle's highest trained Pokemon in my team. I think we're over leveled. Have you reset the wording for the attempts? Oh, maybe I did, and then I wanted to draw attention to it. We did change the wording. Yes, we changed the wording from attempt 52 to 53. We changed the wording for that. Let's see, which message, from where did I start missing them? I just had to jump out. What the flip have I missed? Over-leveled, yes. The reward for lowering level cap. Ruh-roh. Yeah, I thought the level cap was 24, and then I remembered that Lebozo lowered it. Have you reset the wording for the attempt? Actually, maybe I don't understand what you mean. Have you reset the wording for the attempts? We're restarting. Don't make me say the text. Don't make me say it. But Neil, in the ASS and in a battle, he got a Pokemon past the level cap because I lowered the cap. Was this redemption? Was this the redemption you used because of the reward? Ironically, yes. Send him to the gulag. Well, according to your rules, you broke the rule. But that is only your rule. In normal hardcore Nuzlocke, it's allowed. No, I'm pretty sure we copied. It used to be that I could use over-leveled Pokemon. It used to be that I could use over-leveled Pokemon, just not for boss battles. But then we watched Pichal, Pokemon Challenges, Nuzlocke rules video. And he actually had it worded that you're not allowed to use them in any battle until you have unlocked that level cap. So we changed it as well to not allow for over-leveled Pokemon. outside of boss battles. On the screen it says attempt 2. Yeah, when I put in attempt lost, it went up to attempt 2 because I thought we lost it, and I think we did lose it. I mean, we can probably argue over the rule if we want to see if that should in the future restart the run, but I'm pretty sure P-Child's video, which I can link if you want to, suggests that you have to box overleveled Pokemon and you're not allowed to enter battle with them. Pretty confident that's what he says. Well, I mean, it wouldn't be... we have to restart once, you know? We can't... It can't all be perfect. P-Child's document says it's considered dead until we beat the next boss. Yeah, it's considered dead by adding it to the thing, by adding it to the box. But I mean, our wording technically is so we can change it, but I still think the attempt is over. Because I may not enter battle with a Pokemon leveled above the next boss battle's highest trained Pokemon in my team until I've initiated battle against the level cap setting boss. So we definitely broke that wording. So if anything, we need to restart and change the wording. But I don't think we can find a loophole here to allow this attempt to continue. I agree we can change the wording if we want to. No, it says it's considered dead. You can run around with a dead mon in your party. But yes, I agree you broke your own rule. Yeah, so we can change the rule. But I still think we lost the attempt. Or create a punishment that a Pokemon is banned for the following boss. We could do that as well. I feel like we need to restart because the way it's worded right now, do we change it? I guess we'll do a poll, do we change the rule? I think we'll do that. We'll set up a poll if we change the rule or not, but I think we need to restart. Poll. New poll. Do we change the level cap rule to allow over-leveled Pokemon? Oh, I can't put in that much text. Okay, do we change the level cap rule to what was discussed? Yes, no, something else. So what was discussed is we may enter battle with an overleveled Pokemon, but we may not use it, is what was discussed. I'm not allowing additional votes. You have 3 minutes because I have to catch up with chat. Okay. Let's see. P-Child's video document says considered dead until we beat the next boss. We did a poll. No, it's considered dead. I broke my own rule, yeah. You broke a Neil rule. You didn't break a Nuzlocke rule. Here we go again. Yes, god damn it. I was the ultimate boss. Who knew? Who knew that was going to happen? Son of a bee. Maybe increase the redemption value. Yes, we're going to do that for sure, voices. That is one of the first things we're going to fix. Remove this rule. No, we're not removing it. Just help me remember it. I guess it's my own responsibility, isn't it? Rip. That is a big rip. Also right at the end of stream as well, so we can't even restart. He's gonna forget like he just did. Yeah, but I'll get used to it. You know, if this happens enough times, I will learn. This is a lesson. Rewards that jeopardize the Nuzlocke is a massive no. But what else am I gonna add, Lebos? I'm gonna add add 50. I can't even add Master Balls. Like, there are no redemptions to make the challenge easier on me. Because I feel like all redemptions that are possible break the spirit of Nuzlocke. Because it's supposed to be difficult. And I'm rewarding people with the opportunity to make it even more difficult. There's no rule that says make it easier. Why would I make it easier on me? Sorry, what's the vote? You didn't have to redeem it. That's true, yeah, also, why did you redeem it? No, I'm only joking. I'm not trying to blame anyone. At least the next stream is the start of the run. Very true, so nobody missed out on anything. It'll make for a funny clip. With foreshadowing, which I like foreshadowing clips. Yeah. The rule change that was discussed is, will we allow entering battle with an overleveled Pokemon in the future, so long as it isn't used in the battle? Then I guess it comes down to if Whirlwind is used and a disallowed Pokemon gets switched in. Vote. I love how we accidentally played around it, but then your rule was broken. Yeah, we accidentally played around it because I thought it was at the level cap and I couldn't level it any further. I knew what my rule was. And I thought I was within the rules because I forgot that was at 23. I feel, no, don't Labozo. This is great. This is good. This is a learning experience for myself, you know? I need to be aware. Maybe I make the level cap, if it has been changed, I turn it to like red, so that I realize that something is different, and not just the level cap that I have in my head. Maybe we can put these Pokemon in home, and you can claim dead run. That's a great idea, Voices. That's a great idea. Let me put that down immediately. We're going to move these Pokemon to Pokemon Home anyway. Not for my living Dex, but maybe as like trade giveaways or something if someone wants to battle against us. So I think that's good. Yeah, we'll do that. Move Pokemon to Pokemon Home. Move red. So for this run, every time we lose a run, we're gonna move the Pokemon to Pokemon Home anyway. I'm gonna store them in Pokemon Home, and then we can like give them away for trades or for like, I don't know, rewards or something. And then you can own Pokemon that were part of the run, which, you know, I feel like some of the names you suggest and all of the ideas and things you're giving me on this run, I think it's a nice little thing that we could do. I think that's a great idea, Voices. Move red run Pokemon to home for redemption or something. Let's go. Thanks very much for the suggestion, Voices. Let's see. No, keep it clean. Have them nowhere near your party. Yeah, I think so as well, because there's just too much risk. Can we call the rival Labozo next run? I know, Labozo feels bad already. I don't want to make him feel any worse. But it would be hilarious though, Voices. It would be hilarious. Unless you box them until the next level. Yeah, I think that's the way it has to be. In fact, I think if I overlevel a Pokemon, I feel like I should have to restart. If I catch a Pokemon that's above the level cap, that can happen. And then I just have to go and box it. But if I actually overlevel a Pokemon, I feel like that's against the rules. But I don't know. Poor Bozo, man. Yeah, I'm sorry, Labozo. Don't feel too bad. Also, I think ads might be starting. I want to make sure they don't. Wait quick. Also, what was the result of the poll? It was a hard no. It was a hard no. So we're keeping the rules as they were. Oh, there's no ads starting just yet. Okay. Also have a count of failed Pokemon. Great idea. Amount of Pokemon lost in entire run. Or an entire challenge. Entire challenge. Tracked. Okay, that's a great idea too, Voices. You're getting a lot of stats things here that are very good. An hour in the gulag should sort of make it 2 hours. No, don't send him to the gulag for that. Laboza doesn't deserve this. This one is a hard pill to swallow. I did say I was going to save my point to crush a run. I didn't think I was actually going to be able to do it. I'm sorry, Laboza. I thought I was going to realize it too. I'm sorry. Like, it was my fault. I just kept thinking it was a level 24 level cap. And then I remembered, oh, maybe I should keep the -1 there. So I don't forget about it. Maybe I should have like a -1 somewhere else as well, just as a reminder that the level cap has been lowered. I think Labozo is in enough pain. No need, yeah, we don't need to put him to the gulag on top of it. To be frank, if it's anyone's fault here, it's Neil's. Yeah, it's my fault. I mean, nobody else. So send him to the gulag. 24. I won't be able to stream if you send me to the gulag for 24 hours, Dan, tomorrow. And it will be my last stream before I move tomorrow. So let's not do that, you know? Maybe make the level cap bigger. Yeah, those numbers are a little small up there, aren't they? Maybe we do have to make those things a bit bigger. Right, I'll try and think of things. Unfortunately, I don't know if I'll be able to prepare most of these things for tomorrow. I'm obviously going to move the Pokemon to home. I'll probably do that right now, because I have to move those before I restart. Add a counter, which I think is good for the amount of things. I don't know if I have time to make the level cap larger or anything. But yeah. We're not even going to save. That's the end of the first attempt in red, and I mean, it wouldn't be a Neil Surreal challenge video without a silly loss, would it? I mean, that's part of the whole thing. I'm the new Adam. Oh, the one who used the Aussie mode and then I died. I'm a message Twitch about what? 24 hours in the gulag. Don't you dare do that. I'll testify if you need. Don't you dare do that, right? Okay, right. The run ended in disappointment, unfortunately, but we'll be back tomorrow. I'll try and stream for a bit longer tomorrow. Maybe start a little earlier if I can. I don't even know if I can. I'll think about that tomorrow, and then maybe we get a little further. Who knows? Maybe we do a surprise stream on Friday to get back to where we were today. But yeah. Also, we found a new way to restart the challenge. Very good point, McManary. We love doing that. We love doing that. I was hoping to have King as a Pokemon. I could get Neil to say gods. Well, technically, maybe there's still a way, because we are moving these Pokemon to Pokemon Home. So, King will be alive still, weirdly enough. Right, do we want to raid someone? Is anyone live that I know? Because it is a little earlier than it was yesterday, so maybe I can hang out for a bit. Oh, Ashlyn is streaming. Do we want to go and see Ashlyn? I've never been in Ashlyn's stream so far. I mean, KBD's also streaming. Oh, so he's... Okay, so... Damn, there's so many people live, but I feel like I've never been in an Ashley stream. So, I think we'll raid Ashlyn. Raid Ashlyn Everstorm. Let's go and hang out and see what her Final Fantasy stream is all about. We'll check out Alka and KBD some other time again. Thanks very much, everyone, for joining in. Damn, I was hoping I'll find a way. Let's face it, it isn't the worst restart you've done. It definitely isn't. Have a good evening to you two, Voices, and I'll see you tomorrow. And we'll start off again tomorrow. Take care, everyone. I'll see you around. And yeah, good luck. Let's say hello to Ashlyn. Okay, I hope the ads don't start before we go out. Uh-oh, it's going to be close. They're going to start about the same time. Just don't watch them. Goodbye, everyone. We're heading over to Ashlyn Everstorm. Goodbye.